EJ, don't just play with it, Sierra said in exasperation. He was opening and closing the rat trap on his finger, easing down the spring-loaded bar until it must have hurt. Her son, Kurt Jr., was 12 and going through a phase, according to her father. He'd been a good kid until puberty, but since then, he'd been more unfocused and quietly rebellious. Sierra wasn't sure how to deal with it. She loved her son, but as he grew up, she understood him less and less. It didn't help her much when Joan or Pilar told her that he was normal. "I need more traps over here, Dad," Zoe called from across the field. They were all working in the amaranth fields, across the crumbling state highway from the houses that comprised their neighborhood, their home and refuge since the trouble that had come 25 years earlier. Misha, who was working nearest to Sierra and her son, said, "I can't believe how hot it is already. It can't be 3 hours past sunrise and I'm dying out here." Yasmin said, "Feels fine to me." She was one of the Payson orphans who had moved up here 6 years ago. Yasmin was not a complainer, ever, about anything. Hot weather, hard work, hunger, a badly sprained ankle last year. She managed all of it without a whine or a complaint. Too bad Sierra couldn't infuse her son with a bit of that. CJ was in a bad mood today because she hadn't let him run the trap line with his father. There were things to do here. He was still dawdling. "CJ, would you rather help with laundry? It's fine if you would." "No," he said. "I'll do this. Other people are making sure your clothes are clean. Now you need to make sure they can eat. We can't lose any more grain this year." The minute the words were out of her mouth, she regretted them. He'd already given in. No reason to keep lecturing. And everybody knew how the grain lost to rodents had cut into their food supply. CJ sighed, but he bent down and set the mousetrap. Yasmin said, "This patch of grain is starting to pink up." Misha said, "Let me see." She moved over to stand next to Yasmin. Dev appeared at Sierra's side. "I'm going to get more water. You need some?" "I'll go," CJ said. Dev looked at Sierra, eyebrows raised, letting her decide. She said to her son, "If you promise to come right back, don't make me come look for you." "You won't have to." Sierra raised her voice. "Everybody drink up. CJ is going on a water run." Her son gathered the canteens and water skins made of animal bladders, more of his father's handiwork, like the mousetraps. They'd had plastic bottles once, but eventually they grew brittle if they sat in the sun every day. Dev said, watching CJ leave, "He grows every day, I swear. Yeah, and he looks more and more like his father. Before the disease, I mean. His voice sounds like yours, though. When he talks," she said. "He's self-contained, that one," Dev said. He and Sierra got along well these days. "Your supply of bait holding up?" "Yeah. Still impressed Zoe came up with it." Zoe had figured out that making a seed butter with coyote melon seeds provided a more enticing snack for the rodents than the underripe amaranth seeds themselves. "She's a smart kid," Sierra said. "In a lot of ways. Smarter than us about the world we live in." "That would make sense." "How's your dad?" he asked. "Good. Yours?" About the same." "Bad mood still?" Pretty much every day anymore." "Is he in pain, do you think?" "Hard to say," Dev said, taking out a handkerchief and wiping sweat off his face and neck. "But I suspect it's mostly frustration that he can't grip a tool right or hold his hand steady." Misha was back to setting traps among the amaranth plants. She heard the conversation and spoke up. "He's better right after he wakes up." She had inherited the job of medic when Dev's mom had died. "Dad, you going to stand there and yap all day?" Zoe called. "No, Commander," Dev called. To Sierra and Misha, he said, "Sorry, ladies. Duty calls." He walked back around the field to the side where Zoe was working. Misha said, "I can barely remember air conditioning, what that felt like. To be outside playing or working and coming into a cool house. But I would like some today." "We never had it," Sierra said. "Too much drain on the turbines, and a swamp cooler was good enough anyway up here. But of course I remember it from town, or from going down to Phoenix." "Phoenix," Misha said in disgust. "People living places like that and running their air conditioning 24 hours a day is part of why it's so hot now." "Probably," Sierra said. "That plus driving, flying all over the world on vacations, manufacturing, cutting down trees. Speaking of which, do you need help cutting more trees? There's one that's leaning toward your barn. Rod and I could come over and help." "Yeah, we need to take that one down, but the guys will do it." The male orphans had all moved into her and her father's barn, in a sort of dormitory arrangement, 2 of them bedding down on the ground level, and 2 up in the loft. Now, with Joan's family and the Payson orphans, Sierra's 2 children, and the core group, they were an extended family of 20. "I can barely remember what color the houses were," Sierra said. "What?" Misha said. "What are you talking about?" "Oh, sorry. I was flashing back to the start of all this, trying to bring to mind what color our house and barn were, and the Quinn place. Mostly cream or off-white. Our log house was darker, a deep natural brown, but for a while there, the barns were multicolored. Remember that?" "Right, when we were using up all the paint we had. It was kind of pretty. All brown and gray now, and falling apart." Misha said, "We do what we can. Do you think we're going to have to redig the wells again this year?" "God, I hope not," Sierra said. "Talk about hard work. Not to mention Rod." That time, about 9 or 10 years ago, that they'd redug their wells, taking them deeper to find clearer water. Misha's adopted brother had been down in the well working, and a board had snapped, taking down the supports. Then dirt had begun to rain down on him, and they'd barely gotten him out before the whole thing collapsed. "I still have nightmares about that." "Does Rod?" Sierra had suffered her own nightmares for many, many years from what she'd seen and done in battle. No longer, though. She no longer woke trembling or gasping for breath. Good thing, as Georgia, one of the orphan girls, shared her bedroom now. No nightmares. Not that he's ever mentioned. "I vote if we have to redig the wells again this year, we can leave Rod out of it. Doubt he'd go for that." "No," Sierra said. "Probably not. Too responsible. He's at the other field this morning, right?" "Right." When they'd agreed to take the orphans, they'd expanded the Amaranth to a second field across the highway. If they couldn't beat the rodent problem, they should probably expand yet again to make up for the losses. "It's amazing how hot it is," Misha said again 15 minutes later. "Why don't you take a break, or stop? We're nearly done." "I'm just whining. I'll be fine. I hope Brandy is staying out of the sun." Another one of the orphans. "Why? Is there something wrong with her?" Misha said nothing. When Sierra looked over, her head was bent to her work, and her neck was flushed. Sierra knew that Brandy and Troy were romantically involved, so it didn't take her long to guess what might be wrong. "She's pregnant?" "I can't say." "Troy?" she said. "I can't say." Sierra had to laugh. "Their relationship is not a big secret. I walked into the barn once and they were going at it in the loft. They were so embarrassed." But then she sobered up. Another mouth to feed, and a person needs more calories while pregnant and breastfeeding. Not that she had any room to judge. She was the only one who had given birth here since the end of oil. Sierra jerked her hand back as a trap snapped shut. "We'd better hope these traps work. I miss having pets. Jasper and Lily. A cat could help us with the mice." Lily wasn't much of a pet. "No, I guess not. Too much wolf in her. I like animals, though, except for these damned rats and mice and voles and whatever. Yeah, and they taste like crap." Sometimes when they could trap nothing better, which was the case more and more often, they cooked the rodents with water and amaranth leaves. The resulting soup was rather bitter and greasy, but it was food. They needed the protein. "But back to Brandy," Sierra said. "I really can't talk about it. I'm sorry I let anything slip." "Is she happy about it?" "Sierra!" Misha said in exasperation. "Look, you may as well tell me. How's she feeling about it?" Misha shook her head, but she gave in. "Nervous." "You told her you have some experience as a midwife? You did great with CJ." "I nearly puked on you, I was so nervous." "I'm not an easy patient." Her second labor, she promised herself she wouldn't scream as much. She had broken that promise. "It was easy. He popped right out." "Gross," said Yasmin. "Not at all," Misha said. "And fast. 6 hours, was it?" Sierra didn't point out that 6 hours of pain without any drug to relieve it had not been particularly easy for her. Instead, she said, "You were there for Nina's birth, too?" "Sidelines only. That sure wasn't an easy one. More than a day of labor." Poor woman. Sierra set her final trap. "Oh my God, I'm forgetting her name." "Janine. That's why Emily named Nina what she did. Part of her mom's name." "Right. Nina is just Nina to me now. Emily's girl. I almost forgot where she came from." She stood and stretched her back. "I forget more and more stuff. Getting old. Or chronically hungry. That wasn't any help to keeping focused." "You're not 50 yet," Misha said. "Too early to lose your memory." "Barely over 40, Sierra said. But the memories of the time before were fading, and one year slipped into the next with little to distinguish them from one another. There had been the year of digging the wells, the year when the last turbine quit turning and nothing she or Kurt could do would repair it, the year of Nina's birth, of CJ's, the year the hens caught some disease and they all lost over half their flocks and been terrified they'd lose them all, the year the last apple tree died. Otherwise, it was day after grinding day, working hard to stay alive. "I didn't mean to insult you," Misha said. "You didn't," Sierra said. "There's nothing wrong with getting older as long as you get wiser. More health problems can come with age. How's your dad's back?" "Good days and bad." "I'm sorry I can't do more for it," she said. "He doesn't blame you for that. No one does. I wish Kelly had stored opium poppy seeds. Probably it'd take too much water to keep poppies alive anyway." "It might be worth it," Misha said. "Guys, I'm done." Yasmin said. "What's next?" "Your regular routine, I suppose. Back to the Quinn house," Sierra said. "Unless Emily and them need more help with hanging laundry. I'm sure they have plenty of hands to do that, but I'll check with them first." Just then CJ came up hauling the canteens in a burlap sack. Sierra had forgotten about him. He had taken his sweet time coming back, but it was too hot to argue. She said nothing as he gave everyone their water bottles back. "We'll go home and work on the garden next," she said to him. She called over to Dev and Zoe. "You guys almost done?" "Almost," called Zoe. "Okay, see you later." "Don't forget to come over tonight," Zoe called back. "You promised to help me with the upholstery." "I won't forget," Sierra said. "Let's go, CJ. See you, Misha, Yasmin." CJ mumbled a goodbye, and he and Sierra made for their house. Chapter 2. "I want to move into the barn," CJ said. Sierra bit her lip to keep from moaning. He exhausted her some days. Apparently this was going to be one of those. She worked to keep the impatience from her voice. "Why is that?" "I'm not a baby now. I don't have to sleep with you and Pilar." "You don't sleep with me or Pilar. You sleep in the living room alone. Pilar sleeps in his room and I sleep in my room with Georgia, the oldest of the orphan girls. Is that not private enough for you? Because the barn will be less private. I mean, if this is about wanting to masturbate or something." "It's not about that," he said. "Is it? Never mind," he said, exasperated. He sped up and crossed the road. "Don't run off," she called. "There are weeds to pull and water to carry and all sorts of chores." He disappeared around the house without indicating he'd heard. She walked up to the front door and inside, then back into the kitchen. "Hey, Pilar," she said, coming through the kitchen door. Her father was cutting up vegetables. "Making CJ lunch?" "No, making tomato sauce for tonight. Tomato and whatnot sauce, rather." Small sweet peppers turned half red, a summer squash, onions, and garlic lay on the table, along with either charred or some other brittle leaves of greens that they dried in the sun on screens a month ago. "Looks good. What's on the menu?" "That, over amaranth, and baked eggplant slices." "Spaghetti, more or less," she said. "Less, more than more. I still miss noodles. They seemed such a dull and typical food back then," he said. "But now I'd trade a lot for a lousy pound of pasta." "Let's not start." It always made her hungry whenever any of the older people started in on the foods they missed. It made her crave food she'd never taste again, and she was already hungry. The distance between breakfast and supper was far too long, and she had 6 or 7 hours more to wait. She longed to snatch a bit of pepper from the cutting board, but she didn't. "How's your back?" "Same as ever. Never terrible." Then why did he limp some days? That's not the question she asked. Instead, she asked, "What still needs to be done around here?" "Hens are taken care of. No need to check for more eggs until noon. It's a hot one today, so I'd planned on checking 3 times. And it's only a little over halfway through spring. Maybe summer will be cooler this time. We might get a good monsoon year." "I doubt it." The summer rains, once an annual event, had come every 4th or 5th year since her teen years, and only once since CJ's birth had it rained hard for a month. That one month had been a blessing, but they couldn't count on those. The only good news aspect of the ongoing warming trend was that they had 2 big growing seasons, from February through April, and again from September through December. In January it wasn't hot enough to ripen tomatoes or peppers, but they could still grow lettuce, spinach, leeks, and peas. She remembered snow and ice from her childhood. CJ had never seen either. She said, "Remember that time you and I went sledding down the stream bed? I must have been 7 or 8. Her father smiled. "Of course I remember. That was one gorgeous snowstorm. 1.5 feet at least. I loved having the snow days." She leaned over and kissed his cheek, so changed from when he was young, the skin thinning with age, the beard sparser and grayer, and he was mostly bald now. "You were a great father." "When did I quit being one?" he was teasing. "Never. And you'll keep being a great father even after you're gone." "Ah, hon, don't kill me yet." "Didn't intend to. I want you to make it to 100. "Not sure about that, but I plan on not going anywhere for a while." She was sorry she'd brought up the topic. She hated to think of losing her father, so why had she? "Anyway, you want help with your sauce?" "Nope, I'm good." "All right then, I'll be in the garden." "Mulch the artichokes, would you?" He meant Jerusalem artichokes. They didn't have the other kind, alas. "Will do." She went out. CJ was watering. At least there was that. She mulched the artichokes first thing so she didn't forget. "I'm going to follow you and weed next," she said to CJ. "Ground is softer now that it's wet." He said nothing. So they worked in silence for an hour, getting through about a quarter of the garden. 3 of the boys, hardly boys anymore, but the male orphans, came back from their work on the other grain field. Gustavo said, "We're going to go up to the highway and make some charcoal. Just getting more water before we go." He held up an old insulated bottle, its plastic exterior so scratched up and stained you could no longer tell what color it had once been. "Be careful," she said automatically. They'd had one big fire 14 years ago. Enough of the forest scrub had grown back since then that a wildfire was a real danger again. "We always are," said Barry, the youngest of the boys. They walked on back to the well. It was time to stop weeding and begin watering alongside her son, so it was done before noon. A long limb of a young oak, harvested this year and stripped of bark and side branches, served as a carrying pole. She had lashed a 2-gallon bucket to each end. She retrieved it from the barn, and by the time she was back outside, the boys were already gone. She went to the well, pumped water into the buckets, and hoisted the pole onto her shoulders, not spilling any water from long practice. She lugged the burden to the gardens, set it down, and began ladling water onto the last of the pepper plants. She had just set down her 3rd load of precious water when Joan came over. "Hi, CJ. Hi, Sierra." CJ said hello back, for which Sierra was grateful. Maybe his mood was wearing off. She realized he hadn't even asked to go off with the boys to make charcoal. Maybe he'd grown tired of her saying no to him. "Joan, how are things at your place?" "Busy, as always." She had the biggest family in the smallest house, so none of the orphans had gone to live with her. Joan had 2 girls of her own body, Emily and Misha, plus Rod, her adopted son, and Nina, an adopted granddaughter. "I'm making hats." "What kind?" "Straw hats, or pine needle hats, actually. Kurt found a patch of healthy pines on his last hunting trip, and Rod went out and collected the needles from the ground that weren't too dry yet." "Fussy work." "It goes quickly for me now. Practice." "Your hands never bother you?" before Kelly died. She was saying she had arthritis and that most people got some. Not me, knock on wood. She knocked on her own head. She was the only one of her generation that didn't have some sort of physical ailment. Is your father home? In the kitchen, getting ready to simmer tomato sauce for supper, she said. We should have a group party again, Joan said. Potluck, or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, it's been a while. I'll organize it, if you'd like. That's really nice of you. Great. I'll talk to your father about it. Later, guys. She went to the back door and let herself in. Sierra and CJ finished their work, and he did so without complaint. He said, Can I go to Dad's and see if he's back? Sure. If he is home and he found game, go on and help him clean it. Really? Thanks. If he's not here, come back and grab something to eat. Everyone made sure that CJ and Nina got more than an adult share of food. They were still growing. The same consideration would be allowed for Brandy, if she was pregnant. She'd get an extra meal per day. Sierra had forgotten about that news for a few hours, but she started fretting over it again. Half of her worry was about having a new person to feed who didn't share in the work, and half was for Brandy herself. Childbirth was always a risk. Sierra had been lucky 2 times, and she was not planning on getting pregnant again and risking a third. Not at her age. Not that she had anyone with whom to get pregnant. Dev had become more like a brother to her over the years, and Kurt and she had just stopped after 4 or 5 years. No big emotional breakup, no anger, no tears, just a waning of interest, more on his side than on her own. But she hadn't tried to convince him otherwise. Her own sex drive was not what it had been in her 20s. She had a pile of green stuff from weeding the garden, tiny weeds, stems that had broken off, bug-eaten outside leaves. She carried those to the hens, who ran up to greet her. She flung the greens in 3 different directions, and the hens ran for them, spatting a little with each other over who got what. One of the hens, a big red, grew aggressive with another. The current rooster was laid back in comparison, or henpecked, literally. Sierra checked the nests for eggs and gathered them, then hunted around in the coop's dark corners for others. She went all around the hen house, making sure none of them were lying outdoors. Eggs wouldn't last long in the sun. The big red was still bullying other chickens. Generally, it was best to let hens work it out amongst themselves, but enough was enough. Sierra picked her up, avoiding the beak through long practice, upended her, and carried her upside down into the henhouse. She set her down in a dark corner. Sometimes she settled down in the dark. Not today. She got to her feet and made a run at Sierra, squawking. "Chicken stew," Sierra threatened, as she fended her off with her foot. "Chicken and amaranth? Chicken cacciatore? Chicken salad." The hen fainted at her, and then ran past her, back into the hen yard. Sierra followed. At least some of the other hens had gotten to the greens now. When the chicken ran at one group, the rooster finally got off his lazy behind and intervened, herding her away. Sierra went to pump them fresh water, and when she returned, she caught the very end of the rooster covering the dominant hen. Sex for chickens was as complicated in its way as sex for people. Sierra filled both the water dispensers and left the fenced hen yard. She needed to get the boys, hardly boys now but young men, to move it again. These days she asked them to do a lot of the heavy labor that required several hands working together. Chapter 3. A bit over a week later, everyone was at the potluck at the Quinn house except Kurt, who skipped most large gatherings. Dev looked out over the yard. The old picnic table, barely hanging on through the years of sun and drought, was laden with bowls and plates. Salads of a dozen kinds and cherry tomatoes in bowls made a colorful spread. A big covered stew pot rested on a towel that he knew had winter squash with garlic and sage in it, for he'd made that himself. His daughter was playing hostess, as his mother once did, making sure everyone was happy and had a glass of water or herb tea. She fussed over her grandfather, which Arch loved seeing, and then she moved on to the next conversational group. He was damned proud of her. Of all of them, really. The orphan girls had become almost like daughters as well, the three who lived with them. They all slept, along with Zoe, in the master bedroom. All 3 beds of the household shoved in there, wall to wall. Arch had Dev's old room with the sofa. Dev slept outside most nights, on a hammock on the porch, and if it was too cold, which it seldom was anymore, there was a recliner chair in the living room that suited him just fine. Now, they were all sitting, glasses in hand, talking with whomever they were with. The orphans tended to hang out with each other, but they weren't exclusive or rude in the least. Nina and Zoe were included in their group, and CJ when he was willing. Emily came up to him and raised a hand in greeting. "How are you?" he asked. She waggled her hand back and forth. "Anything wrong?" A head shake. She could talk, and she sometimes did, but for years she had not. Nina's arrival as a newborn had convinced her to speak again, but she often chose not to, especially around adult men. She relied on gestures and smiles. She sat next to him, and they just sat like that in companionable silence. Joan emerged from his house carrying one last tray, 2 chickens she'd baked that morning, cut into small enough pieces that everyone could have 1 or 2 bits. "Okay, let's all grab this while it's hot," she said. She didn't have to ask twice. Everyone lined up, taking their share of chicken. Everyone over 40, and that meant him too, held back while the younger people filled their plates. They went to sit on logs and stumps that were strewn around the yard as extra seating. The girls had dragged them over closer to the table this morning. Emily touched him on the hand, pointed to Arch and then to herself and the table. "I'll get Arch's plate for him," she meant. "Thank you," he said. He thanked Joan, too, when he was working his way around the table opposite her. "The chicken looks great." "Fun to eat midday for a change," she said. "Sure is nice to be out of the sun during the worst of it." They all ate slowly, savoring the unusual variety of dishes. He went back for another slice of squash. Before he returned to his own chair, he went to his father's. "Need anything else, Pop?" "I'm good." He raised his fork in salute. "Just give a wave if you do." Dev returned to his chair and dug in. It was good. There were so many things he missed. Salad dressings, for instance, and salt most of all. But herbs and hunger made every meal taste good every day. And freshness. The tomatoes had been picked that morning, everyone bringing their excess, and they were warm and fat and sweet. Just as Dev was slowing down, Brandy put down her plate and stood. "I have an announcement to make." Everyone looked at her. Troy stood and moved closer to her. He put a hand on her shoulder. "I'm pregnant. We figure maybe 10 weeks. Dev was surprised, but when he looked around at the faces, he saw that not everyone was. Made sense that her friends would know, and Misha before him, but still, he felt a little twinge of hurt she hadn't felt like coming to him. They weren't his children, but they felt a little like it, the girls in his house, Yasmin, Brandy, and Wanda. "I didn't mean to be, but I am, and I decided not to try and get rid of it," Brandy said. "You know, with herbs She cleared her throat. "If I need to apologize, I apologize." Troy said, "You don't need to apologize. Maybe me, but not you." He smiled at her, and she smiled back at him. They were of a height. Dev felt better when he saw that smile. Dev stood. If he felt like her father, or at least the only remaining uncle she had, he should act like it, despite that this new information made him far more worried than happy. Another mouth to feed. They were so close to the edge as it was, but that's not what he said. He said, "I think it's wonderful. Cheers. Let's all toast the new neighbor." He raised his water glass. Emily stood next to him and raised hers. Soon everyone was on their feet, except Arch, who may have been grumpy about the news, or may have not felt steady enough to stand quickly. They all drank, and then the young people gathered around the couple. Dev turned to Emily. "I guess it was only a matter of time before that happened, eh?" She smiled and shrugged. "You'll have to give them parenting advice. You did such a great job with Nina." He looked around and saw Nina was sitting with Joan and Pilar. Joan saw him looking their way and raised a thumb. She approved of his little gesture of the toast. People finished up with the flatbread and jam, a rare dessert treat. Everyone was making lazy comments about getting back to work, but no one was making much effort to do that, when everything about their settled lives started to change. "What's that noise?" Yasmin said. She had good hearing, for gunfire had never reached her ears. Nor car engines, nor rock concerts, nor televisions turned up too loudly. It took Dev a minute to hear it, and a second longer to identify it. Horses? He put down his plate, stood, and ran for the barn. They had no bullets, no working ammunition any longer, but they still had guns, oiled and kept clean for just such a moment. He grabbed all 3 rifles and ran them over to his father, handing him his own firearm. His daughter joined them and took his mother's. The horses' hooves thumped on their road, moved past the house, and continued on into the neighborhood. CJ said, "I'm going to get the crossbow if it's there," and he took off running across the backyards. Sierra made a sound of protest, but he was gone. She looked around, helpless. "I'll go after him," Gustavo said. "Keep him out of sight of them, whoever they are," she said, and Gustavo took off running. Art said, "Maybe some of you should get out of sight as well. Go back in the woods. Nina?" "I'm staying with Grandma," she said. But Emily got up and marched toward her daughter, and Dev thought that might not happen. "Okay then," Art said. He had dropped his plate on the ground and now struggled to get off the chair. "We should meet them, Dev. On the road, or the driveway at least." "What if they have weapons?" Zoe asked. "So do we," he said. "But ours—" she began. "Don't think about that. Pretend it's loaded. Be serious about it. Maybe they'll be convinced, but only if we're convincing." "Yes, sir," she said. She didn't often address him like that, but he had the ability to command that sort of reaction in his family, still, despite his growing weakness. Arch said quietly to Dev, "Let me hang on to you for now." "Sure, Dad." "Let's go down to the road." By the time they got there, a group of 6 men on horseback was headed back up the road. They all had guns. Chapter 4. "Remember," said Arch, "their ammunition is no more likely than ours to still be working." If he wasn't so scared, Dev would have been amused by the thought that a bunch of people might be standing up to each other, posturing with empty weapons. But his throat was dry, and his hands were sweating against the rifle stock, and he was scared out of his mind for his daughter. She stood beside him, tall like her mother, beautiful, and apparently unafraid. As they drew closer, he could see they all had a uniform of sorts. Khaki shirts, dark green pants, not 100% alike, but close enough, and so well-fed looking. It was obvious that getting food was not a challenge for them. One man called out a word, and the other 5 halted. He walked his horse forward. "You the householders here?" Arch said.
"We are."
"I'm Lieutenant Freddie Burnett," he said. "We're the desert government, or its representatives."
"Government?"
said Arch.
"I see some guys with guns. I don't see much sign of a government."
"We're working as fast as we can," he said, "putting everything back to rights. We have plans to repair the highways, to start trading centers, to maybe get a power plant back running. We're here to tell you our plans and to ask for your cooperation."
"Why the guns, then?"
Arch said. "You have guns," he said, not incorrectly.
"I'm defending my home. You, on the other hand, are trespassing on my property."
The man patted the air. "There's no need to be adversaries. We're just here to talk. And yes, we carry guns. You never know what you'll run into out here." He dismounted from his horse. "I only want to talk."
"Then leave your gun behind," Arch said. "And your men."
"I tell you what," the man said. "I'll leave 4 men out by the highway, and I'll only bring my second in command, and he'll leave his gun behind. That's the best I can do." He gestured to one man, who dismounted and handed his reins to a third man. He shoved his rifle into a leather loop on the saddle. Dev watched all of them carefully, but none seemed ready to raise his rifle and fire. They looked, in fact, bored, as if they'd done this more than once and seldom faced real resistance.
"We can talk right here," Arch said. "Say your piece. I can tell you have one. And move along."
"Looks like there are 3 houses on the road, so I'm guessing there are another 2 or 3 people at least. We prefer to talk with everyone at once." Zoe said, "Aren't you worried? Coming into a group of 6 people, as you say, with only 1 gun when we have at least 3? "People have guns, but almost no one has working ammunition. We do," he said. He smiled at Zoe, and Dev felt a cold hand walk up his spine. "Do not look at my daughter," Arch said.
"Why would you have working ammunition? Unless you're from Flagstaff, or somewhere else cooler?"
The heat had been what had destroyed the last of their ammunition. Arch had moved it out of the barn, thank God, and buried it out beyond the old rabbit hutches in an attempt to keep it cool. One hot afternoon, after 2 months of a heat wave, the ammunition had exploded, scaring everyone in the neighborhood half to death before they discovered what the noise had been. And then it hadn't been fear they'd felt, but a gnawing worry, a worry that this day would come, and they would no longer have the means to defend themselves.
"My fault,"
Arch had said after the explosion, in a rare public apology.
"I should have dug deeper."
"Can I explain this to everyone here at once?" this lieutenant guy said. "It's easier for me if I can, and the sooner I'm done explaining, the faster I'll be out of your hair." That part sounded good to Dev. If the man did indeed have live ammo in that gun, and if it were loaded into the other 5 rifles, he couldn't stop them from doing whatever they wanted. 2 bows, a crossbow, and some slings and blowguns meant for game under 10 pounds wasn't going to defend them. And he didn't have his bow in his hand. He'd gone for the rifle for how intimidating they looked. Maybe that had been a mistake. Chapter 5. His father looked back at him, and Dev shrugged, in case that had been intended as a question. Arch said,
"Fine. We'll hear you out."
He led the men up the driveway. Dev and Zoe took the rear, still doing a pretty good job, he thought, of acting as if their guns were loaded. But if they had been, wouldn't they have simply shot at the intruders from the beginning? Maybe not. Maybe enough years had passed since the first violent year that people might give visitors a chance, asking what news they had, checking first to see if they had any useful items of trade. Only then would they send them on their way, unhurt. Though these weren't merely visitors, were they? The uniforms, the guns, the horses. Imagine having horses and not needing to eat them. It was the New World's equivalent of being unthinkably wealthy. Everyone who had been eating dessert was on their feet now, and looking tense. Nina was gone, hauled off by Emily, he supposed, who wanted to protect her. She wasn't a coward, though. She'd die fighting to protect her daughter, as Dev would. "Good afternoon, everyone," the man said. "I'm Freddie, and this fellow here is Otis. I hope you're all having a productive day." Freddie was looking at the group, but Otis was glancing around, his eyes taking in everything. The barn, the garden, the porch, the hens pecking around in the yard. Dev felt a sudden, irrational wave of shame over the sun-bleached wood with no paint, the bit of rot on the boards of the shed, enlisting fence around the garden, and their own motley clothing, worn scraps and new clothes made of animal hides cured in ash and urine. A dozen different colored skins and hides making up a pair of pants for some of the men. It was ridiculous to feel any shame. They'd done damned well, all things considered. But his mother's training ran deep in him. You didn't greet company looking like a bunch of hobos, and that's exactly what they did look like. Freddie was explaining that there were other men out on the road, but that no one was going to hurt anyone here. They were simply coming with news and a proposition. "I'm from the Desert Alliance," Arch said.
"Sounds like one of those hippie conservation groups."
"No," Freddie said, not even glancing at Arch. "We're the new government, as close to a government as you've had in 25 years. Joan took a step forward and said, "Where are you centered?" Freddie shook his head a little. "We'll talk about that once we get to know each other better. Develop trust, trade, all of that. Isn't that what you want from us? Trust and trade?" "We have plans," he said. "Big plans. But it's best to plan big. You aim for the stars, and if you only make it to the moon, that's still a hell of a long way." Joan didn't appear impressed or intimidated. "What have you accomplished so far?" "We have a standing army. You're looking at part of it. In fact, it was out of the military that the government movement began. The military was better prepared than a lot of regular households or businesses back when this all went down. They were even running gasoline vehicles for 5 or 6 years after the Saudi war." Joan said, "You look too young to have been alive for it." "I was a little kid. Barely remember it. I joined up when I was 15. But it's not just soldiers in the government. There are engineers, too, and other experts. There aren't really any lawmakers or judges or anything like that. We're reinventing government, trying to build whatever we can save from the old world, the best parts, and leave all the clutter out of it." Pilar said, "And you're expanding your sphere of influence. Is that right?" You could put it that way, Freddie said. We're trying to involve more people. This is about the lowest elevation we think is worth bothering with. Anyone below you, below Payson for sure, is going to have to be on their own. Though they say probably no one is left alive down there in the low valleys. There probably wasn't. Dev couldn't see how they'd grow food or keep cool enough. Even here, the heat had killed the last of the rabbits they'd once used for meat, right around the time the orphans arrived. So we're expanding out this way and up toward Sholo. We want to repair the highways so that wagons can be pulled down them, and trade can happen. We have agricultural experts. We can facilitate trade. You have hens and some kind of grain field, by the look of it, on the other side of your road. There are people elsewhere with goats. We can take your goods and bring back other goods.
What's in it for you? Art said.
We take a percentage, an agent's percentage, and that feeds our traders and horses.
And feeds you? Art said.
We grow some of our own food, but sure, the more food we can gather, the more we can work on repairing highways and expanding civilization. Then we have to spend less time farming and can spend more time governing. Think of it as a tax. In addition to offering you defense from anyone who might hurt you, we also provide some of the labor and expertise. We might be able to help you with other things. We built windmills one place and an irrigation system. We have engineers working on setting up a power grid again. They just got it to work in a limited test.
And what was the tax on that? Arch said. The windmill repair and the irrigation.
Freddie frowned. I don't recall every case.
Just give us one example.
In a simple trade, like we bring you a goat and the breeder of goats gets 40 hens, we take 10 hens.
A 25% tax.
Or think of it as, to you, a goat costs 40 hens. What happens to the 40 hens you hand over? Well, that's not really your concern, is it?
We don't need a goat, Arch said.
You'd be a fool not to take one. Milk and cheese taste mighty good.
I've lived without, Arch said. We all have, for a good long time.
And we repair the highway, Freddie said.
We're not interested, Arch said. We don't want people on our highway. There's nowhere I want to go.
It's not your highway, though, is it? It's the government's, Pilar said. Technically, it's the old government, not yours. There is no old government. It's dead and gone. There's us now. Freddie seemed frustrated. Did it usually go better than this when they approached people? Dev couldn't imagine that it did. He said, Have you found any other people on this highway? Any other small roads like ours? What did they say? We're only concerned right now about you and us. Once the highway is repaired and traveling is easier, you can find out about your neighbors on your own. Unless things had changed since Rudy had brought the orphans up, Dev knew who his neighbors were. Wes's group down the hill, 2/3 of the way to Payson, and Payson itself. What did Payson say? Doesn't matter. I'm not talking to Payson. I'm talking to you. We're allies with Payson. If you want to put in governmental terms, or military terms, or whichever way, we're aligned with Payson, not with you. They don't have a government, Freddie said. A village thing, maybe, but not a government that expands, that facilitates trade. He stumbled over the word. Dev said, You'd be mistaken if you think that. We've done quite a bit with Payson. Not for 6 or 7 years, and precious little for the 5 or 6 before that, though that was none of this man's business.
Arch said. "You've said your bit. We're not buying what you're selling. Now you can move on."
"If we build the highway up, you will be taxed for it."
"We don't want the highway," Arch said. "We won't pay taxes, and anything you build, we'll do our best to destroy."
"With what?"
"We have explosives," Arch said.
And it was true. They had a handful of grenades that hadn't been in the cache of bullets and gunpowder that had blown up, but they had no idea if they would still work or not. They were buried separately from the ammunition that had exploded, and it seemed too dangerous to dig them up to check them. If you do, and I doubt it, you had better not use them.
"Or what?"
"We have thousands of rounds of ammunition. Or what about fire? We would set a fire here, and your houses would be gone in a matter of hours." Arch's arms were visibly shaking. Whether from the tremor he suffered or from anger, it was hard to say. He thrust his chin out and said, "Your threats don't impress me." They'd impressed Dev. Fire. The very idea made his throat dry. If they were burned out, they had nothing. Then they really would be hobos, wandering up the hill, hoping to find some wet spot they could set up a farm. Every once in a while, someone had brought up doing that on purpose, seeking a cooler and wetter place. But the discussion had never lasted long. They had too much here to easily let it go. Freddy and Arch were locked in a stare-down. Dev cleared his throat. "Look, we need time to think about this. We can't stop you from repairing the highway, but we'd rather you didn't. And surely this isn't that important a road for you anyway." Freddy finally wrenched his eyes from Arch's. "It opens up a whole section of land to trade." "How do you know there's not another government up there? You're talking about Sholo, Pinetop, up that way?" "We've scouted it from the north a couple years back," Freddy said. "Best they have is like Payson, a village leader."
"Then why not get there from the north?" Arch said.
Freddy raised his rifle. Dev heard a number of gasps. He raised his rifle too, despite that it was only a useless hunk of metal and wood. He didn't know what he was doing with the stupid, useless thing. If he aimed it at Freddy, he was going to be shot dead. But instead of shooting Arch, which is what Dev had expected him to do, Freddy pointed the gun at the chickens. He fired, and a hen fell, despite that he was easily 200 yards away. Freddy had proven his power, and he had proven his skill in one short second. He said, "Otis?" And the second man hurried over and opened the gate, then grabbed the dead bird. Freddy said, "Your first tax payment." And then he and Otis left. Everyone stood frozen, shocked, not having any idea of what to do. Zoe said, "There are more of us." 6 guns, he said to his daughter. "We'd die." His father collapsed, his rifle falling with a thump. He began to shake violently. "Grandpa?" Zoe said, dropping her own rifle and running to him. Misha was on the move too. "Mom, run back and get my medical bag." Joan took off running. "It's a seizure, I think," Misha said. "Has he had one before?" "Not that I know of," Zoe said. "Dad?" Dev shook his head. "It's not a stroke or anything like that?" "No," Misha said. "I don't think so." The sound of the horses came to him again, the men riding off, with one of their best layers too, dead, gone. Dev's worry about his father battled with his worry about their new situation. Nothing to be done about the latter right this instant. He walked over and put his hand on Zoe's shoulder. "Is he going to be okay?" he said to Misha. She glanced up, gave him a little shrug, and returned her attention to his father. Zoe reached up and covered his hand with hers. "It'll be all right, Dad." "I know." He knew no such thing, and neither did she. Funny how they gave each other the empty words of comfort. But they weren't wholly empty if it drew the two of them together. Didn't help his father's condition, though. "It's easing," Misha said. Dev watched his father's body. The fit was passing, whatever it had been. His father was pale-looking and sweaty, though sweat usually evaporated almost instantly in the dry air. "Grandpa?" Zoe said. "Can you hear me?" His eyes were open, but weren't focused on anything, it seemed to Dev. Behind him, people were murmuring together. He caught a few words. They had begun to talk about the strangers, Freddie and Otis, and what it all meant. Dev squeezed Zoe's hand one last time and turned to face everyone else. "Let's all talk about this together," he said. "Maybe we can clean up from our meal, and once Arch is resting comfortably, we'll figure out what to do." Pilar said, "What can we do?" Dev said, "We'll figure it out. We will. We're smart people, and we'll figure out something." Pilar met his gaze and frowned, but he also gave a small nod of acknowledgement. He took charge of the cleanup. "Okay, people. Everybody under 20 years old, carry the dishes to the pump. Everybody between 20 and 50, start washing dishes or wrap up any food left over. Everybody over 50 brings out the rags and—" He stopped. "I guess that's just me right now." "I need Zoe to help me move Dad," Dev said. Pilar nodded. "Ask if you need anyone else to help. He's our #1 priority." Then to everyone, "Come on, people. The sooner we clean up, the sooner we can sit down and figure out our way out of this mess." If there was a way, Dev was going to be happy to hear it. He couldn't think of a thing they could do against armed men. He cursed the heat, cursed this new threat, cursed the ammunition that had blown itself to smithereens. He cursed time itself for leading them to this moment. Chapter 6. CJ came running up a minute later. "Dad is coming," he said. "We heard something. He said a gunshot?" Dev let someone else explain to CJ. His own dad was moaning, blinking his eyes and trying to sit up. "Just a second, Arch," Misha said. "I want to make sure you're okay."
"Was I shot?" Arch said.
"No, Gramps," Zoe said. "You just fainted or something."
"I don't faint,"
Misha said. "Maybe it was just the heat." She didn't sound convinced, or convincing.
"Are they gone?"
Arch was getting his mental bearings.
"Dev?"
"They're gone. We heard them right off."
Make sure they didn't leave someone here to spy on them."
"Okay," he said. He called over. "Troy, take my place over here. Might need some help getting Arch inside." His father started to protest, but Dev didn't pay attention. He took his empty rifle, though he knew it was useless, and started down the driveway. Then he heard CJ say, "Dad!" And he turned his head and saw Kurt coming, holding his crossbow. "I could use you, Kurt," he said, and Kurt hurried over to join him with a weapon that actually worked. As they walked down the driveway and road, he explained what had happened.
"Do you think all 6 rifles are loaded and work?"
"We have to assume that. One certainly does, and the guy was damned good with it, so they practice." The other rifles looked well maintained.
If it was 2 guys, I could take them.
Kurt lifted the crossbow. Maybe they discovered 6 is the right number for this work. You think?
I don't know. It wouldn't be for Payson.
Dev said, We don't know anymore what kind of arms Payson has, or how many are left there.
True.
They had reached the end of the dirt road. At least no one was there. CJ had trailed them.
Go back to the Quinn house,
Kurt told his son.
I'll be back in a few minutes.
CJ looked mutinous, but he turned around and shuffled back up the road.
Kurt said, Split up. I'll go uphill and you go down.
Okay. Whistle if you see them.
If I still can. Out of practice.
Dev himself didn't remember many of their old signals. Danger, that one he knew. There were others, specific sounds they had made that said, all clear, or friend approaching, going left and going right. He had forgotten them, but no matter. If no one remembered them, they'd invent new signals. His stomach twisted. He had hoped it was all over. More than a decade since any sort of trouble at all had come their way. It had been before Zoe was born that they'd had an all-out battle and needed signals at all. He'd hoped to never see another battle, though this one would be short if one side had guns and the other didn't. They'd have to outnumber the enemy 10-1 to have an outside chance with a couple bows and a crossbow. He had walked fast down the slope, and now the highway began to rise again for a short while, before dropping off again toward Payson. At the next peak, he should be able to see them, if they were ahead, unless they'd gone faster than a walk. But before he was halfway up the hill, he heard a whistle. Kurt had spotted them. He turned around and jogged that way. He saw Kurt standing there, silhouetted against the blue sky, his crossbow held loosely in his right hand. It was too hot to move any faster than a jog, unless it was an emergency. The emergency today had come and gone. When he remembered losing the hen, he felt rage rise in him. And on the heels of that came a worse thought. It could have been Zoe, not just a bird. He'd also seen the way the military man had looked at her. If they were going to have to deal with these men, maybe it'd be best to keep the women out of the way. Not that he could imagine any of the women agreeing with that. They had a democracy. Nobody decided for the group, not even his father, who wished he could. The men didn't push the women around, not at all. He trotted up to Kurt. The men were no longer in sight. At the speed horses would give them, there was no way to follow them and spy on them. How many of them?
6, on horseback. Looked like they all had rifles.
Another reason not to risk spying on them. They did. At least that's all of them. I was worried they might leave someone behind.
Should I stay here and keep watch?
I don't know. What do you think?
Maybe we should set a watch tonight, just in case.
Though if they come back, I'm not sure what we can do against 6 armed men.
Hide, Kurt said. Run.
And leave the food and animals for them to plunder?
Better than dying and losing it anyway.
Die fast or die slow.
Let's get back,
Kurt said, scanning the highway one last time.
It might be time to change the way we do certain things.
They walked back together. Dev said, I hoped this was all behind us.
We all did.
The kids don't know a thing about fighting, he said. Zoe was taught to shoot, back when we had dummy ammunition. But the orphans, CJ, Nina, all they know is farming.
They can learn. A lot of them can use a sling or a blowgun. They have the hand-eye coordination.
Dev couldn't help but sigh. He really had hoped that they'd never have a problem again, that he could live his life out in peace, enjoying his daughter and his friends, and feeling as if he'd accomplished something in the evenings when the work was all done. "I hope my dad is okay," he said. "Too much for me to worry about all of a sudden. I can't keep focused on 3 things at once."
"What's wrong with your dad?" Kurt asked.
Dev explained the collapse. "I hope it isn't some new phase of his disease." Then he realized who he was talking to. It was obvious that the long-term effects of Kurt's own disease were a problem for him. "Sorry, I didn't think. That was rude of me."
"No need to apologize. We all have our little troubles, and we all age."
"Not having medicine is a pain in the butt," Dev said.
"Tell me about it."
Kurt's disease had progressed as far as it had because, while he'd contracted it in the old days, when there were hospitals and fancy equipment and thousands of drugs, he hadn't the money to treat it. Now, there were no differences between rich and poor. Everyone left alive was surely a farmer. All were equal, and all were required to work hard in order to survive. Or that was what Dev had assumed until he met the military men. They obviously ate well, but they didn't stay at home to grow the food they ate. "I need to check on Dad first," Dev said. "And then we all need to talk. I hope someone back there has had a second to think about it and come up with a list of responses, because I sure haven't."
"It might take more than a second."
They turned up the Quinn driveway and returned to find all the dishes done, and people sitting and standing around the old picnic table. "I'm going to check on my dad," he said to everyone, and he went inside his house. Zoe and Misha were in his dad's room. With only the sofa in it, there was plenty of space for the 3 of them to stand. "What's the story?"
"They're making me lie here," Art said. "But I feel perfectly fine."
"Just rest for the afternoon," Misha said. "It's the only sensible thing to do."
"I hate resting," Art said. "And there are plans to be made. Dev, you remember where the grenades are buried?"
"I do. The men are gone, though. We won't need them right this second."
"I wish the night vision equipment still worked,"
Art said. "Me too, but it doesn't. We'll set a watch tonight. The moon is out. We'll see them coming."
"You think they will?"
His father had never sounded so old to him before. His voice wasn't strong and angry, but high and thin. There was a quaver that revealed his fear. Or perhaps that too was the disease. "I don't think so. They have all the time in the world to come back and steal from us," he didn't say. "So it doesn't have to be tonight. I think they're scouting, approaching people along the highway, testing the waters." Misha said, "They won't get a very good response if they shoot an animal at every place." "I don't think that was planned," Zoe said. "I think he lost control."
"Even worse," Arch said. "Military men without discipline are the worst."
He didn't know that from any personal experience in the military, but from his extensive collection of books on the history of warfare, on tactics and strategy. "Can I trust you to lie here all afternoon?" said Misha. "Or am I going to have to make one of us stay here and sit on you?"
"Are we going to meet?"
"Yes," said Dev. "Right away."
"Then I should be there,"
Zoe said. "Gramps, I promise I'll come back right after and tell you everything."
"But I won't be able to say what I think."
Everybody knows how you think, Zoe said. But we won't make any decisions without your okay. You know how we work. Group decisions required consensus, which sometimes took longer to achieve, but left fewer bad feelings. When it came to matters that affected a single household, that was the household's business how to decide. But when it came to group matters, like the grain fields or like self-defense, that required more discussion and compromise. Dev said, I'll come back too, Dad. Zoe and I should remember everything between us.
I feel okay, he said, as long as I can sit.
You sound tired, Misha said. Try and nap if you can. I'll stay here if I need to, she said, directing that to Dev. But I'd rather be in on the discussion. You don't want to make Misha miss the meeting, Zoe said to Arch. Do you?
All right. I can't fight against all of you.
No, you can't, Zoe said cheerfully. She leaned over and kissed his forehead. I love you, Gramps. She left. Misha looked at Dev, and he nodded at her that it was okay to go. Okay, Arch. I'll check on you in a few minutes. She left too. Is there anything you want everyone to know? Dev said.
We need to hide some supplies. They could come in here and strip us of everything. But if we get food, and more importantly some seeds hidden away, we could plant again. Maybe survive until crops come up. At this time of year, with the scalding weather just around the corner, Dev wasn't so sure, but he would pass it along. Okay, he said. We'll get that organized. And if you dig up the grenades, be careful. They could go off too. Wasn't planning on it. We'll have to be desperate for me to do that. We're close to it. Possibly, Dev said. You know we'll all do the best we can. It's a good group. He grunted. Dev said, Okay, then I'm going. Try to rest. He was at the door when his father spoke. You raised a good girl there, Devlin. Dev stopped and looked back, surprised. His father wasn't full of praise. Not ever. Well, you and Mom raised her too, so you need to pat yourself on the back as well. He left, but then realized what he'd not said. He backtracked and stuck his head in the room. But thanks for saying so. How can I rest if you keep talking to me? His father said. There was the Arch Dev knew and loved. See you in an hour or two. Chapter 7. You know what I noticed, Joan said. They'd been talking for 15 minutes, not very organized about it, mostly expressing their worry and anger. They didn't have any women with them. I think it's fair to say, and I hope you guys don't hate me for thinking this, that when there are women, they can be a temporizing influence. I don't know about that, Pilar said. He glanced at Sierra. I didn't like the way they looked at Brandy, Troy said. Nor did I, Dev said. I got the distinct impression they saw women as more resources. I think our female half should make themselves scarce the next time these guys come along. None of the women liked that, and they made it known. I'm not going to hide in the trees while the rest of you have to fight, Yasmin said. Me neither, said Zoe. Sorry, Dad, but if you fight, I'm fighting right by your side. They all had their say. When that reaction had wound down, Pilar said, We have to be clear about this. It isn't going to be much of a fight. They have guns, and we don't.
Even with the crossbow and hunting bows aimed at them, we're going to take casualties at least at 5 times the rate."
"Which begs the question," Dev said.
"How many of them are there altogether?" "Has to be quite a lot," Jones said. "You wouldn't send out any more than, 10% of your troops, would you?" "Arch might know that answer," Zoe said. "Maybe there's some official rule."
Dev said, "I wouldn't send out that many, not if I could help it. I'm guessing there are at least 100 more back home."
Rod said, "They mentioned scouting Sholo from the north, so that means they must control everything in Flagstaff, right? And east to Winslow." "A lot of Indian land in there," Pilar said. "I can't imagine the Navajo taking that without a fight." Jones said, "But it's poor land. It didn't support the Indians at any point in the last few hundred years. They needed grocery stores like we did."
"But we didn't," Sierra pointed out. "We thought we did, but we didn't need them."
Brandy said, "I remember farmers' markets once a week. We traded stuff we'd grown, stuff we'd made, too, in Payson, before the epidemics."
A few nods from the other kids. "I hadn't realized that was happening," Dev said. "I wonder if they still do." "Only before the second sickness came through," Troy said. "That changed everything. Our lives most of all, but everything. I hope they're still holding it together down there."
"We need to find out," Rod said. "That's the first thing we should do. Get down there, ask them if those guys visited them, find out if they killed animals or stole food, see what they offered them, and in exchange for what."
Jones said,
"It's a long walk."
Dev said, "We can't split up our forces. We have few enough people."
Kurt spoke up, a rare thing if he was in a group.
"Better to go now and get back quickly. If those guys don't return tonight, they might not return for several more days. From the little I heard, they'll have others to approach with their offer."
"Offer? Threat, more like," Sierra said.
"Definitely threat," Dev said.
"They sounded as if they'd be working on building the highway back up no matter what, and that they'd do it even over our protest." "And tax us for it too," Pilar said.
Dev said, "You know what Dad would say to that?"
"I wouldn't disagree. Taxation without representation and all that," Pilar said. "A cleared highway means more danger for us."
"Oh, crap," Dev said. "I wonder what they'll think when they come to the destroyed place up the hill."
"Or if they'll turn around," Jones said, frowning with concern. Her face was wrinkled from years in the sun, and the frown drove the lines deeper.
Kurt said, "Horses won't be bothered by that. They'll go over or around it."
Yasmin said, "I wish I'd seen the horses. I've never seen one." A number of the younger kids nodded. Of course they wouldn't have. They'd been born after the end of oil, and after the first hunger, when horses and even dogs and cats had been eaten for food. Pilar said, "I'm afraid you'll have a chance to see them again, sooner than we'd like." Everyone went silent at that. There were only worried faces around the circle. No one was excited about a fight, as had been true way back at the beginning when they'd had the means to defend themselves. Dev broke the silence. "We need to work on our skills. Whatever hunting weapon you've been trained to use, you need to practice with it." Yasmin said, "I use a sling. Can you hurt a person with that?" Sierra said, "Maybe not kill him, but you might ruin his aim, give someone a chance to run away." better than my blowgun. Unless I got a lucky shot in an eye, it wouldn't do much damage. Hate to use up the remaining hardware on darts for so remote a chance, Pilar said. Dev passed along the message he'd been asked to convey. Dad said we need to hide some things in the woods, a cache of seeds.
Kurt said, "That won't do us any good unless there's food to carry us over until the plants mature."
4 weeks for radishes to grow, Sierra said. But we can't live on radishes.
Kurt said, "No, so we need to take food like potatoes, winter squash, sweet potatoes."
Or, Joan said, we disguise the root sellers.
"They're all in logical places," Kurt said. "They're going to know where to look if they've been doing this for a while."
How long have they been, do you think? Asked Georgia. Gotta be years, don't you think? Pilar said, looking around. Long enough to win someone over and build an irrigation system, or repair windmills. I wonder if those are to grind grain or what, and where they are. Joan said, We're taking them at their word about all they said they did. I'm not sure that's smart. Dev realized this was true. Good point. Sierra said, If we send someone down to Payson, we need to check with Wes's group too. If they're still there, Dev said. They will be, Sierra said. They were 6 years ago. At least Rudy said they were. Rudy had stayed with them for a time, way back at the beginning of all this, after his cousin was killed. When they'd helped to liberate Payson from invaders from Phoenix, he decided to live in Payson and teach children, something he'd found a real talent for with another set of children who'd been stranded up here, including Rod. Joan had made sure that group of orphans was adopted in Payson. As a minister there, or priest rather, she'd had not only standing and respect in town, but some moral authority. When the second of 2 diseases had swept through Payson and left more orphaned, Rudy had come up here and begged them to take some on. He'd kept his physical distance from them, worried he carried a disease he was immune to but they were not. But from 24 feet away, he'd negotiated the situation they had now and stayed a night on the Quinn porch. After a discussion, the neighborhood had agreed to take 6 children older than 10, but none with a sibling they had to leave behind. The age requirement was because they needed people who could carry their own weight. 10-year-old kids could hoe and weed and plant and harvest. They could preserve food. They could stand guard at the grain fields and wave away some of the birds that came for the ripe grain. Dev said, Who should go to Payson? Troy said, I would. Not without me, Brandy said. Maybe not you two, considering, Dev said. Who else is willing to go? Every hand but Yasmin's shot up. She shook her head. I'm sorry, but it's too sad for me to go down there. She'd lost a whole family, mother, father, grandparents, and uncle. I'll do anything you say, but not that. No problem, Barry said. Should all 5 of the rest of us go? 2, Pilar said. Think about it overnight. Discuss it together. And I guess Sierra should write a note to Wes's group for you to take, introducing you. She knew them best. Okay, but whoever goes, what do we say to them? Misha asked. Whoever goes would be trying to figure out what's going on, her mom said. And if the men came through, what they offered, what they threatened, if they have a plan, if we might coordinate our defense. Share information, in short. We need to figure out what we're going to do to prevent those guys stripping the farms bare, Sierra said. Beyond digging a new cellar to hide high-calorie food, and beyond caching seeds. Zoe said. And practicing with our weapons. I can set up a training schedule if you want, Dad. We could get a couple people up to speed on bows, maybe, if those guys don't come back for a few weeks. In a fight, you and I could go down, and if we do, we don't want the bows just lying there unused. Dev couldn't bear the thought of his daughter dying in a battle. He glanced to Pilar, wondering how he'd made it through Sierra's aggressive, often reckless months back at the beginning. Joan's girls were not aggressive in the least. Misha was a natural healer, and Emily would forever be shy of strangers and confrontation. Or maybe not, he thought, watching her watch Nina. Maybe she'd go all mama bear on attackers if it meant protecting her cub. Pilar said, "This makes me sick." Dev nodded. "I thought we were done with it. I've been too complacent." "Not your fault," said Joan. "Not anyone's. There was no reason to foresee this, and we had plenty to keep us busy trying to survive. There wasn't a lot of time for drilling with bows and so on." "My dad can kill anything with the crossbow," CJ boasted. "I can use it too." Sierra said, "Can you draw it on your own now?" He shot an angry glare at her. Sierra didn't appear to let it bother her. "I just meant that's something you can work on when we train in weapons. Maybe you're getting strong enough to do that now." He looked to his father. Kurt said, "Maybe. We'll talk about it later." Dev said, "Short term. We need volunteers to keep watch tonight out on the main highway. A team of 2, a couple of shifts. Who has the best eyes among the young people?" Zoe's was one of the hands that shot up. She did have good vision. So did Dev. Sierra was a bit nearsighted in one eye, though swore she hadn't started to lose her close-in vision yet. Joan had, but the Morrows, whose house it was before it was hers, had a drawer full of reading glasses, and so she had found one that worked pretty well for her. Good thing, for she did a lot of the sewing for the neighborhood. They set up not 2 but 3 shifts for the night watch. Days were long, nights were short, so no one would lose much sleep. One analog watch survived in the neighborhood, formerly Mr. Morrow's, an early 20th century pocket watch that worked as long as you wound it. They didn't need it typically, but they'd pull it out for tonight's use. It didn't need to be right, but it could be used to mark off a shift. Kurt cleared his throat. "There's one more thing we should all be thinking about," he said. "We've talked before about heading for a cooler place. Maybe it's time to revisit that idea." Chapter 8. Sierra couldn't sleep. She knew her daughter was out on the highway standing watch. She couldn't help but worry about Zoe, despite that she was an adult, and despite that she was hardly in more danger out there than everyone was back here in their beds. She climbed out of bed, careful not to wake Georgia. She went to the kitchen, grabbed a pitcher, and walked all the way out to the pump to fill it. The moonlight illuminated the dry stream bed, and the dead bleached pine shone like a ghost forest. Maybe that's what it was. A ghost forest. A ghost world. The chickens were asleep and didn't make a sound as she passed them, wearing only a stretched-out camisole and boxer underwear that had once been a t-shirt. No elastic. The waist had a tie that kept it from falling off. She set the pitcher on the deck and went in to get a glass. "Can't sleep?" Her father's voice made her start. She touched her hand to her chest, feeling the racing heartbeat. Then she answered softly, "No. I have fresh water out on the deck." "Sounds good. Grab me a glass and I'll join you." He went ahead of her. She nudged the door shut behind her, poured them both water, and sat in her favorite spot. I don't think I woke Georgia. CJ sleeps like the dead once he's down. Don't say dead, she begged. I'm so worried for my babies. Hardly babies, either of them. But I know. I worry about them. And about you. It never goes away? Worrying about your kids? Never, ever, he said. Even though I know you can take care of yourself better than I can take care of you. What do you think is going to happen? With the military, or whatever they are? You ever heard of the mob? The mafia? Sure, I saw movies. But it's been years since I thought about that kind of thing. They used to do this scam called protection. Yeah? The water was cool and refreshing. The night was tolerable. And there were no mosquitoes or biting bugs of any sort. Sometimes they got biting gnats at the end of winter, but not every year. It was far too hot and dry for mosquitoes. Small favors. A woman could sit in her underwear on the back deck and enjoy the cooler night. The mob would go around to stores in cities and ask for a payment, which they said was to protect them from bad guys. But it wasn't the bad guys who were the problem. It was the mob itself. If you didn't pay, you'd have your windows knocked out. If you didn't pay the second time they asked, they might burn your store down. Lovely, she said, meaning the opposite. Do you think that's what these guys are doing? I think maybe we should pay what they ask for before they burn the store down. We don't have any to spare, she said. Look at us. We're all skin and bones as it is. I know, he said. My belly was almost uncomfortably full after that lunch. Rare enough that happens. He sighed, and she could tell it was from pleasure, not worry. It was good food, wasn't it? Our last happy meal before disaster. Don't say that, he said. You never know what the future brings. There are good meals ahead, and maybe new friends. Not these guys, obviously, but others. Maybe a third child for you. Nuh-uh. No way, no how. That's your choice. I'm thrilled with the two you have. I can't wait for CJ to grow up a little. He will, and then you'll wish he was a kid again. Do you wish I was? Tonight, I'm glad you're a grown woman who is more than capable of taking care of herself. Which brought her mind around to her own adult daughter, standing watch on the highway. I hope Zoe's okay. She will be. She knows what to do. Run back and wake everybody if they come again. Do you think they will? Not tonight, he said. Speaking of worrying about people, do you think Arch is going to be okay? I hope so, she said. I don't want to lose anyone. He and I and Joan are all getting up there. Joan seems really healthy. Yes, and I'm fine except an ache here and there. It was worse than an ache, obviously, but she didn't argue with him. My mind is spinning about these guys and what's going to happen. I mean, I don't know, can't guess, but my brain won't quit inventing terrible scenarios. I know. Just try and let go of it. We can't change the future. We can only prepare for a couple of futures that seem most likely. They sat in silence for a time. It's funny, he said, how the moonlight dims the stars so much. Still more stars than there used to be when you could see Payson's light in the sky all the time. Even Phoenix's light polluted our skies, he said. And the trees used to be so thick and tall. We had a tiny window onto the sky back then. Sure is pretty, she said, taking a second off her worrying to appreciate the clear night sky. It is that. They sat watching the stars. A lone meteor streaked across the sky. See that? They both said together, and then they both laughed. She said, Do you think the world will heal from what we humans did to it? Will the pines recover? Will the stream flow again? Absolutely. This particular forest might regrow with something different than these pines, but there will be conifers here again. How long do you think? Oh, hundreds and hundreds of years, I would think. But it will bounce back. I won't be here to see it. We're both lucky we saw it at all before it was gone. And I feel lucky I lived half of my life when there was technology that made life easier. Think of CJ and Zoe, and Troy and Georgia and the rest of them. They've never heard a motor, or zipped through internet pages that showed them the world, or a picture of a bacterium, or felt air conditioning soothing them after a long day's work. Air conditioning would be nice. The rest I could live without. Tonight's pleasant. It's probably all the way down to 78 or so. If Kurt still had the thermometer, we could check that. Are you two not at all a thing anymore? I mean, no chance at all of rekindling that? No. I love him, of course, and I love Dev, but not like that. I think those days are done for me. Don't say that. Look at me and Joan. We still have our moments. I never planned for it, but I'm glad I got one last love. I'm happy for you. I like how you guys are together. I like that it lasted. At heart, I'm a one-woman man. I wish it had lasted with your mother. I wish it had lasted with a number of women I dated. Remember Lisette? Barely, she confessed, struggling to bring to mind a picture of the woman who had lived here right before all this happened. I hope she made it through the violent times. So do I. So Joan ends up being the one woman who lasted. It's why I never wanted us to move in together. I was afraid that it'd jinx it. I felt like a jinx on relationships back then. Maybe you can move in together now? No. We're both too old and set in our ways. A noise at the barn made her start. She stood. Who's there? It's just me, Troy called. I'm going off watch, waking up Luke and Gustavo to take their turn. Anything wrong out there? No. Quiet as can be. See you tomorrow. He went inside. Me and Zoe is headed home too, Pilar said. Good. It's not rational, but it makes me feel better to think of her safe in bed. We need to get to bed too. There's more deciding to do tomorrow, and more work if we're going to move food and seeds and maybe some canned food out to a secret cache. Digging in this rocky soil is not easy. She knew that from first-hand experience. She'd done far too much digging and hoeing in her life, too much clearing of trees and brush. Expanding their own garden into their lawn had been relatively easy compared to putting in the 2 grain fields. That had been one heck of a job. She imagined having to pull up stakes and move, carrying a sack of grain and a hoe on her back, pushing a wheelbarrow of potatoes and seeds, and starting all over someplace else. It exhausted her to imagine it. Exhaustion. A good mood to take her to bed. She wished her father good night and tiptoed into the room. She hadn't disturbed Georgia getting up, but now the young woman woke. What? Nothing. Sorry to wake you. 'Kay, she said, rolling over and folding her pillow. They met again in the morning. People had slept on it as instructed, and had developed new ideas. Joan and Misha were pressing for more food preservation. "If we need to flee," Arch, who seemed better physically, interrupted.
"I won't leave my home,"
Joan said. "Maybe it will be necessary temporarily. For a week, Arch. We'll need to eat, and we need canned foods." Pilar said, "Dehydrated would be better, and it's the right time of year for that." This was so. With so few insects, and with relentless heat, you could dry sliced vegetables in very few days. They had screens for that, and a few old sheets worn too thin to turn into clothing that they used to cover the vegetables laid out on screens. The screens would be put on sawhorses, and the sheets deterred rodents enough to let the vegetables dry. Joan said, "Do we have time?" "I imagine so," Pilar said. "And we can carry a lot more dehydrated food than we can heavy jars." She said, "Okay, if you all want, my household will do that. Everybody, bring over several pounds and we'll get to blanching. What do you think? How many pounds per person for a day?" "A pound?" Pilar guessed. "Dehydrated food, I mean." Dev said, "What about water? We have to carry water, too. We've walked every foot for miles around, hunting and trapping, and we've never seen a running stream." Pilar said, "Well, that's heavy. And what do we have to carry water with? The canteens are a pretty pitiful collection." That was true. "Maybe a wheelbarrow, not of water, but with water containers in it." Arch said again, "I'm not going to leave my home." Joan said to him, "No one wants to, but they have guns. We don't. We can't just stand here and get shot." Dev said, "If we're forced to flee, and Dad, no, I don't want to either, but we have to think of it. We'll never get back what we have here. We need to think about two futures if we do hide from them, the temporary and the permanent. If we can't come back, we need seeds with us. They might drive us out to strip what food is here, and we can return and plant here. Or they might leave guards and we'll have to plant elsewhere."
"A couple of guards we can take out with our bows,"
Arch said. "That's so," Dev said. "But if we're going to consider fleeing with supplies, we should plan it so that we can survive for more than a week. Or forever." Sierra worried. Without the houses, clothes, equipment, hen, remaining fruit trees, all of it, they might die. Unless they came upon a welcoming group. To leave their homes was to choose uncertainty at best, and maybe death. I find myself in agreement with Arch. So he and I can work on training the younger people with the bows? Arch said, sounding more angry than grateful.
"Thank you."
"I'm no good with your bows, but I do know the principles, and I can do the scout work, setting up targets, retrieving arrows." She and Arch nodded at each other. "Back to what we'd take," Rod said. "Grain will serve as both seed start long-term and food short-term, and there's not a lot of moisture in it. It's light. What if a couple of us go out and pick through the fields? It's not all ripe, but there are patches that are."
Kurt said, "Because hunting has grown poorer over the years, I think we should try and save the hens. Or one hen, with eggs. Who has a brooder?"
Sierra did. I can give her up for that.
CJ can help me. We'll knock together a small hen house out beyond my cabin. Maybe a half-mile away should do it. Keep it out of their sight.
"Hey," Pilar said. I just thought of this. I think I have the dog-carrying case from way back stored in the attic still. That'd be a way to carry a couple of hens up there, or if we had to flee with them. I'll look for it. Dev said, "We all need to think about blankets and how to maximize their carrying potential. I know I have a small backpack still, which maybe Nina or CJ can use. But we're going to be hauling all this stuff on our backs. How?" Jones said, "We have baskets, rope. We can tie them onto our backs." Sierra glanced at Arch again and saw him frowning. His disease made him weak in the afternoons, and he might be nearly as worried about keeping up with the younger people as he was about defending his land. Her father had his limits as well. She said, "We need to only go as fast as the slowest person. Whether that's Brandy because she's pregnant, or Nina because her legs are shortest, or Pilar, we need to remember that we have limits." Troy said, "We could always split up into 2 groups. The faster group goes ahead and makes camp for the night." Jones said, "I don't know that we want to walk more than a day's hike away at first. If they leave, we want to come right back. If not, or if they come searching for us, we'll need to move on."
Arch said, "We should leave someone to spy on them. I still don't want to abandon our homes, not even for a day. But you all seem hell-bent on it."
Pilar said, "We may be overreacting, of course. Maybe we can negotiate with these people. Hand over the tax without complaint." Yasmin spoke up. "We should have a system for hiding things right now. Most of our stores. If they come, and if their tax ends up being a portion of what we have, we need to make them think we have less than we do." Pilar said, "Good thinking." Sierra said, "Easy enough to store more food in our root cellars, and in the new one we dig out in the woods." Troy said, "We'll get on that. Misha, is it okay if Brandy works at stuff like carrying and digging? I mean, with the baby and everything?" "If there's lighter duty, I'd feel better about that. Brandy, you can move the dirt away in gallon-sized buckets, not too heavy, something like that. Or you can join us in dehydrating food, or harvest grain. Those are probably the easiest jobs today, and there's no reason risking your doing more." She'd probably be fine, but a miscarriage could be deadly in this new world. They talked for another quarter hour, prioritizing tasks, and everybody went off to complete their assigned work. Arch and Sierra, now without anyone to teach bow skills, both agreed to work on their own gardens as they normally would. Nina would take care of her family's farm. They went to work with renewed energy. It was hard work, and the day was blistering hot, but no one complained. Chapter 9. A week later, everything was done to prepare for what they thought were the most likely scenarios. They were back to their regular routine, with a couple of changes. The eggs out in the hidden hen house were on the verge of hatching, and they'd all set up a rotating schedule for brooding, so that there would always be a hen sitting on eggs out there, along with another hen from the same flock for company. They'd rotate chicks and their mother back to their own place, and someone else's hen would sit on her eggs out in the hidden hen house. More and more grain was coming in, and instead of waiting for a big harvest as they usually did, they were harvesting daily, picking ripe heads. For the most part, they were eaten. The grain provided a quarter of their calories every day. Potatoes provided another quarter, and they'd gone around and around in discussions on how to preserve that food source if they were forced to move. For eating, there was no problem. They could bake, slice, and dehydrate the potatoes for eating. But for planting a new potato field, they need seed potatoes, and those were heavy. "There's no way around it," Pilar said over dinner one night. "We can't possibly bring enough potatoes to feed ourselves. If we take only a few and are forced to leave permanently, the first harvest, we'd need to use it all to expand the output. It might take 2 years, planting as soon as we harvest, to get back to where we are now. And that whole time we'd be eating no potatoes. We can only prepare for a temporary absence, not a permanent one."
"Maybe we can find other food," Troy said.
"We can hunt," CJ said. "My dad is a great hunter."
"We can all hunt, even me," Sierra agreed. "But we'd have to be lucky to stumble upon enough game. 20 people stomping through the forest? We'd drive off all game within a mile."
"We'd stop, and the hunters would go out," CJ said. "Just like now."
"Your sister is good with the bow," Sierra said. "And Dev is. Arch's tremor has pretty much ended his hunting days. But the rest of us can all hunt with sling or blowgun. The problem remains. We can't hunt if there is nothing to hunt. Your dad goes out all the time, CJ, and some days he comes home with nothing."
"I imagine higher up there's more game," Pilar said. "Depends how the pines up there have fared. Pines and other flora."
"You think they're any better than ours?" "There weren't 24 living pines within sight of their back deck. The rest had all been killed from a combination of heat, drought, and bark beetles, who thrived when the trees were stressed from drought and heat. I suspect that every 1,000 or 1,500 feet you climb in elevation, it's basically what we were like 10 years prior. Another 1,000, subtract another 10 years. So you get up to Flagstaff, and it's going to look more like what we look like at the start of this." CJ said. "What was that like?" "More rain, more trees, more green," Pilar said. "More animals because there's more green forage to live on." CJ said. "Then why doesn't everybody move to the top of mountains?" "Maybe not the very top," Pilar said. "That might not work, though the timberline has surely moved up as well. But for water, you need to be lower than that. Snow falls on the top of mountains, and when it melts, that provides people lower down with water." Sierra said, "Maybe a lot of people moved north. I mean way north, like Montana." "Maybe we can too," CJ said. She said, "You want to leave your home?" "Why not? It's a lot of work to farm. If you can hunt instead, wouldn't that be easier?" "Maybe so," she said. "But if everyone left alive tried to hunt, all the animals would be gone. That happened here. There used to be a lot of deer. Between us and Payson and Wes's group, and maybe some other group we never knew of, we eventually ate them all." "That wasn't smart," he said. "You don't kill the last deer." Pilar said, "How would you know it's the last deer?" CJ didn't have an answer to that. He had said twice what he usually said at meals. Sierra wanted to keep him talking. "What's your dad doing today?" "Building stuff." "Anything you can help with?" "He says not now. He's still figuring it out." Sierra nodded. Kurt had to tinker first when he was in invention mode. But if CJ didn't witness that part of the process, would he ever be able to take over his father's role? As far as she had seen, none of the orphans were naturals at mechanical matters. They could all do a little, but no one, including CJ, had that creative spark that Kurt had. He'd made pumping water and doing laundry much easier. He'd helped preserve the refrigerators and turbines for as long as possible. And he'd invented a simple grain harvesting tool, a curved blade of hammered-down solar panel braces, honed to a sharp edge, that made short work of harvesting the amaranth.
I want to move in with Dad, CJ said.
Sierra was surprised, and then, after the initial shock, she wasn't.
Have you talked to him about that?
He shrugged.
Is that a yes or a no? She said. You can't just show up on his doorstep with a suitcase.
What's a suitcase? He said.
Pilar said, a padded box for traveling with your clothes. But Sierra is right. You can't invite yourself to move in somewhere. You have to be invited. And Kurt loves his solitude. CJ got that rebellious look on his face Sierra knew so well. I'll talk to him tomorrow about it, she said quickly, wanting to avoid a scene. If he says yes, I have no objection. In fact, she wouldn't mind a break from the responsibility. CJ was nearly grown, but not entirely. She had the feeling Kurt would be less patient with his moods than she was. Maybe that'd be good for him. You will? Sure, but I guess we'll have to supplement Kurt's kitchen for a season. He's not growing enough food for both of you. And when the eggs out in the woods hatch, the two of you could have those chickens. CJ was looking at her in shock. Maybe he'd expected a fight. If he says yes. If not, you need to accept it. Understand? And not complain to me, for it won't be my decision. He frowned, thinking about it, but finally he nodded. Sierra didn't feel hurt by the request. Not much, at least. Tonight she'd think about how to make it sound most appealing to Kurt. Even if it was just a month or 2, or 6 months, she thought they might all be better off for it, particularly CJ. If you go, I'll ask one of the others to take the couch. You guys in the barn can draw straws for it. Maybe Brandy, Troy said, since she's pregnant. Good idea, Sierra said. If you're done eating, run out and get some water for the dishes, would you, CJ? He pushed back from the table and was gone. Her father said, I'm surprised. You didn't argue at all. He'll be safer there. He may be out trapping or hunting with Kurt, and if everything goes to hell when the military returns, Kurt will be able to get him to safety. Ah, I see. He smiled. I thought you caved pretty quickly. The next morning, first thing after checking on the hens, she walked to Kurt's. He was still sleepy and rumpled. He never looked better than in the mornings. She'd woken up next to him many times, and those were her favorite times back then. Waking up and making love before starting the day. Part of her wished it had lasted. Part of her knew it could not have. Morning, she said. He grunted, letting her in the cabin. I didn't wake you? No, he said. Maybe I should come back in an hour. No, I'm okay. You know me. Can't get going most days. You in pain? He shook his head. Misha has some willow bark if you are. I'm not. He scrubbed his face. So, what do you want? Let's sit and talk. Uh-oh. No, nothing bad. Maybe something good. She'd thought last night in bed about how to approach this. With Kurt, direct was best. Your son wants to move in with you. He's here all the time, especially this last week. Do you like him? He's my kid. Yes, he is. So I love him, Kurt said. He seemed more awake now. Good. So do I. And he says he'd be happier here, and I have no reason to disbelieve that. And you want this? I want what's best for him. It seems to me we've taught him what we can, my father and myself, and it wouldn't hurt for him to see how you run your life a little more closely. There are probably 100 little things you do that might be useful for him to learn. And I'm sort of hoping he gets better at fixing things while he's here. That'd be good for everyone.
Won't you miss him?
No more than you miss him now.
He frowned at her. I feel like there's more to this than you're saying. Are you guys fighting again?
No, she said. We're getting along about the same. Not great, not awful. He's growing up, and Pilar says he tests me because of that. He certainly can do his share of the work in the garden and house, though I can't promise you he won't complain about it now and then. She explained her idea of bringing over food and letting them have the hen and chicks that were hidden out in the woods when the new brooding hen was switched out for them. You'll need the extra eggs and meat.
The pullets won't lay for another 6 months. You want this to last 6 months?
If it's permanent, that's fine by me. Isn't it with you?
I don't know. I'm used to my privacy.
He's a quiet kid, a lot like you in some ways. And in the ways he isn't like you, I wish he were. Maybe spending all this time with you will help him grow into a better CJ.
I don't know, Kurt said.
I'm worried for him. With Zoe, there's nothing I can do to sway her to keep out of those military men's way. And I know if there's trouble, she'll be right by Dev's side. But if we're overrun by these men, maybe you and CJ will be gone. And if it goes really bad, you can take him away.
I couldn't abandon you, nor the rest of my friends and neighbors.
If it means saving CJ's life, I damn well hope you will. You know, there's nothing much to this life but getting by. People used to want to leave their mark in the world. But we leave our mark with small innovations and inventions that help us survive, and only a dozen people benefit from. Or maybe it's not fair to call your invention small. Sorry.
There's your library, all those books you wrote.
He meant how she'd filled all the empty notebooks she had found with all the knowledge she could cull from everyone, including a bit of medical know-how, their hen and garden knowledge, sewing, crocheting, macrame, and every other craft people had the least bit of knowledge of. Who knew what bit she'd recorded might help someone 10 years after she was gone? The main thing I've done, that I can leave the world, is give birth to 2 healthy children. I can't bear the thought of either of them dying. But the thought of both of them dying freezes my heart. I know you can't control what happens to us over the next weeks. But if something bad does happen, please, save CJ. If you ever loved me, if you love him, make sure he walks away and survives.
Kurt thought about that for a while. I guess I have to say yes. But I'd rather it was you walking away with him.
He scratched his beard.
I don't know if I should say this.
No, you can say whatever you'd like. I'd rather that you be honest.
He'll be hurt if I say no, I don't want you here.
Yes, he would be. But he'd get over it.
Kurt sighed. It isn't that I don't love him. It isn't that I'm not willing to protect him. I just like living alone.
You let me stay overnight quite a few times.
I was rewarded for that.
He gave her a half-smile, but there was no promise of anything in it, just a gentle nostalgia. No more rewarded than I was, she said.
Can I think about it? He said.
Of course. She stood to go. She hadn't made it to the door when he called her name. He shook his head, as if at himself.
No, he said. It's okay. Tell him it's okay. It's my turn, I suppose. You've had him all of his life. I should take him for the rest of his childhood.
That won't be long. He's nearly grown. He might start a new life with a woman in 5 years. Or a man, whichever. You teach him enough building skills, he'll be able to build his own home.
It'll be good to have someone to check my trap lines, Kurt said. I was planning on hunting a bit more, going farther than I usually do. Just in case.
In case?
What if those armed guys don't kill us, but take all our hens? Or what if they come along and demand 25% of what we produce? They indicated that was their tax rate. Who is it to say they won't tax us and do nothing for us? We can't live on 75% of what we eat now. We'd slowly starve. We'd soon be too weak to do our work.
That's so.
If I can find one big animal, we can smoke it. Jerky is good for travel, too, if that's how things turn out. That we have to travel.
Is there anything out there to be hunted?
There has to be, somewhere. I saw javelina scat about a month ago, but never did find them. More than one, by the scat.
Be careful. You might be crossing into some other group's hunting territory.
Could be. I'll risk it.
Don't get yourself shot.
I'll do my best not to, he said. Go on, and send CJ over about noon. I need to do some things first.
And it was that simple. She felt a twinge as she helped CJ pack, and she shed a few tears as he went out the back door alone. She packed up a week's worth of food to carry over right away. But her tears evaporated as she remembered that the soldiers hadn't ever seen Kurt's cabin. They'd only spoken of 3 houses on the road. Her son was safer up there with the man who was not only his father, but who had the most lethal weapon they still possessed. That night, feeling the absence of her son, she couldn't get to sleep again. The quarter moon wasn't up yet, but the stars were bright enough to cast dim shadows. The air smelled of dust and drought as always. Her father joined her again on the deck. They sat in silence for a time, and Sierra looked up and noticed something different. Look over there, from my angle, just beyond the left blade of the center turbine. Is that a cloud? Sometimes little clouds became big ones and brought rain. I need to move over there to see, he said, and came and put his head close to hers. Nope. That's a galaxy, not Andromeda. I think maybe it's the Whirlpool Galaxy. How do you remember that? I'm not sure. It's funny getting older. You forget where you set down the knife 3 minutes ago, but you can recall something you heard once 40 years ago with perfect clarity. He went to sit across from her again. The stars are beautiful, aren't they? They are. You miss him? I do. It's like I can feel him not being there in the living room, asleep. But it's better this way. And to tell you the truth, I can use a break from the little battles with him. Just being a kid, testing you, finding out who he is. I hope he has that chance to find that out. With a new threat, that was no longer a certainty. Her father was silent for another few minutes. Then he said, It's a comfort, the stars. They were here before us, and they'll be here after. No matter what happens to us, or to humanity overall, the earth will go on, and the stars will go on. I'll die, and you'll die, and CJ will too, but I hope that's 70 years from today. But the stars, their beauty won't die for billions of years. Chapter 10. 9 days after CJ moved to Kurt's place, the soldiers returned at mid-morning. Dev heard them coming from the time they turned onto their road. He gave the whistle signal they'd all worked out, and everyone flew into action. The day's harvest was hidden. If Dev had his way, all the young women would have hidden themselves, but they all balked at the suggestion. The only one who had agreed to that was Emily, who promised she would take her daughter into the woods at the signal. Nina was almost the same age that Emily had been when Payson's invaders had assaulted her. Dev couldn't begin to imagine the unique fear she must be feeling. Everyone had worked out their own temporary hiding places for food. Dev saw Zoe taking the basket of eggs to the root cellar entrance. Not very well hidden if these men did a thorough search, but out of their sight at least. His father had insisted on leaving the morning's harvest in a basket every day, and Dev was glad he had, for it was easy to run inside the house and move that morning's basket from the kitchen to the closet in his father's room, and cover it with a pile of towels. He passed his father, who was going for his rifle in the barn, for all the good that would do them. They disagreed over that, too. Dev figured they may as well give up the posturing with empty guns. Had they had ammunition, they'd have fired last time when the hen was shot. The masquerade was over. But his father wanted his gun, and it wasn't worth arguing over. The men were coming closer, and Dev could tell that there were more of them, and something out there was squeaking. A horse neighed. Troy came running around the side of the house and straight to Dev. "They have a big wagon," he said. "How many men? Only men? Or women, too?" "All men. 10 at least. All with rifles." "You get into the woods with the bows." The 2 best new students of the bow were supposed to get behind cover and watch what happened. "Okay," he said. "Have you seen Brandy?" "I know you're worried about her, but she knows what to do. Trust her." They debated who should confront the men if they came back, and who should have the weapons. Dev and Zoe were better with the bows, but Dev felt it was shirking his duty to hide. He needed to confront this new enemy with words, and to have a chance to keep his father from making things worse. So he didn't want to be stuck in the woods, out of sight. Zoe ran up to him. "Ready," she said. "I wish you'd go up to the new hen house," he said, not for the first time. "And leave you and Gramps alone? No." She grabbed his upper arm and gave it a squeeze. "I love you." "I love you," he said, though the words choked him. It felt too much like saying goodbye. She let go of his arm and backed off a few steps. 5 men came walking up the driveway, without horses. Dev's throat was tight and dry. He swallowed convulsively. There was Freddie, but he was walking in back of another man who Dev knew in an instant was the leader. He had some sort of insignia on his shirt sleeves, and he carried himself like a man used to command. He was young enough he couldn't have been in the old military for long, if he had been at all. He was white, and his head was shaved, and his back was straight. "Who's in charge here?" he said.
"I am,"
Arch said. Yasmin and Brandy walked up just then, looking wary but brave. "We're a democracy," Yasmin said. "No one is in charge except in one home."
"Democracy is good,"
the leader of the men said. He had a rifle, but it was slung over his back. He walked up to Arch and thrust out his hand. Arch just stared at it for a moment, but then he reached out and took it.
"Commander Hugo Vargas, 1st Infantry East," he said.
"Arch Quinn," his father said, letting go of his hand.
"I hear there was trouble here last time with my men. I want to apologize for it." "Your man there," Arch pointed at Freddie. killed one of my best laying hens." "We don't do that," the man said. "Lieutenant, come forward and apologize to this man."
Freddy marched smartly forward and saluted his commander. Dev took this all in, every detail, wondering what it was telling him about these people. All male, disciplined, with a hierarchy. Was that good news or bad news for him and his family? Discipline was better than rogue men, but discipline was harder for him to fight. Freddy said, "I lost my temper when we met. I'm sorry about your animal." Commander Vargas nodded.
"There," he said. "I hope we can start all over now." "It doesn't pay me back a hen,"
Arch said. Slowly, deliberately, Vargas removed his rifle from his back. Dev tensed and took a step in front of Zoe. She touched his back and moved back to his side so she could see what was going to happen. Dev was certain his father was about to die, his belligerence finally catching up to him. He didn't know what to do. If he ran forward, all he'd do is get himself shot faster than if he did nothing. Vargas didn't raise his rifle to aim at Arch, as Dev was expecting. He reversed it, and he took 2 strides to Freddy, who didn't move. He did wince, knowing before Dev what was coming. Vargas popped him in the temple with the rifle butt, with a sound loud enough to make Dev start. Freddy dropped to his knees and swayed, but the lights didn't go totally out. Vargas had this down, knew how hard to hit. It chilled Dev to realize that.
"There," he said, turning to Arch. "That settle the score?" "I still am short 1 hen,"
Arch said, not giving an inch. That was his dad. Freddy staggered to his feet and got back into formation.
"I admire your grit, old man," said Vargas. "But let's get real here. If you had ammunition, you'd have shot at my men before they came close to you last time. And unless you have our storage facilities, you don't. And no one does beyond a few people who've had a few rounds. Or rather, we've not seen it yet. Either your primer went bad and you can't fire the bullets, or your powder oxidized, or the stabilizer went bad and you had an explosion. I see some patches on your outbuilding there, so I'm guessing the last." He was right about the explosion, but the damage to the shed was from fire. Dev felt happy that Vargas didn't know the truth, until he realized how pitiful and powerless that made Dev himself to think that way. Did it matter, the details, when Vargas was right about the important fact of no ammunition? Vargas glanced around at the other 5 who were standing there. "There's a man in the woods with a bow," he said, and he pointed straight at where Troy was hidden. Dev knew exactly where Troy was, and he couldn't see him. This man was no dummy. Dev waved Troy in. "Unless he's a hell of a shot, he's only going to wound one of us. Considering, I'd say there's an even chance he'd hit you, Mr. Quinn. And if you had bullets for that rifle you're holding, which you don't, your hand is shaking enough that I doubt you could hit anything either. Not that you'd have had rounds enough to keep in practice, which you also haven't." Arch looked shaken, and Dev felt sorry for his father. Yes, he was full of bluster and posturing, but no one had ever taken him down for it. This was a first in his life, and Dev watched his father deflate, feeling pity and sadness. He was worried his dad would have another episode, seizure or whatever it had been, but he didn't. Arch lowered his rifle, though he tried one last bluster. "Maybe you don't see our other weapons."
"Maybe I don't," said Vargas, pleasantly enough.
"But I've been through this more than 36 times, with various groups, from the Painted Desert down to Payson. And I know how it goes. You aren't warriors. You're farmers. That's how you live. And I respect you for it.
Dev admired the man's control while still hating the man, and he appreciated the technique in him throwing his father a line, offering him something to feel proud of in the midst of his humiliation. What did the books call it? It had been years since he'd read any of the military manuals. Psyops, that was it. Psychological warfare, played at the personal level. Dev swore to himself never to forget that, never to trust this man. Hell, look what he'd done to his own man, clouding him in the head. More than ever, he wanted Zoe out of here, out of their reach, and out of their sight. Vargas said, "We have our job, and you have yours. We help coordinate the government projects and expand the land that's organized and in the government's control. When the projects benefit you, you're taxed in farm products. That's the situation."
"That's the deal you're offering?"
Arch said.
"I'll pass."
Dev had to admire his father as well. He was in a battle of words without anything to back up his threats. He'd been humiliated, but he was still trying. Dev spoke up. "We all pass. Everyone in the neighborhood. We don't want your highway, and we don't want any trade." Everyone else made a noise of agreement, including Troy, who had joined them, the bow not in his hand. He must have left it in the woods. Vargas looked to Dev and considered him.
"You couldn't have been, what, 20, when all this began?"
"Good guess," Dev said. He'd been 16, but he knew not to give any truth to this man that he could hide.
"Did you see any action?"
"Why do you want to know?"
"They say, down in Payson, that you helped them back then. That was a good thing to do."
"Against people much like you," Dev thought, but didn't say. He wished people in Payson hadn't been so forthcoming about their history. He hoped very much they hadn't revealed their exact location. But no, these men would have found them anyway. The turnoff to the road was clear enough. After years of seeing no one at all moving on the highway, they'd quit disguising it.
"Don't worry," Vargas said. "They didn't give away your location. In fact, I was only guessing it was you they meant. We've seen 4 groups it might have been."
Was he a mind reader too? Dev knew he wasn't. He just understood what their position was, what Dev was thinking. But Dev couldn't see easily what this man was thinking. He tried to figure it out later, try to imagine the possibilities, because that difference in understanding your enemy, that might be the worst deficit of all. For now, he tried this approach. "We appreciate what you're offering, but we don't want it. We want you to move along now and let us be. We won't bother you, and you won't bother us."
"We won't bother you. I know you don't see it yet, but we're here to help. In fact," he said, "we even brought something for you. Scooter?"
A man came up from the back of the line. He had a pack on, and he took it off. He saw the picnic table and said, "There?" And Vargas nodded at him. He carried the pack over to the table, opened it, and pulled out a cloth-wrapped bundle about the size of a round melon.
"Go on," Vargas said. "Open it."
None of them moved.
"It's not a weapon,"
Vargas said, the first hint of impatience creeping into his tone.
"I'll do it,"
Arch said. He walked over, laid his useless rifle on the table, and opened the package. Dev kept an eye on the man.
"What is this?"
his father said.
"Goat cheese," Vargas said. "Good and salty, too. We'll all sit down to a meal. You provide vegetables and fruit, whatever you have extra of, or some of that grain we saw along your road would be interesting. We don't see a lot of grain. Some hard beans, like kidney beans, those are common. But grain, no. We sit down, we put our weapons aside, and we share a meal. I explain to you in more detail what we're proposing."
Art said,
"And what if we don't like it?"
"Listen first," Vargas said. "That's all. Just listen. And think about it. That's all I'm asking." It wasn't lost on Dev that his father's question hadn't been answered. But Dev could guess the answer. If they refused to cooperate at first, they'd be forced to. Or maybe they'd be killed, or driven out, and other people would come to take over their land and houses. If this government was at all successful, the population near their center would be expanding again. They'd need more land to farm, and this land was good, cleared and augmented with years of compost and ashes from their cook fires. It was worth more than gold, which his father also had some of, hidden away in the woods. Maybe they could be bribed with that. No, gold was useless. A civilization had to be operating far advanced of this level for it to matter. You can't eat gold. You can't plant it. You can't even wipe your butt with it. Hell, the obsidian they turned up when clearing land was a more useful mineral. At least you could make scrapers for animal skins out of that. He wasn't worried about these men taking over the farm for themselves to work on their own. That's clearly not what they did. They hadn't chosen labor like this, planting and harvesting, to claw out a bare living. They had chosen something else. They wanted others to grow their food for them, to do the hard work for them. But it didn't matter to them if it was Dev who farmed it, or another family they'd bring up here after they'd cleared Dev and the people he loved from their land. Again, Dev tried to think what this Vargas was thinking. He disdained them, no doubt. He thought his work was higher somehow, higher status, easier, and it was that by a long shot. Serfs. The word popped into Dev's mind. That's what he and his friends and family were to them. This was the Lord coming by to demand his portion. But back in the olden days, lords owned the land, and they gave it to serfs to work, and they took their portion of food and labor both for the favor. But this was not that situation. This was his land, damn it. He didn't want to invite these men to eat. They couldn't spare the food. But he did want to know about them, not to join their scheme, or to give in without a fight, but so that he knew who and what he was fighting. Was one meal too much of a sacrifice to learn something that might help them defend against this new threat? "All right," he said, and he could feel every head turn toward him. "We've eaten this morning, but we'll sit down to eat with you. It'll take a while to get it ready. Do you have water for our horses?" "I suppose." He pointed to Zoe without saying her name. "Organize some green salads, sliced tomatoes. Don't start a big fire, just a small one. Scramble up some eggs on it." He turned to Vargas. "How many men do you have with you?" 12. Dev wondered if the number meant anything at all. He remembered it, in case it ever became important. He'd remember every little detail, including who stood where and what they called each other, who deferred to whom, all of it, every nuance. He pointed to Yasmin. "Go get the older man next door, and my ex, and the Reverend." He didn't want to use any names. To share any information at all with these men would be to give up a crumb of power. and there weren't many crumbs to cling to in the first place. There had to be some way out of this. Had to be. He was determined to find it. Chapter 11. An hour later, most of the neighborhood sat to eat with all but 2 of the military men who stayed out on the road with the wagon and the horses, and all of the rifles but 1. Emily and Nina were hidden away, and CJ and Kurt weren't here. Dev wished he knew if they were around, watching from a distance, or out on the trap line. The military men had all left their rifles with the 2 guards out on the road, except for Vargas, who it seemed was going to eat with his. If only Dev had some way of communicating with Kurt, and if Kurt were around, he might be able to tell him to kill the 2 guards and capture the rifles, and whatever else was in that wagon. That would leave the leader here with 1 weapon, and there were a dozen from the neighborhood around the table. They could jump him before he got off a shot, bang him on the head with the fry pan. Something. Anything. A voice in the back of his head asked if he might be overestimating the threat these men posed. But he pushed it down. His experience, his gut, his brain all told him the same thing. These men were not their friends. For now, he needed to live long enough so that this situation repeated itself. Because if they came back and their guard was down like this again, he could have that sort of ambush prepared. The thought came to him with the sharp mental clarity of battle readiness. Except for a few times when Zoe had been hurt so badly there was blood involved, he'd not experienced this state in a long while. All his senses were turned up, and his mind was capable of thinking on 2 tracks at once. All the while he passed the corn salad and the sliced tomatoes, and schooled his expression into a pleasant one. His father was not seated. He stood to the side, arms folded, every line of his body showing his defensiveness, his lack of willingness to sit with these men or listen to what they had to say. Dev wished he had 3 minutes alone with his father, to tell him to pretend to be cooperative and willing to negotiate. It was the only way to get enough information to act on, and it was better to make them believe Dev's group would think about the proposals they offered. A pretense at cooperation might buy them some time. From the neighborhood, there was Arch, Dev, and Zoe, 7 of the orphans, Pilar, Sierra, Misha, Joan, and Rod, 10 of the strangers, 15 of them. At one level, Dev thought it was good the numbers were close to even. At another level, he'd just as soon have 30 people in reserve that they didn't know about. And why might there not be 30 more? If they'd been down to Wes's neighborhood, that would have been the case. Or Payson. There was a 4th place, where Rudy had originally lived that, if it still existed, was probably a smaller community. Dev wondered if it was one of the places that Vargas had referenced. Futile as it was, Dev wished for some form of communication with their distant neighbors that didn't involve a 2-day hike, something like old cell phones. To Zoe and everyone younger, tales of such devices sounded as unlikely as dragons and magic from the fairy tale books. Vargas was talking about the irrigation system they'd built. And the fields more than doubled their yield. Pilar nodded. He seemed to be of a mind with Dev, listening and pretending interest. Could be that he actually was interested. Arch stood glowering 15 yards away, like some dour background figure in the Renaissance paintings in that art appreciation book Dev still flipped through from time to time, probably representing fate or something like that. Pilar said, "Have you replicated that in other places? And was that in the valley or in the mountains?" "Near a river in a high valley," Vargas said. So cottonwood, maybe? Pilar said. Vargas wasn't going to be manipulated into giving away much.
Somewhere like that. As you can imagine, we don't like to be too specific at this point. We don't want anyone attacking a stable group of farmers. We protect them as we'd protect you from outside attack. But why invite that attack?
Joan said, Do you get a lot of that? Roving bands or stable communities trying to expand by taking over neighboring communities? We don't see that here.
She smiled.
Dev thought she was also of a mind with him. Pump them for information. For Joan, she might wish to gently challenge their view of the world. Or maybe the world outside their road was like that, still violent, with every farm having to be defended many times over the years. Vargas returned Joan's smile.
We don't see a lot of that, no. But you can understand us wanting to protect our investment.
Sierra said, They have even more invested, wouldn't you say? It was their land before, more than likely. Their seed stock, their labor to plant the farm.
It was our organizing the labor to double its yield with irrigation, he said. Now, in your case, there isn't all that much land to farm, it seems. It's a short road. I have to confess, it'd be a low priority to double what you produce, though the food you grow is good.
He bent his head and forked up another tomato slice. They were eating the cheese the men had brought as a peace offering, or bribe. It was almost too salty for Dev, after years of eating almost no salt. But his body responded to the fat in it, and it was hard to not grab it and gobble it right down. He felt the same way about chicken skin whenever they ate cockerels, and they portioned out the skin and fatty bits of chickens with great care, so that everyone had a share. Same thing today with the cheese. He could see more than one set of eyes linger on what remained, covered with the cloth it came in. They divide what was left into portions, and each household could finish their share a few days from now. Even those missing from the table would get a few ounces each. Focus. Sierra said, So what is it you could do for us?
The highway and trade, first of all. You'll get more goods like this cheese. But tell me your wish list.
Sierra glanced around, saw no one about to protest except Arch, whose posture screamed of protest with every word uttered. Paint is one thing, if there's any outdoor paint. The sun is going to tear down our houses from under us, slowly but surely, and a coat of paint on everything would give us an extra 4 or 5 years.
Vargas said, If you don't get it, what would you do?
Patch until we can't anymore, the way we're doing, and then replace them with log cabins. With all the dead trees, we have plenty of logs to work with.
Unfortunately, dead trees aren't much of a trade item. Everybody has those.
Pilar said, I assumed that. It'd be inefficient to haul them anywhere you might want them. Energy equations. Even your horses would need more fodder to pull heavy items.
Vargas nodded. That is true. Now Scooter here, he's one of our horse experts.
He gestured at one of his men with a fork. Scooter was one of the older men, sitting across from Dev. He ducked his head, embarrassed it seemed to be singled out. Dev asked him, Where did you learn about horses? Family had a ranch, he said, and then he went back to eating. The men weren't being rude about eating, at least Dev could say that for them. They took a reasonable amount from each bowl or plate and passed it on. He hoped they left today without demanding more food. But if they did demand it, what was to stop them from taking it? All they had to do was walk 1 minute down to get their rifles, and all arguments would end. That threat was there, a steady undercurrent. An old phrase came to Dev from before times. Flavor of the day. That was it. Threat and fear were the flavors of the day, despite all this polite sitting around tables and goat cheese and pretending to be nice.
Which brings me to the next topic, Vargas said. Do you have any specialty goods we could take with us, to show around? It is possible that something you make is exactly what others want.
Dev thought of the slings they made with small animal skins, and knew that wasn't something to mention. No mention of weapons. No mention of whatever they needed to survive and could not spare. Jones said, I weave baskets. I can give you a couple of small ones to take with you, I suppose. No one else said anything for a long time. Vargas smiled, under calculating, soulless eyes.
Surely, there are other things you make.
It was clear to Dev he wasn't interested in baskets. What was he interested in? Sierra said, We have a lot of one-of-a-kind objects. We can't give them to you for we depend on them. The knowledge of how to make them is really all we have to trade, and we can only trade knowledge once.
That's so. But sometimes a gift of knowledge goes a long way toward greasing the wheels of commerce.
Troy said, What's commerce mean? Dev realized there was no reason they'd have ever used that word, or economy, or many others. Trade, he said. Then why not say trade? Otis, the man who had been here twice, spoke up.
I agree with you. Why are there so many words in English for the same thing?
Vargas glared at Otis. Dev realized he hadn't given anyone else permission to speak, and this man had broken some sort of rule. He wondered if he was about to see another man punished physically.
Anything else you have?
Misha spoke up. Medicines? I have some herb knowledge, but if anyone has any other medicines, or even herbs from different climates, we could trade those.
Vargas said, Could you make a list of what you have?
The names I know I can, Misha said. I've had to make up my own names for others I've found.
Maybe you can draw a leaf or flower if you don't have any whole ones. Any art talent?
I know someone who does, Misha said. I could do that for you. Probably only a list today, but drawings eventually.
Arch said, Unless you decide we're not worth it, and just leave us alone from now on. Meaning, this is the last time you'd be here.
Vargas turned to Arch.
Everyone is worth it, and you're on a highway we'll improve, so you're in our territory. Arch said, This is my house, my property, my territory. You're going to take it from me?
Am I? Vargas said.
What was said here today that makes you think that? Governments always take more than they give. It's their nature.
Dev had heard that kind of thing growing up more times than he could count. It's part of what motivated his father to take his family off the grid. Make at least half of what you need to survive, food, and you had to work less, so you were taxed less, and blah, blah, blah. What Dev would give to have the chance to go back to those times, to show Zoe a bigger world, with more to buy, shiny new things that hadn't been used up, tools without wear, painted walls, new sheets and clothes that weren't patched 100 times over, governments that used at least some of your tax money to benefit you. He certainly would pay a tithe for that. Not that he believed this group would bring that to them. He felt nothing but distrust for these men. The killing of the hen, the way Vargas has physically punished his own man. All these fake questions, pretending to share a friendly meal, and none of it was real. There wasn't a sincere bone in this man's body. Dev didn't say that aloud. He said, "It sounds intriguing. Do you have someone down there who's a smith? Makes new tools, that sort of thing?"
"We have someone who keeps wheels in repair, weapons and horseshoes. He's part of the military, but we haven't encountered a true blacksmith yet. Who knows, though? We may yet."
Arch said,
"No way anyone could keep a forge going."
"I don't know," Pilar said. "There's plenty of wood. It might be a once-a-year sort of endeavor to fire up a forge, but if someone had the tools, the metal stock, maybe there is one that operates periodically."
"Again, we haven't seen one, but you could be right," Vargas said. "Well, this was good food. The rest of the cheese is yours to keep. If you'd run off and get those baskets and list of herbs before we go, that'd be useful. And if we could water our horses once more."
Water they had, Dev said, over his father's objections. "Sure, you young people, why don't you all fill buckets and take them out to the road?" He looked at Vargas. "Buckets okay?"
"If you have a wash tub or something larger like that we can use, not take, just use to let the horses drink from."
"We do," Dev said. "I'll get that." Rod said, "I'll help carry water. You have 12 horses?"
"Yes,"
Vargas said. "I don't know what horses drink. A gallon per horse?"
2 would be better."
Sierra said, "I'll help too. That's a lot of water to carry." She went off across the yard and then turned. "If you can bring 4 or 5 horses up to the second driveway, I'll have to tote it a shorter distance from my well."
"Okay," Vargas said. "I'll do that. Scooter?"
"Yes, sir," Scooter said, and he jumped up and hurried down the driveway. Dev was glad they seemed to be nearly on their way. No one had been shot this time. Not people and not hens. Except for Arch, the neighbors had all played nice. The only problem was, he wasn't sure how much more he had learned about this government or these men. He said to Vargas, "When can we expect you back? And what will you want then?"
"Could be as short as 10 days. Vargas said. "We won't want anything at all. Maybe another meal, but we'll bring jerky or something to share, just like we did the cheese. Smoked trout is a possibility. That sound good?"
It sounded wonderful to his taste buds, but Dev didn't like how much it was going to cost in the future. "Will it be you or another person? And by the way, do you have any women in your army?"
"Probably me. We don't let women serve in the Outriders."
The term sounded official, like it deserved a capital letter. "But they do serve."
"Of course," Vargas said. "At the base. Why? You want to volunteer someone?"
"No," Dev said, a little too vehemently, he realized. "We like things the way they are."
"You'll like them better once you have trade partners," Vargas said.
Dev said, "You do, recruit people for your army?"
"Not often," Vargas said.
Arch said,
"You don't Shanghai anyone? Draft them?" "No. We're careful who we let in. Last thing we want is a reluctant draftee."
Arch said,
"What about when you lose people in battle?"
"We don't lose people in battle," Vargas said.
"We always have the upper hand."
He looked around.
"Always."
A reminder, not that Dev needed it. that he and his group were outgunned. An hour later, they'd gotten their water, taken 2 small baskets and a list of herbal medicines Misha provided, and had gone on their way. "That wasn't awful," Pilar said, once the sound of the horses' hooves had faded.
"It was a disaster," Art said. "They ate our food, and what did we get?"
Sierra said. "Not killed?" "Amen," Joan said. "We're alive, and we have 10 days to keep training and to come up with a plan."
"What the hell plan can we come up with?"
Arch bellowed. "Dad, sit down, would you?" Dev said. "I don't want you upset again."
"I'm going out and digging up those grenades."
"Pop, don't. We don't know if they're about to explode. You hit that container with a shovel, and that might be the end of you."
"You can't tell me what to do,"
he said, and he marched off to the barn. Zoe said, "Don't worry, Dad. I'll stop him." If anyone could control Arch, it was his granddaughter. "Don't you put yourself at risk. If he decides to blow himself up, you get well away from him." It wasn't that Dev wanted to lose his father, but if it were a choice between his daughter and his aging father, he'd pick Zoe every time. Misha said, "Don't worry, Dev. I doubt he has the energy to dig a hole. Not as hard as the ground is right now. Not in the afternoon after the stress of today. Tomorrow morning, he might have the energy." Dev rubbed his forehead. "I guess I need to dig them up this evening, to keep him from doing it tomorrow." "No, don't," Joan said. "He's right about this much. We have to try," Dev said. "At some point, we're going to have to defend ourselves. That became clear to me today." "I wish that wasn't so," Sierra said. "But I'm afraid you're right. But maybe we should draw lots to see who takes the risk with the grenades. Anyway, I'll start the cleanup." Yasmin, Wanda, and Barry all volunteered to help. His father hobbled past, a shovel and a pickaxe over his shoulder. Misha was right. He was weaker in the afternoons, and he'd been standing the past hour or more, so he probably couldn't dig a hole. Dev knew Zoe would come and tell him and Misha if his father collapsed again. Dev went to use the outhouse, needing a moment alone to order his thoughts. What could he do? What hadn't they done that they needed to do to prepare for the next visit? What hadn't they thought of yet that might help them survive this encounter? He stepped out of the outhouse to see Sierra standing there. "Next," he said. "I want to talk to you alone, actually," she said. "Okay. What?" "I want to keep Zoe safe. Is there any way to convince her to stay out of sight of these men?" "I tried," he said. "I'm sure you did. Maybe if I talk to her." "I wish you would." "I could remind her of what Emily suffered. And me." "Her? Oh, right. Some guy had attacked her in the barn, right back at the beginning of all this. He hadn't gotten very far before Kurt had arrived, and Dev had forgotten about it until now. I hope that helps. Every time I see one of them look at a woman, it's like a wolf eyeing an animal struggling in a trap. I get the feeling that—" She shook her head, unable to find the right words. "It's like they're worming their way in, trying to look innocent, even helpful, but it's not going to stay that way." I agree, 100%. He wasn't interested in baskets or herbs. That was all BS. I don't trust them farther than I can throw their horses. "Did you see their wagon?" "No, I did. I don't think it's merely a wagon to carry goods. It has these studded things on the wheels, and it's heavy enough that 2 horses pulling it weren't having an easy time getting it started. The sides are lined with leather, over metal maybe, for defense against projectile weapons. A war wagon, he said. Never heard the term, but yeah, that's what it is. There were notches in the sides, for rifle barrels, I think. Like those things at the top of castle walls? She drew them in the air. Crenellations, he said. How do you know that word? I don't know, he admitted. Read it at some point, and it popped into my head just then. Funny what the mind can hold on to, even if you aren't using the fact. He pointed to the outhouse. You need it? I guess I'll take advantage. We'll probably be talking a while. Wait for me, and we can talk more about Zoe on the walk back. Okay, he said. He stepped away and looked around his home. The outhouse had been put well beyond the house and gardens, probably too close to the stream this time, but then there was no stream anymore. They moved it every year to a new location. Every year, they went back to the location of 3 years past and dug up the soil in the area, which was richer for the composted human waste, and top-dressed the remaining fruit trees with it. Nothing went to waste, not even their own waste. Where the old septic fields had been behind each house was some of the most fertile garden land they had. They composted everything, trimmings, eggshells, wet herbs left over from tea. It was habit, one of many habits braided together that kept them alive. A hawk cried in the distance, a lonely sound. Sierra emerged from the outhouse. If we lose this place, he said, pitiful as it is, I'm afraid we'll lose people from starvation. We can't carry enough food to last much more than a week. There's hunting. Imagine carrying seed potatoes, or pulling them in a wagon, and imagine carrying seeds. We're walking and walking, growing weaker, and the hunger is gnawing, and there are the potatoes, the grain, edible. Who would have the strength to continue starving to preserve the seed stock? I would, Sierra said fiercely. To give my kids a chance, I would. Then she looked sheepish. Or, I hope I would. You never know until you live it. No, you probably would. You're mentally strong. One of the strongest people I've ever known. He pointed. Let's detour through the orchard. They switched directions and went to stand under the remaining fruit trees. Sierra pointed up and said, It would take 10 years to grow a fruit tree to maturity, wouldn't it? Probably. And you might be surprised at what you grow. Some of our trees were grafted. Berry bushes would produce quicker. And there should be wild berries up there somewhere. Dev shook his head. We need to save this kind of talk for the whole group. It's Zoe I'm most worried about. What can I do to help? I don't know. She's a grown woman, and she's a confident person. I'm not sure I can push her around anymore. Sierra smiled sadly. You never did push her around much. Didn't have to. She was a cooperative kid, wanting to please. A look of disappointment from me was usually enough. I have less influence than you. I'll talk to her, but I don't think we're going to get her to hide in the woods when those men return. Maybe if she has a job to do. Looking after your father? Ha, Dev said, without humor. Keeping Dad away would be even harder than keeping Zoe away. I wish you could, though. His attitude is going to backfire on us one day. I'm not saying he's wrong, mind you. He just needs to keep his rebellion to himself for now, until we decide what, if anything, can be done. I was thinking the same thing. But I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe it's good someone shows a belligerent attitude. They might think there's bite under his bark. Bite is about all we can do. There's Kurt's crossbow. Which reminds me. What? Again, something to talk to the whole group about. Since we can't figure out what to say or do to keep Zoe safe, beyond having you talk with her, I guess we need to get a meeting started with everyone. They walked back up to the picnic table area. As they approached, so did CJ. Dev looked around, didn't see Kurt, and called to the boy. CJ, is your father here? He's cleaning game. He had me bring a rabbit. Rabbits were rare. The same heat that had killed the domesticated rabbits had driven the wild ones to cooler climes. Would you run back and ask him to come over? He can bring the game if there's a lot of it, and we can all help clean. We need to talk. Okay, the boy said, and he took off running across the backyard. Yasmin said, What do I do with the rabbit? It's too hot to let it sit here. Build the fire back up and spit it, I guess, Dev said. Unless you feel like making a stew. Stew's just as easy, she said. I can put this on the heat and cut vegetables while we talk. Are we going to talk? Yes, Dev said, looking around. Is everyone here? Missing CJ and Kurt, Joan said. And Pilar went out to check the highway. Make sure they're really gone. Good idea, Dev said. Joan, when everybody is here, would you take the lead? Run the meeting? I'll facilitate, sure, she said. I'm going to check on my father and Zoe, he said. Try to get them back here. And that's what he did. His father hadn't gotten very far on digging the hole. Are you sure this is where they are? He asked his father. Truth was, he thought his father had it right. But if he could wear him out, digging holes in different places, that might keep him safe today. I'm sure, his father said. Anyway, we're about set to meet, Dev said. Everyone wants both of you there. We don't want to make any decisions without you. There's no decisions to be made, Arch said, throwing down his shovel. He staggered a step, and Zoe went to take his arm, but he shook her off. We fight, or we die. But what do we fight with? Dev said, his voice quiet. He wasn't trying to argue with his father. He actually wanted an answer, one he hadn't thought of himself. Bows, rocks, our wits. That's why we need you, Dev said. You have the best military mind here. We need your wits to make a plan. And they won't be back tomorrow, so we don't need the grenades right this second. But we are talking right now. Okay? Arch glowered, but then he nodded. Fine, we'll talk. But talking won't protect us. I know, Dad. I know it won't. Chapter 12. Sierra walked away with her father from the meeting feeling worse than when it had begun. For one thing, two of the boys, Gustavo and Luke, had overheard some of the men talking about the young women here. Neither was willing to say exactly what they'd heard, but Luke had said, "It was bad." "Disgusting," Gustavo said. Sierra would corner one of them later today and try to get specifics, but she knew the kind of thing it probably was. They hadn't come up with anything new. What was there, after all, to come up with? Dev had mentioned his one plan, and that could only happen if the same exact scenario repeated itself. Kurt might take the men guarding all the rifles with his crossbow before either man got a shot off, and then someone else and him could take the rifles and shoot the men up here. For that to work, it'd have to be her, Kurt, Dev, Zoe, and possibly her father with the rifles. Joan had never gotten comfortable with guns, and Dev and Kurt were probably their two best. To her father, she said, "I don't know if I can still shoot straight. At least Kurt keeps in practice with the crossbow." Pilar said, "You use the blowgun. You know how to lead a target. Your instincts are good. You can still do it." "It'd take me a full minute to reload a magazine," she said. "If I could even remember how." "You'd remember, but I doubt there'd be much reloading required. A few accurate shots, at least under the scenario that Dev suggested, and the armed men would be taken care of. Once we have guns, the younger people can be taught to shoot as well. But there's still the problem of ammunition. They couldn't have much with them, unless there's a hidden compartment in that wagon." "There must be," Pilar said. "Were there saddlebags on the horses?" "Yeah. Also might be ammunition in those. It'd be nice to capture a few horses. We could teach them to plow, expand the grain fields. Speaking of which, I need to hit the garden." "I'll take care of the eggs," he said. And they worked the rest of the blisteringly hot afternoon. Over dinner, they continued the conversation with the boys, all of whom were there. Georgia had gone to eat with the girls at the Quinn house. "If we killed a dozen of the military men," she said, bringing up a point she'd been thinking about all afternoon, "I don't know that we could stay here. Wouldn't they retaliate?" "I imagine so," Pilar said. "Unless they have fewer men than we're thinking back at their base." "So we couldn't use the horses to plow? Not for long? And do you know how to make a horse plow?" "No," he admitted. "Maybe Joan or Arch does. Or Dev. He did 4-H, right?" Troy said. "What's 4-H?" "A club," Sierra said, and explained. "Like a game?" Brandy said. She had settled into life on the sofa, and she was obviously enjoying being with her lover at meals. They held hands under the table. "They made a game of doing what we do to live?" "I guess it does sound a little odd now," Pilar said. "But the people who gained skills in that club are probably doing the best in this world. Or second best, after real farmers, market farmers with 10 years' experience." "What's a market farmer?" asked Gustavo. Pilar said, "You'd grow enough for you and your family, and extra to sell in town on Saturdays for people who had other jobs. Like you said, Payson had farmers markets?" "And they'd trade for that, right?" asked Troy. "Like you'd grow apples and I'd trade you for potatoes?" "No, they paid money," Pilar said. Sierra saw confusion on all the faces of the younger people. They didn't understand the concept of money, and, having been away from it for more than half her life, it no longer made complete sense to Sierra. Amazing that people had trusted a piece of printed paper enough to hand you food or galvanized fencing in exchange for it. "Why wouldn't you just preserve it, can it, or dehydrate it?" said Troy. "We did can, and we froze a lot of it," Pilar said. That look of confusion again, and this time doubt. "You guys don't really believe there is such a thing, do you?" Sierra asked. "Freezing?" Brandy said. "I guess I do. I mean, some days it's really hot, and other days not so much. It gets cold at night in the winters, but cold enough to turn water solid? That's what it means, right?" "Right," Pilar said. "So if you can celery that's solid," Luke said, "how do you eat it? Don't you break your teeth? Pilar and Sierra exchanged an amused glance. You put it in a soup, and it becomes soft again, Pilar said. Sierra said, Actually, freezing and defrosting, unfreezing, makes the textures change. Nothing stays crisp after that. Why not? Asked Troy. And why does it make food last? Pilar gave it another try, describing blanching and freezing, and how to use frozen foods once they were defrosted. But there was a lot of skepticism on the faces around her. You guys are making me feel so old, Sierra said. You are old, said Barry, frowning in confusion. Pilar said, If she's old, what am I? Older, Barry said. Sierra couldn't argue the fact. Maybe one day we'll see snow again, she said, and it'll freeze, and you guys can see what it does. That'd be uncomfortable, Pilar said, and it's a lot of work. You have to cover the vegetables or harvest them and get them inside. Why? Freezing kills them. But you just said you did freeze them, Brandy said. You're confusing me. I'm confusing myself, Pilar said. Plants won't stay alive in a freeze, or most plants won't. Onions, potatoes, parsnips, beets, they're all happy being frozen in the ground. Others stay edible if you keep them frozen. But as soon as they defrost, like the morning after a freeze, they start to go bad, and quickly. Okay, said Troy. So this is something you used refrigerators for, is that right? To keep them frozen? Right, Pilar said, sounding relieved someone understood some part of what he was saying. How long could you freeze them for? 6 months, or even longer. They lose flavor slowly, start to taste stale after that, but you could still eat them until the next year's crops came in. Could you do it with the nutria? Kurt had given them 2 of the large rodents for dinner from his traps. Yes, Pilar said. Same thing, except you didn't have to do anything to it before you froze it. Just clean it, wrap it in heavy paper, freeze it. That'd be handy, Luke said. Meat goes bad fast. Anyway, Sierra said, there's a cup of stew left. No grain, but stew. Brandy, you want it? You're eating for 2. What? She said, frowning in confusion. Pilar said, It's something people say about pregnant women. There's a second person inside you, and you're eating for yourself and to help the baby grow. That makes me sound selfish. No, Sierra reassured her. Merely pregnant. I ate more than a regular share when I was pregnant, and when I nursed my babies. Brandy looked down at her stomach. It's hard to believe there's a person in there. Won't be long before you can't doubt it, Sierra said. It'll start to move, and you'll feel it. That must be so weird, Gustavo said. I'm just glad I can't get pregnant. Then he flushed. Sorry, Brandy. I didn't mean that in any bad way. I wish those men hadn't appeared right after it happened. Now I'm really worried, Brandy said. Troy put his arm around her. It'll be okay, he said. We'll keep you safe, Pilar said. I won't hide while you guys are in danger, she said. She looked at Sierra. Did you hide when you were pregnant? No, Sierra said. But I didn't have any reason to. Nobody threatened us then. I was lucky. But do you want the last of the stew? No, Brandy said. I don't feel all that great. Then why not go lie down on the sofa? There's dishes to be washed, she said. Other people can do that. Lie down if that feels better. Sit up and be still if that feels better. If you're sure, she said, looking around the table. Everyone reassured her it was fine. Sierra and her father had done the cooking, so they let the younger people do the washing up. They used wood ash for that now. Sierra and Misha had, together, figured out a way to make soap, but it was a time-consuming process to make it. They only used it for washing laundry and people. Dishes got clean with plain water, if all that had been eaten was vegetables and grain or eggs, or with ashes in the pot or pan that had cooked meat, if there had been any meat that day. Ashes plus a bit of rendered meat fat created something like soap. Around sunset, there was a knock on the door. "Sierra, it's me," Zoe said, walking in. "Dad said you wanted to talk to me?" Sierra was sitting at the kitchen table, a pile of her notebooks in front of her. She'd been glancing through all the instructions and knowledge she'd recorded, back in the first 10 years after the end of oil. Zoe pointed at the notebooks. "I remember those. You used to write in them all the time, when I was little." I was looking through them, seeing if I could be reminded of anything I'd forgotten, and thinking about if they were worth taking, if we have to leave here. "Do you think we will?" "Perhaps eventually," Sierra said. "Let's sit outside. It's cooler. And more private." Brandy and Troy were in the living room. "This sounds serious," Zoe said. "Your father and I are both worried about you. We don't trust those men." "I know. We don't trust them in particular with you, or with any of the girls." "I don't understand." "We're thinking about rape, about how some men force themselves on women, sexually. I'm sorry, this is really none of my business, but have you had sex yet?" Sierra had never seen a sign of her daughter being romantic with any of the men. "Yes. I don't think I like it." Really? Sierra had never felt that way. At all. "Maybe you haven't found the right guy yet. Or woman. Guys, I think. I've tried 2. Are they really all that different?" Sierra had to laugh. "I've only had 3, so I'm not an expert. Do you think Joan is?" "I have no idea," Sierra said. "Not the Joan I knew, but she was young once. Maybe so. You can ask her." "Not that interested in the answer." "Well, I guess some people aren't. I wonder if that'd make rape worse for you or not." She was thinking aloud. "Sierra?" Zoe said. "It sounds awful. I mean, it's an attack, right? Brutal?" "Yes. I wanted to tell you about when it almost happened to me, how I felt, how scared I was. I want you to be as afraid of it as I used to be." "It sounds disgusting. I'm not really afraid of it, though. I'd fight." 12 men? I don't know that you could fight off that many." 12? She looked confused for a moment. "You mean they'd all—" "Happens." Emily's story wasn't hers to tell. That was 2 men, or 2 that Sierra had witnessed, and they'd taken turns. She didn't like thinking about that. "It happened a lot. War seems to make it happen more." "When there are women soldiers, do they ever?" "I don't know. I didn't, certainly. I had no urge to do that after a fight." "Did you ever have an urge to force someone anytime?" "No," Sierra said. "I was thinking about sex in general. I guess as close as I came to wanting to rape was more like an urge to kick or spit on the body of a guy I had killed. It's hard for me to believe you ever killed anyone. Sierra shook her head. Is it? I did. I liked it. So I guess that makes me only one step away from a rapist. Weren't they shooting at you? Sierra remembered the good guy she'd accidentally killed. That was the idea. Yeah. So it wasn't the same as picking out someone to hurt for no reason. Maybe not. Sierra wasn't so sure. I wouldn't rape. I never did. But men do. Maybe some women too, but Vargas and his men don't have women. They are all men. And that's why your father and I believe that they're dangerous to you. I understand, I guess. But what can I do about it? You could hide when they come. Zoe snorted. I'm not going to do that. But we wish you would. If not hide, make yourself scarce. If they're going to be over at the Quinn place, come over here. I won't hide. Then don't hide. Weed our garden for us, or gather eggs, pump water, or do it at Jones. Do something useful if you want. But keep out of those men's way. Zoe didn't answer, but it seemed that she was thinking. A breeze stirred for a moment, and then fell back to nothing. The evening star was shining out. Venus, her father had told her, often the first thing you could see shining at night. Zoe said, Do you think they're going to take our stuff from us? They haven't so far except for our hen. I think they may leave only enough for us to survive, and take the rest. They'll call it a tax, but it'll be stealing just the same. So what you're saying is, they'll see me and the other girls as something they can take, like part of the tax. Sierra appreciated her daughter's insight. That's very much what I'm thinking. If they do that, won't they make people mad? If we get mad, so what? What do we have to hurt them with? Maybe we could poison the food we give them. If we had poison, we might. The Quinns had had some rat poison, but it had been used up long ago. If it hadn't, they'd have been using it in the grain fields to hold down the rodent population. I meant plants. Misha points out dangerous plants all the time. We could mix some of them in with vegetables. Good idea. Sierra wondered if they might not watch for that. Were it her, she might oversee the harvest of the tax, or only take whole vegetables like squash and melons and tomatoes. I'm not sure it'd work, but we'll add it to the pile of ideas we're collecting. You don't trust them at all, do you? It's best not to trust people with a lot of power, and with no limits to that power. By power, you mean guns? Guns? Numbers? The horses alone. She hadn't thought about it before, but, remembering how big the horses seemed when she was right next to them, she realized it was true. Even without a gun, they could ride you down, trample you to death, or leave you so broken you wished you were dead. She leaned forward and reached over to push back a strand of Zoe's hair that had come loose from her braid. Rape can do that too. It can make you wish you were dead. I don't want you ever feeling that way. I don't want to be dead. I don't want anyone here to die. That's why it feels like cowardice to hide from those men. If we fight, we all fight. Even Brandy. Even CJ. I've told his father to keep him safe. If it comes to that, if we fight, and we're losing, I begged Kurt to run with your brother. I want you to go with them too. I wouldn't. I wouldn't leave Dad or Gramps or you or Pilar here. Not Joan or Misha. Nobody. Okay, Sierra said. After a half-minute of silence, Zoe said, Okay? That's it? No more arguing? No, Sierra said. You're a grown woman. You run your own life. I wanted to make sure you knew what you're risking. It made her feel sick to give up the fight, but her words were nothing less than the truth. Zoe had to make her own decisions. And if any of those men touched her, Sierra would make them pay. She had hoped to never harm another human being for the whole rest of her life. But when it came to her children, that promise to herself could fly right out the window and all the way to the planet Venus. Whatever the personal cost, however many nightmares she suffered afterward, nothing could be worse than watching her children hurt. If it was either her life or Zoe's or CJ's, or even her father's, there was no contest. She died to protect those she loved. And in the moment, she'd probably die to protect anyone in the neighborhood. Those boys in the barn were like stepchildren to her. Dev, Joan, Kurt, Misha, Emily, Nina. Which of them would she not die to protect? What's wrong? Zoe said. Are you mad at me? You look mad. Not one bit. I'm resolved. And I'm sad that we're going to have to fight again. I had hoped to live out my life in peace. I'm sorry. It's not your fault. No, I won't put myself in harm's way. You don't have to worry about me being stupid about it. But I won't let them steal the farm out from under me without putting up a fight. And you wouldn't either. No, I wouldn't. Is that all you wanted to talk to me about? Sierra smiled. You could tell me how you're doing in general. I'm fine. Or I was. Until this. The sunlight was fading, but her frown was clear from her voice. You know, I was a bit bored before this. In no way am I saying I wanted trouble, but at least I'm not bored anymore. Silver linings, Sierra said, forcing her tone to be light. I'm glad there is one. There are probably more. We just haven't had a chance to see them yet. She stood. I want to go check on Dad. Is he sick? No, he was digging up those things. Grenades. I haven't heard an explosion, so I assume he's okay. I'm surprised you didn't hang over his shoulder while he was. I tried to, but you know Dad. See you tomorrow. Don't worry. We'll figure this out. Sierra couldn't see how. She watched Zoe until she couldn't see her, and then listened to her footsteps until they too faded away. It was too easy to imagine running after her, tackling her, and dragging her away, miles and miles, locking her in an imaginary castle hidden 10 miles deep in the woods, keeping her safe. But there were no hidden castles, and even if there were, Sierra wouldn't do that to her grown daughter. Letting go was hard. Chapter 13. Some people weren't so sure about attacking the men. Maybe it won't be so bad, Wanda said. Joan said, We could wait until they actually threatened us. His father's was the strongest voice on the side of attacking, of course.
If we wait until then, they won't give us the chance.
They were all in the Quinn yard again, having what was becoming a regular meeting about this new threat. Yasmin said, Why are you so sure of that? They want what we have, Sierra said. Luke said, Then why not take it? Kill us right now. Strip the land of food. Take the hens to their headquarters Do, he flushed, do whatever they want with the girls and be done with it in a day. Sierra had told Dev what she'd gotten out of Luke about what the men had been talking about regarding the young women. It had been a crude discussion of body parts, which Luke had said was like listening to normal people talk about what piece of chicken they wanted for dinner. When they had realized the boys were within hearing range, they'd shut up. And none of it surprised Dev. Disgusted him, yes, but he'd seen the looks from the men. Sierra said, "They don't take everything now because they want us to do the work. Sure, they could take this year's harvest and the hens, but do they want to be chicken farmers? Or any kind of farmers? No. If they did, they wouldn't have started their army, or joined it." Joan said, "Do you think they all joined? Or are there conscripts among them?" "No," Dev said. "I wouldn't trust a conscript with a gun, especially if I just hurt someone they cared for." "Too bad," Joan said. "I was thinking we could turn one of them against the rest of them. This whole business is increasing our work more than I thought. Hiding food, getting our hens on a brooding schedule different than normal, staying prepared for them to arrive at any time." Arch slammed his hand on the table.
"You people don't realize. They've done this before. Many times. They know exactly how to string people along. Make them think it isn't going to get bad. But it will get bad. Before long, we'll be like slave laborers for them, growing their food and having precious little to eat ourselves."
"We already have precious little," Pilar said. "I don't know that we can spare any." Troy said, "But that cheese was good." Joan said, "I know, but no amount of cheese or luxury goods of any sort are worth giving up your freedom." Pilar said, "Nor are they worth going to bed hungry every single night. We had nights like that, all of us." Rod said, "Misha and I have a plan." All eyes turned to them, and Dev noticed the hope on many faces. "Not a solution, sorry. I didn't mean to get your hopes up," Rod said. "But we've been talking about what was said before and think it's worth it to take a trip to Payson, and that other place too. We've both met some of the people as kids, so better us than the people from Payson, who haven't ever met Wes and them." Pilar said, "That's a good idea, but maybe it should be me and Joan. We're older. We probably do less work around here." "No offense," Rod said, "but with your limp, and don't deny it, because I've seen you limp when you work hard, I don't think a round trip like that is going to do you any favors." Sierra said, "I could go with you, Rod. It's unfair to have two people from the same household go. It puts a burden on Joan and Emily." Nina spoke up, a rare occurrence. She'd adopted her mother's silent ways. "I do my share." Sierra said, "Of course you do. I didn't mean to exclude you." Emily put a hand on her daughter's shoulder, and Nina smiled up at her. A sweet smile that made Dev suddenly miss Zoe's childhood with a fierce pang. Rod said, "If one of you guys from the barn can come over and stay while we're gone, that'd help out a lot." "Sure," said Luke. "I'd be happy to, especially if I can use your hammock. Always thought it'd be fun to sleep in it." "Of course," Rod said. "Everything of mine is yours for the duration." Dev said, "What are you going to say to them down the hill?" Joan spoke at the same time. "How long will you be gone?" Misha answered that question first. "We figure 5 days to a week." Dev said, "What if Vargas's men come and notice you're gone?" "I doubt they know exactly how many we are, or recognize faces," Rod said. "And if they ask, You just say we're out hunting. That actually does happen after all.
It's none of their business, Arch said. We don't have to answer for anyone's whereabouts. He scowled. I wish I was healthy enough to come with you.
I wish you were too, Arch, Rod said. Pilar said, I don't like risking our medic. Rod said, we talked about that too, but honestly, we'll probably be safer traveling than you all are waiting here. If things haven't changed out there, Joan said. Clearly she was worried. What if Wes's people shoot at you? They'll still recognize a white flag, Sierra said. And Joan and I can write notes, or give you verbal messages to memorize, in case they don't recognize you. You were both, what, teenagers when we were last down there? We saw Rudy, Misha said, when he came up about the epidemic orphans. She smiled in apology around the table. Our extended family now. Orphans then. Brandy said, we don't mind the word. We're all still orphans after all, no matter how nice you all were to take us in. Troy said, she's been feeling her lack of a mother since she got pregnant. I can speak for myself, she snapped at him. But he's right. I have been. Sierra said, anything you want to know about being pregnant, you ask me, okay? I'm always here for you. Brandy smiled at Sierra, a little sadly. Pilar brought them back to the main topic. Like Dev asked, what are you going to say to them? Rod shrugged. We haven't come up with a great plan. No offense, Dev, to your or Arch's ideas so far. Maybe they have. Maybe the three groups can work together somehow on their great plan. Tell them we have a few grenades, Dev said, though we have no idea if they'll work or not. Is that okay with everyone? I mean, what if they're more on Vargas's side than ours? Rod said. Dev said, feeling admiration for Rod, I guess the two of you have been talking about this. Misha said, we tried to think of every possibility. They're against us. They shoot bullets or arrows at us. They're all dead. Everything we could think of, we've talked about how to handle, including holding back strategic information until we see what's what down there. Zoe said, I could go instead of Misha. Misha shook her head. It should be me, and my being a medic is part of why. I can take some herbs. I can offer to help anyone who is sick. It's a way to show our good intentions. We can't afford to lose you, said Arch to her. Joan said, either of you. Arch looked chagrined, a rare event. Right, either of you. I'm not helping you much at all, Misha said to Arch. I plan to ask about your symptoms while I'm there, see if anyone has any ideas. And I've been keeping detailed notes. Nina knows some of what I know, Zoe other things, Mom still others. If by some chance I don't come back, like a tree falls on me, Mom, that kind of thing, then you'll have the herbs and my notes and the knowledge. Don't say that, Joan said. You're going to come back. I will, Misha said. Don't worry. Of course I'll worry. I'm your mother. Dev would worry, and he wasn't their father. He'd known them both since they were little kids. You'll both be careful. Yes, of course, Rod said. Don't be such nervous hens about it. Sierra said, sounds like you have it all worked out. When are you planning on going? Tomorrow morning, if that's okay, Rod said. He looked to Joan as he said it. Arch said, doesn't give us much time to come up with questions we might have. Dev said, seems to me they've worked all that out. Remember, Dad, Rod and Misha are 30 now, not little kids.
You're all kids. I mean, except for Pilar and Joan and me.
Hey, Kurt protested. He attended most of the meetings now, thankfully. Dev wanted his input.
You barely count as adult,
Arch said.
The rest of you are just kids.
Misha said gently, Everyone here is a fertile adult, Arch, if you look at it from a biology perspective. Nina could get pregnant. CJ could impregnate someone. Nina looked unsurprised by this, but CJ was clearly shocked at the thought. Dev had thought before that CJ and Nina were a logical couple, if they ever developed feelings for one another. But he hoped they didn't reproduce soon. He wasn't all that enthusiastic about Brandy being pregnant. Every mouth to feed was a burden on the whole community. And now, with the military men, it was one more vulnerability. He pushed that thought aside and spoke to Misha. If you need help with your planning, let us know. Misha said, We had thought about taking a few chicks, but then realized they'd be too much of a hassle. But a cup of grain for each group might be a nice peace offering. They can plant it. Dev nodded. Sounds good to me. We can spare that much. Sierra said, I agree, and I'd rather Wes get it than Vargas's group. Her father said, Good point. Anything else we can spare? Sierra said, Seeds. It has been long enough that there's probably some genetic drift even in what were once identical varieties. Could be something we have will replace something of theirs that disease or bugs got. Or it'll do better downhill than up here. Can't imagine that, Pilar said. They're hotter than us, both of them. So we'll choose a few seeds that are the most drought-resistant of what we have, Sierra said. I can do that using our seed stores. None of the 4 households had anything the others didn't also have, but Sierra had taken better quality notes on which seeds had performed best. I'll give you a few baskets to take down, Joan said. Kurt said, I can give you a slingshot I just made. Dev said, You know, this is a good conversation to have for another reason. Why? Zoe asked. To remind us that this is how trade should work. Not forced, not taxed, but people wanting to share things we've grown and made with our neighbors, out of a spirit of generosity, not relinquished at the point of a blade. Joan looked thoughtful. I wonder if it's possible to talk the military guys around to that point of view. Maybe if I talked that way, they'd respond in kind. Arch said, Man, you people just don't get it. We are in deep trouble here. Remember that, Hen? That could be you or me next time. We have to figure out what to do. We're working on it, Dad, Dev said. Don't get yourself worked up. Gustavo is pretty good with the bow now, and the grenades might work. Pilar said, The problem is, if we kill 10 of them, I'm afraid 100 more will come in their wake. Arch was obviously happy they'd returned to talking about strategies of war. We burn or bury the bodies, and they won't know for sure it was us. They'd been over this before. Should they kill the horses too? If not, what would they do with them? Surely the military had trackers who could follow the hoof prints of a dozen horses they tried to hide in the woods. What about that armored wagon? Could they dismantle it? Were any of the parts useful? If they had the horses pull it away, the path would be easy enough to read for a child, much less a trained tracker. A smokehouse full of horse meat would be a dead giveaway. Taking the horses down to Payson or up towards Sholo would be to risk bringing retaliation on friends or innocent strangers. The only thing they decided for sure was that they needed to keep better track of the men who came to trade or collect taxes or threaten or steal. If it was a different group each time, they might get a better sense of the numbers they were dealing with, or they might never know their numbers for sure. Dev let Arch talk for a time, even though he was saying nothing new. Then Dev moved the conversation in another direction. An hour later, they broke apart into households. Everyone had work to do, and as Joan said, a bit more than before for her because of her kids taking off on that trip. When they broke apart, Sierra hung back. "Can I talk with you?" "Sure. What's up?" "I wanted to tell you that I spoke with Zoe. I did my best, but I don't think she's going to ever agree to hide." "She's a brave girl. Woman, rather." "Part of it is she wants to protect you, I think. She'd die for you, without a thought." "If she did, I'd die too. I couldn't live with that." "No," she said. "I know you couldn't. But I did want to let you know I tried. I don't want her hurt either, and I gave it my very best." Dev was disappointed but not surprised. "She understands what rape is?" "Theoretically, at least. I don't know anyone understands it fully who hasn't lived through it. I don't know that I do." Dev shook his head, not at those words, but in surrender to the fact of Zoe's stubbornness. "Thanks for trying anyway." "Arch seems in a bad mood." "Ha! You're only hearing the tip of the iceberg. Dad is never going to quit talking about this. We should have more guns, ammo, stored the ammo in refrigeration when we had that, rather than in the barn. Screw refrigerating food." "Well, he's right, isn't he?" "Yeah?" "If I could go back and talk to the teenage me, I'd say that she should have learned the bow then, and that we should have stockpiled manufactured bows and arrows, dozens of them, back when I was 13 or 14. And I could have taken a class on flint knapping and learned martial arts." "Your teenage self would have been only confused at that." "I know. She would have been more worried about what to wear to some stupid party, and thought it was all important, that nonsense. Parties, and who was mad at who, and if so-and-so's new tattoo was too risque or not, and all that stuff we had in our heads before survival was the only thing our heads had room for." "We've managed to have good times, too," Dev said. "We have." She bit both her lips and frowned. She was starting to look middle-aged, particularly when she frowned. Dev supposed he was, too. Hard work in the sun wasn't a great beauty regimen. He remembered those sorts of headlines on magazines and grocery stores. Beauty articles. Whether low-fat diets could keep you young. Answer? No. They kept you lean, but in this world, that was far too lean. Lean. On the verge of starving, should there be any major crop failure. They'd barely survived the death of the rabbits, the sickness that had gone through their flocks, and the loss of the apple trees. Now the damned rodents were gnawing away at one of their 2 prime calorie sources. And he knew they'd been damned lucky at that. A plague of locusts would be the end of them. "What are you thinking? Worried about Zoe?" "No. Just thinking how a plague of locusts or grasshoppers would kill us. Or a plague of men with rifles. That might be the thing that finally does it." "Try not to worry. It just wastes energy we could spend on practicing on our weapons, or on focusing on coming up with a better strategy." "I know. Do you not worry?" "If I could take a break from it, I'd have Arch reminding me to worry all evening long. It's like having Zoe when she was really young. Some days, I push his bedtime up as early as I can." "I doubt you ever did that with Zoe." Rarely, but she was full of energy. There were days I couldn't keep up. You'll have a baby around here soon enough. You will. She's on your sofa now. True. Maybe I should give Brandy and Troy my bedroom and let them be a couple. I probably would have already, thinking about the next generation, had it not been for those guys showing up. Now the future seems... What? Confused? Unlikely, she said. And on that depressing note, I have to get to work. Life goes on. I'm going to be canning tomatoes today and setting up others to dry. Rod and Misha were still gone when Vargas and his men returned. By then, they were no longer split. Dev couldn't say who had swayed the most minds, Arch, himself, Sierra, or Troy, who was worried about his pregnant girlfriend. But they had decided to attack the military men the moment the opportunity came. And Joan had grown so worried about the delay in her children's return, even she had quit worrying over the morality of a preemptive strike. The instant Zoe heard the hoofbeats coming up the road, she gave a signal, and everyone flew into action. They had assigned roles. Yasmin ran to find Kurt, who was sticking closer to home than was his usual habit, for this exact reason. Dev knew what was happening at every house. Kurt was gathering his crossbow and quarrels, and circling around the grain fields to come up on the men on the road from a direction they might not anticipate. CJ would trail his father and be used as a runner of messages. Sierra hadn't liked that at first, but Kurt had quietly said something to her that had swayed her. Emily was scurrying with Nina past Kurt's cabin and to the hidden hen house, to guard the hens and the chicks that had hatched from the first clutch of eggs. No one resented this. Emily wouldn't be good in a fight. She had a good reason to want to avoid strange men, and no one resented protecting the youngest and most vulnerable of them. Joan was on her way here. So was Pilar's household, except for Brandy, who would stay there and guard the place. She hadn't wanted to be protected because of her pregnancy, but Troy had begged her, and she had relented. Arch was hiding the bows and arrows in two places, Zoe's in the compost pile, and Dev's in the wood pile several yards away. Both of them would stay close to their bows until it was time to use them. They had decided to, despite the risk of possible retaliation, kill the men today, for they had no doubt their demands would increase. Had the men not shot the chicken, maybe this would not have been their decision. Had Vargas not smashed his own man in the head, maybe they'd have waited longer to judge the kind of men these were. But here they were, planning an ambush, and if this was morally wrong, may God forgive them. Kurt had the hardest job, killing the men who guarded the wagon and guns. Besides the personal cost of killing another human by firing first, he had other challenges. First, he had to move quickly enough from the first man to the next, so that the surviving man didn't have a chance to get off a shot to alert the men up here. Second, he had to gather guns and get them to Dev or someone else who could use them. But once Kurt did that, the burden was on Dev, gun or no. His father, too, who he believed would go for the bow himself, but with his father's hand tremor, Dev didn't trust his father's accuracy. Dev had told Zoe she might need to be firm with her grandfather. "Act fast if you need to, and shut out whatever he says," he had told her. "You can apologize later. Grab the bow." He was sick with worry for his daughter, but Dev had to prepare for his own role. When Kurt gave the signal, or if one of the guards out there got a shot off, he needed to grab the bow and hit Vargas cleanly with his first arrow. If there was a second armed man, that man was to be Zoe's. If there were more than 2 armed men, their chance of success was not good. One rifle could do a lot of damage before a second arrow was nocked. And whoever had the bows in hand would be their first targets. That meant the two people he loved most in this world were in the greatest danger. If something went wrong up here, and it looked as if they wouldn't be able to subdue the men for whatever reason, the most likely being that they might all carry a rifle, they had arranged a signal to call off the attack so that Kurt didn't start executing the plan. Trouble was, he might be too far away to hear it. Arch had said, as they were finalizing the plan,
"Plans seldom survive contact with the enemy. Stay flexible."
Dev rubbed his hands on his shirt, drying them. He waited at his post, standing near the table with a file and a hoe, sharpening the blade, watching everyone else get into position. He was aware of running feet and saw Sierra and the boys arrive. They spread out to their positions. Time stretched. A squeak from the wagon reached his ears. But then he heard nothing, for his ears began to ring from the river of adrenaline pumping through him. He was almost quivering by the time Vargas and his men arrived. Except it wasn't the men as they'd come up the driveway before. It was Vargas himself, on horseback, and a line of his men, all on horseback. 10 of them. All were armed. Vargas's rifle was visible, held in a sling that went across his chest, but the rest of them had their rifles out, cradled in their arms, ready to use. Their planning had all been for nothing. Vargas said,
"Our horses haven't had water in quite some time. One of you," he pointed to Sierra, You lead us to the well here, and a couple of you others bring that big tub for the horses at the wagon to drink out of."
Zoe exchanged a glance with Dev, who gave a little shrug, meaning, "What can we do?" Kurt must have watched the armed men ride by without stopping, or Dev hoped he had, or that he counted the rifles left in the wagon, because if he killed the men out there, and the rest of them were up here with rifles, all today would be was a slaughter. As the military men passed him, he looked at their faces. They were unsmiling. It seemed the same group as before, to a man, but there was little of the friendly demeanor from Vargas that he'd displayed at the dinner table. When the men had passed, he looked around at his friends and neighbors. Arch's face was stormy. Dev, afraid his father's frustration was going to boil over, walked across to him. "You can't lose control," he said.
"It's blown. All the way to hell and back."
"Shh. Quieter. I know. Remember, you were the one who said to stay flexible. Things changed. We have to accept it. Next time is different. This time, we can't give the game away."
I know,
his father said. He was still fuming. "Dad," Dev said sharply, "get control of yourself, or go inside." Zoe came up. "Come on, Gramps. Let's sit on the porch together."
"The porch is too far."
Then he seemed to accept the situation, and the fight drained out of him. He turned without a word and made for the house. Zoe looked at Dev, a question on her face. "I don't know," he said. Then, without a pause, "No, go with him." It wasn't that he believed his father needed watching, but he realized it was a chance to get Zoe out of the line of fire. He took the moment to let out the signal that called off Kurt's roll. Kurt might already know, but there was no reason to omit this safety step. He had a bad feeling about what was going to happen once the horses had drunk water. It had been their faces, as much as the rifles in hand, that told him he wasn't going to like what they had to say. The wellhead wasn't far, but it was far enough that quiet voices might not be heard. Troy came toward him, and Dev pointed to a spot where they'd meet halfway. Joan aimed for it as well, but Dev held his hands up to stop everyone else from bunching together. Troy said, "What do we do?" "Nothing we can do," Dev said. "Play it by ear, and hope that Kurt doesn't act without knowing they are armed up here." Joan said, "He'd see the extra horses weren't there, and the guns. He won't." "Right," Dev said. At least that one worry easing. Kurt was smart. He'd surely know he should hold back. "Damn it," Troy said. "I hoped we'd end this." "Everyone did," Joan said, which wasn't quite true. She had held out the longest against the idea of killing men who hadn't yet aimed a gun at them. "Dev, any instructions?" Dev shook his head. All they could do was react as events unfolded. Stay calm. He knew Joan was, of all of them, the most self-possessed. He was intending the message for Troy. "At least Brandy isn't here." Vargas was the first one back. He looked around.
"Where's the old man?"
Joan said. "He isn't well. He went inside to rest."
"Huh,"
Vargas said to her.
"So who's in charge? You?"
She pointed to Dev. It was news to him. "Right," he said anyway. "I am. What can we do for you today? We're pretty busy, so I hope it's short." Vargas gave him a cold smile.
"You don't look busy. Everybody is just standing here."
"Because you're here. Otherwise, it's a big workday for us. I hope you don't expect us to feed you again." Vargas's eyebrows shot up. He obviously wasn't used to people making demands of him.
"As luck would have it. Your luck. We ate at the last place. We won't stay long."
The other men rode up, one by one. The two boys who had carried the galvanized tub out were lagging behind, carrying the full tub of water between them. Sierra jogged past him, grabbed the Quinn wheelbarrow, and pulled it out to meet them. The boys headed down the driveway with the wheelbarrow. "Okay," Dev said. Again, he noticed the men with their hands on their rifles. Couldn't help but notice.
"Let me tell you about yourselves," Vargas said. "There are 17 of you in 3 big homesteads."
Dev nodded, as if agreeing. There were 20 of them. The men had never seen Kurt's cabin, or Kurt, Emily, or Nina.
"A couple of you are missing, and you may have young children you are hiding from us. Happens, but we don't care about young children."
"Okay," Dev said. "Why are you telling me this?"
"You have 17 people, 3 big gardens, hen houses, and a grain field."
They'd not yet found the second field across the highway. Also good.
3 places. 5 each place should do it to keep you going. We're going to draft 2 of you for highway work."
Dev could feel the shocked expression hit his face before he could school himself against it.
"You can't take our people." "Not take. Borrow. Employ. It's your trade route. You're going to benefit from it. So you help build it. But no buts. I'm doing you the kindness of telling you beforehand, so you can say your goodbyes. We're headed down the hill, and on the way back up, we're going to collect people at every point. There'll be 20 or 25 in the work crew. You're only contributing 2, so you should be grateful."
Joan said,
"We can hardly be grateful when you threaten to tear our families apart."
"These aren't your families. That one there isn't even white."
He pointed at Yasmin.
"She looks young and healthy. We'll take her. And a man. Not you, he said to Dev. One of the young ones, but not the little kid. Where is he? Working, Dev said.
His mind went to the bow and arrows hidden in the woodpile. His hands itched to have it. But that was crazy. Against a dozen rifles? May as well take out his pocket knife and slit his own throat. You can't expect me to pick one of my people to hand over to you. You choose. Usually there's a troublemaker people are glad to be rid of. Or a shirker. We won't let him shirk. If you can't pick, when we come back tomorrow, we will. The one called Scooter spoke up. Food. Right. And they need to pack enough food for themselves plus one other person to last 2 weeks. And when the 2 weeks is over, if they work hard, we'll have the highway cleared. There's a mess of it uphill. That wouldn't be your doing, would it? Dev said, I don't even know what you mean. We stay at home, except for Payson, and we haven't been there in years. We don't travel. There is a bunch of highway destroyed up there several miles. TNT, maybe. And old junker cars, gas cars blocking the road. We'll move the cars, clear the highway, there and elsewhere, and fill in with rocks and dirt. Your people on the crew will need a pickaxe if you have it, buckets or that wheelbarrow to move debris, and a shovel. Dev wanted to protest, but as he looked around at the men on horseback, the words died in his throat. They were all looking more military than they had before. Serious, keeping an eye out in every direction, rifles at the ready. They'd done this before, many times. They knew exactly when and how to draft people, what to say. Dev caught up to his new reality, and quickly. What about 2 men? Dev said. Not the girl. 2 of the young men. He didn't want any of the women with these men. Not Zoe, not Yasmin, not any of them. 1 of each, Vargas said. Joan said,
How will we know they'll be taken care of? That you won't work them to death, or beat them, or starve them?
You trust us. The first time is hard, I know that. But when your people are returned to you unharmed, you'll know that the next time you can expect them to come back to you.
Joan was feeling braver than Dev, apparently.
Entirely the same. You can swear to that, especially with Yasmin. You won't touch her.
If your people cooperate, they won't get hurt. If they refuse to do the assigned work, they may be punished. So you need to tell them to cooperate. That's simple.
The wheelbarrow with water had been out of sight down the driveway for a few minutes. In a few minutes more, their horses would be ready to go. Dev had only that time to come up with something. A plan, words to say, something, to make this all go away.
And if you are thinking of taking all your people and hiding in the woods between now and the time we come back, I suggest you don't, Vargas said. We'll be back, and while you're gone, we'll assume that everything here is free for the taking, if there's no one here to protest that.
Sierra said, You'll take it all anyway, won't you? Eventually. You'll bleed us dry.
You'll come to trust us, Vargas said.
Never, said Sierra, fierce and angry. Now Dev wished he'd sent her in with his father. Not that she'd have gone at his order. They weren't a military unit where one of them could order the others around. Just a neighborhood where everyone had an equal say. He said, Anyone who wants to, chime in. Pilar said, We don't want a trade route. We don't want your help. We don't want any part of it. What if we promise to never trade, to never use the highway at all,
You'll never cross it to go hunting?
Well, that. There doesn't need to be an even surface between here and there. We need to access our land. All our land.
The only land anyone owns anymore, said Vargas, is what they can farm. That's a law now. You hold what you can hold, what you can use for production. But everything else is the government's, if and when we need it. The highway is ours, and everything across the highway is ours. Got it?
Without the rifles, Dev knew, there'd be a lot more noise responding to this nonsense. His people were standing alone, looking as lost and confused as he felt. Or they were clinging to each other in pairs. He tried one last thing. What if we give you food instead of people? Enough to fuel all 12 of you for the 2 weeks of road work. They'd go hungry this summer if they did, for the food stores they had helped them make it through the weeks when it was too hot to grow almost everything. Better to go to bed hungry some nights than to hand Yasmin over to a bunch of men. Or anyone. But the girls and women would be in the greatest danger. What we said is not up for negotiation. After the highway is repaired, then you'll want that excess food for trade, or for your taxes. Dev couldn't think of a thing to say to that. He sympathized with Sierra and his father. Anger was the easiest reaction to this, but he admired Joan, for she was managing to think, to ask direct questions without being overly combative. Himself? He was just standing here, slack-jawed, a fool, with no idea of what to say to make this trouble all go away. Vargas clicked at his horse and turned it, and he led the way down the driveway. His men followed in single file, except for Freddie. Freddie dismounted and wrapped the end of his horse's reins around a belt loop. He held the rifle in both hands, ready to fire, and he backed away. The horse went along. They'd done this many times before. That was Dev's only coherent thought. They knew how, and they'd already seen or imagined every possible response. What would he come up with that would be new or effective against such a superior and experienced force? When the men were out of sight, his own people began to move, gathering together. The two who had been watering the horses came back up the driveway, pushing the wheelbarrow and the empty tub. Troy took off, saying, "I'm getting brandy." Joan said, "Get Emily and Nina, too." Sierra said, "When they're gone, I'll get Kurt and CJ. I'm going down to find them." Dev nodded. He could hear the wagon wheels squeaking again, the noise fading. They were leaving. He turned to Joan and waved Pilar closer. "What else could I have done?" Pilar shook his head. "You did fine, Dev," Joan said, and she walked over and put an arm around him, giving him a brief squeeze before letting go. "It was an impossible situation." "Thanks," he said, though he disagreed with her. To the group he said, "We meet in 5 minutes. I'm going to get my family." He went up the porch stairs, and there was Zoe at the back door. "I heard everything." "Did your grandfather?" "I don't know." Dev sighed. "I guess I have to tell him." "I can." "No, Zoe. It's my job. You go out with the others. Make sure your other grandfather is okay. Pilar hardly said a word, and I know he worries about people." "Okay," she said. "Love you." "I love you," he said. And then he was fighting back tears as he went into his father's room over the small exchange, routine most days. Not today. A stool stood in the corner of his old room for a guest to sit. His father sat on it now, his hands pinned between his knees, probably stopping the shaking.
"Dad?"
Dev said, and then he lost it. He was crying. He sat on the sofa and just let the tears fall for half a minute. He was so worried and ashamed. He wasn't the leader, but he was a leader, one of the adults of the group, not too old, not too young, and he hadn't led them anywhere at all.
"What happened?"
asked his father, once Dev had gained control of himself. Dev told him.
"Could have been worse,"
his father said.
"Probably will be worse. And soon."
His father held his hands up, palm down. They were both shaking badly.
"Motherfucking old age,"
he said. Dev barked a laugh, more surprised than amused. "I didn't even know you knew that word."
"I know lots of words. Like kidnapping, which is what this is. Taking two of our people, no matter what we say."
"At least we'll know where they are."
"For all the good it does us. What? Are we going to go up there with 2 bows and a crossbow and take out 12 armed men?"
Dev was glad for the question. It got him to thinking, and not just feeling despair and fear and shame and sorrow. "Maybe so," he said. He tried to focus enough to imagine it. At night, there'd be all the captured people, and they'd have shovels and pickaxes. We should send tools with our people that double as weapons.
"Still, 12 rifles? Who knows how much ammunition?"
"It won't be just us," Dev said. "Wes's group, Payson, they're not going to like this any more than we do." His mood, his despair, his weakness was gone. He felt once again as if it were possible to do something. He wasn't sure what yet, not entirely, but something. "Come on, Pop," he said. "Let's go outside. We have work to do."
"About time,"
Arch muttered. He had to use the wall to get to his feet.
"Stupid body. Whatever you do, I guess I'll be out of it. When those men are around, I think my symptoms get worse."
"No, you won't be entirely out of it," Dev said. "You'll be important to whatever we do. Your head is full of military strategies. We'll need you now more than ever."
"How much time do we have?"
"Before they come back and snatch our people? Only a day. I'd rather not plan anything until Rod and Misha return, if that were possible. We need to know what the others are thinking down the hill. They might have a plan, or better weapons. I wish we still had a working car."
"Can't drive past the platoon, and it's only good on roads. Better to wish we'd had a horse all along."
"We'd have needed a pair. Probably would have eaten one when it got too old to work," Dev said. "Do you need my arm, or can you walk?"
"I can walk,"
Arch said. He seemed to have gained his balance.
"Let's go on out there and figure out what to do."
Chapter 14. Sierra had so many emotions flying around inside her, she didn't know what to do with them all. She was worried and scared, and angry and combative. If she had a rifle and 100 rounds of ammo, she knew exactly what she'd do, and damn the consequences. But she didn't. Her best weapon was hardly more than a pea shooter. The armed men were gone, and from their little road where she now stood, the sound of them faded away to nothing. She called, "Kurt, where are you? CJ?" CJ emerged from the grain field. Pink bits of amaranth grain clung to his hair. She rushed over and hugged him, but he pulled away fast, too excited to tolerate a long hug. "Dad is trailing them. He said only for 10 or 15 minutes, but he wanted to try and overhear what they were saying.
He won't know the context, Sierra said, more to herself than to CJ.
What's that word mean?
He won't know what went on at the Quinn house, so he may be confused about what they're saying.
What happened?
They're taking 2 of our people, even though we said no to that.
They can't do that.
About what I said to them, she said. But they can. They have the rifles and we don't.
What's so great about rifles? Dad can take down a javelina with 1 crossbow bolt.
He was boasting on his father, which was sweet, but also came of his ignorance about firearms. But then he has to reload, and that takes time, she said. It's a little less time with the hunting bows the Quinns have, but still, a few seconds per shot.
So, how fast are rifles?
I forget you've never seen one working. She held his eyes and used her most serious voice. Fast. The ones they have? Some are like ours, and they can shoot bullets as fast as you can pull the trigger. 1 a second for a short while. The best ones, though? Those can shoot 100 bullets in 10 seconds.
That's impossible,
CJ said. I wish it were.
I'll ask Dad.
I'm the better marksman with a gun, but sure, ask him.
You can't even use the crossbow right.
She shook her head at him. I had a lot of life before you were born. For a time, when I wasn't much older than you are now, I was a soldier. I used a rifle. I shot a lot of people. Killed a lot.
You did?
He looked at her with a look she'd never seen on him before. We all did. Arch, Dev, Pilar, me, Kelly, even Mitch.
Who?
Mitch. It was his house before it was Jones. I wish you could have known him. And Kelly. Most of all, I wish you'd known Kelly. I miss her.
How about Dad? Did he shoot people?
Him too. He killed fewer than the Quinns or me.
Why?
He was protecting the neighborhood more than I was. A lot of the killing took place down in Payson.
You don't ever talk about this.
I don't want to.
Why?
He said. To be so young and innocent that you thought that killing people might be heroic. She hadn't taught him that, but the lesson was there, in books they had, and taught by implication in hunting big game or culling the cockerels. Kill or be killed. Kill or starve. It isn't easy to kill another person. It hurts you, if not at once, eventually.
Even if they're out to kill you?
Even then, she said.
So you aren't going to kill anyone again?
I wouldn't say that, she said. I hoped I never would have to again. But to protect you, or Zoe, or Pilar, or Yasmin? Yes, I would.
Yasmin?
He didn't know the specifics yet, or what they implied. Should he know? Yes, he should. He'd picked up on that one name she listed that was not blood family. Any of us, anyone here, I'd kill to save their lives. Even if it destroyed her peace and brought back the nightmares, she would. She had no doubt of that.
I wish you talked about that time more.
I can't, CJ. It hurts me to talk about it now. He looked confused. I know you don't understand. You probably will one day. If he survived. A sharp pain, all kinds of terrible emotions, stabbed her in the chest. He was so innocent. Of course he'd killed and cleaned animals, dispatched ones in traps that had been suffering, wiped blood off his hands.
But he'd never seen people do more to each other than raise their voices in anger, and that seldom enough. Pilar was even-tempered, and she had come to be more like him as she aged. Kurt only yelled at CJ when he was at risk of hurting himself. CJ was losing his innocence, and that's what hurt her worse. She had learned a bit of Christian religion from Joan and Dev over the years, and she saw the parallels to the fall from Eden. He'd known only the natural world as it was, and farming, with the people around him all being kind to him. And now this. He was being kicked out of the garden. She was sad for her son, but he had to know about this, about the hard parts of the human world, and how to protect himself from evil men, and even why Yasmin's selection bothered her more than anyone else's. Perhaps she'd failed him in not preparing him before this. He knew epidemics were a danger, and plant disease, and drought. He knew that insects could wipe out a crop overnight if you didn't pull off the first tiny worms you saw. But he had no idea of the terrible things human beings could do to other human beings. "I love you," she said. He looked at her strangely. "Okay," he said, waiting for more to come. "That's it. I love you. And I want more than anything for you to be safe." He didn't say it back to her. He hadn't much since he was small, but she didn't doubt his love. She knew without a doubt that he loved Pilar, and he wasn't vocal about that either. "Let's go. Your dad will find us when he's done." She wasn't worried about Kurt. He was a great tracker. The military men might have a trained tracker, but they hadn't hunted to survive for the past 30-odd years as Kurt had. He could stalk prey without it having any inkling there was a man nearby. The group looked up as one as they came into view. She announced, "Kurt's fine. He's stalking them for a short time. He'll be here in a few minutes."
"Glad he didn't kill them as we'd planned," Joan said. "We'd have been slaughtered."
Arch said, "We may be anyway. We might be slaughtered fast, or we might be slaughtered slow, from starvation."
Joan said, "They didn't take any food this time. Water was all."
"Next time they will. Or the time after that," Dev said. "They'll strip us of everything."
"You sound more sure of that now than before," Luke said.
"I think this was well rehearsed. I think they know how to play people, to string them along."
"I don't disagree," said Pilar. "But why wouldn't they let us live and work for them? Keep taxing us, make us work ourselves harder, and stress our poor land. They could make that go on for years, decades." "They won't last decades," Joan said. "Something will happen to them. They'll cross the wrong people."
"I don't know about that," Barry said. He'd been one to take the water down to the wagon horses. "I overheard them talking. I think they've been together for over 5 years. If they have lasted for 5 years, why not 10 or 20? Sierra said, "We should wait for Kurt to get back, then start right there, Barry, with you repeating that. Everybody take a break until Kurt returns. Get yourselves water. Use the outhouse." CJ said,
"I'll go wait for him."
He took off down the driveway. Kurt arrived 10 minutes later, CJ with him, and sat on an empty tree stump. Everybody gathered again in a single group to hear his report.
"I didn't hear much of use. They're headed back downhill."
Dev told him what had happened, and Barry repeated what he had said. Pilar said,
"Even stable governments have to start somehow. They could be around for years more. They might outlive me and you, Joan." "How? Surely someone will stand up to them." "Who?"
Pilar said. "Us," Dev said firmly.
We should stand up to them.
If a town like Payson couldn't, how could we? Sierra said. Payson surely has more people, even after the epidemics.
We'll know that for sure when Joan's kids are back, Pilar said. I'm terribly worried for them, Joan said. What if they ran into these men and were hurt?
Art shook his head. They'd hear men on horseback coming from a long way off. Easy as can be to slip into the woods and lie low.
Joan didn't look very reassured by that. Sierra thought it might be more likely Rod and Misha would run into trouble in Payson or at Wes's. After what she'd just seen with Vargas's men, she wouldn't take kindly to having some other stranger show up. And maybe Wes's group had not. But she didn't suggest it to Joan. She had too many worries on her mind as it was. Dev said, We'll know soon. I imagine they'll be here before too long, especially if this is going on at the other places, this drafting of the unwilling. Emily said a rare sentence. They can't take Yasmin. Sierra looked at her, and Emily met her gaze, looking as angry and stubborn as she'd ever seen the timid woman look. Obviously, Joan or someone had told her what had transpired here. Sierra wondered if she was sharing that memory with Emily, the day she and Dev had killed the men molesting her when she was only 13. Emily knew, like no one else here did, what Yasmin had to fear from the men. Dev very gently said, I suggested 2 men. They said no. I think we all know what that means. Troy said fiercely, I'll kill them if they touch Brandy. Then he looked abashed. Sorry, Yasmin. I don't want them to hurt you either. I can run away, Yasmin said, her voice firm. But that would only put someone else in danger, so I won't. Sierra was impressed. Joan said, Maybe all the girls should hide when they come back. Just the men and me confront them. They'll be forced to take 2 of us, none of the girls. No, Dev said. I've decided. They aren't taking anyone. I'm going to fight. You can join me or not, but I'm going to do everything I can to stop this now. What about retaliation from the full army? Pilar said. We have to risk that. That's all there is to it. But we can try and pull this off in a way we might not see that. How, son? Art said. It's all about dealing with the horses after the fact, I think. First, we clean up whatever mess is left after an attack. We have to kill every one of those men. That's the first thing. And it's a big goal. But I know we can figure out how. And we have to try and not kill all the horses. But if we do, we'll deal with that some other way. How? No, why? Gustavo said. Dev said, What we need to do is to take all of the surviving horses up beyond the break in the highway, drive them on, scatter them around up there. Then if they have a tracker, and they probably will, they'll track the horses up there. Joan frowned. We'll bring the retaliation on someone else's head then. Dev said, Maybe so. Or maybe they'll never know exactly why their men disappeared. If it was me, Pilar said, and I was that kind of man, I might kill everybody from Payson to Sholo in response, if I wasn't sure who exactly. Then install my own excess population in our place to farm it all. Sierra said, If they have enough population, they may well do that. If not, they could kill us and let the land revert to wild. Our houses are about halfway there as it is. But we might survive this, Dev said. Think about it. Even if they did retaliate, we could set a sentry again, have a plan to get out temporarily when their army comes. Let them do what they will to what's here.
If we have the land, if we have the houses, and some seeds and young chicks, we can start again."
"What if they burn it?" Pilar said.
"That's the worst-case scenario. If that happened, we could either start all over again here, or go away and find another place to start."
"So when you're talking about leaving if we hear them coming," Pilar said, "you're talking about taking everything we can, tools, seeds, potatoes, you name it. Taking everything means moving slowly. They can catch us if we're too slow. If they have a tracker, they can track us. And even if they go away once, who is to say they won't come back a month later? Are we supposed to stay ready to flee every other week?"
Sierra said, "Wait a second. Before we decide what to do about them retaliating, I need to have some idea that we can actually beat them in a fight." Dev said, "I think we might. We only need a bit of luck."
"Luck?"
Wanda said. "Think about it," he said. "If we can isolate a few of them and kill them, then we take their rifles. And now the sides are even."
"No offense," Art said, "but that means you and Sierra and Kurt, maybe Pilar, will have to remember your firearms skills in a split second. We were good before because we were practiced before."
Sierra said, "One of those automatic rifles, you don't have to be that good. You need to be strong enough to keep it aimed and spray them without hurting our own." Dev said, "We'd need to get the wagon too. They could have whatever ammo they can carry, and I'm not seeing them wearing bandoliers of it. So that's where extra rounds must be stored. Once the wagon is out of commission, if we have their supplies and at least 2 rifles, we have the advantage."
Pilar said, "I don't see how it would work. We're relying a lot on Kurt and his crossbow skills."
Dev said, "Yes, we are. Are you willing to try this, Kurt?"
Kurt said, "If we come up with a more specific plan, yes. I wish I had more practice time to shave down my reloading time."
"What's it now?" Barry asked.
20 seconds, I'd guess."
It was a long time. "We have 24 hours, Dev said. "I think we need to do our thinking and planning right now." "Why do you want to do this now?" Sierra said. "I mean, beyond protecting Yasmin, which is reason enough. But why not wait 2 weeks until they come back through, when we've had more lead time?" "Because they won't suspect it's coming this soon. Not from a group our size. They might from a bigger group, I admit. But I believe it typically takes longer for a group of 10 or 20 to stand up to them. I think we'll have the advantage of surprise because we didn't move against them at once. So they are thinking we won't until we start to feel hunger from their BS taxes. Or maybe it's when the first female conscript returns that communities start to rebel."
"What makes you think that?"
Kurt said, not argumentative in tone, more curious. "I'm guessing, I admit. The rest of you sleep on it. Whatever plans we make today, tomorrow morning you tell me I'm full of it for my thinking and why. I'll let myself be convinced otherwise."
"Any delay would mean letting 2 of our people go to, well, we don't know what. Not really," Pilar pointed out. "And I don't want to do that."
"I won't do that," Dev said. Sierra said, "I'm with Dev on this. But Kurt?"
"If there's a plan I like, yes. As long as everyone goes into it with eyes open. It could mean losing everything except our lives, and it could mean losing our lives. I'd like to hear what the younger people think."
Troy said, "I want Brandy and our baby protected. If at any moment they could take her, Then it doesn't matter that much if it's Yasmin or someone else this time. He immediately flushed. That didn't come out right again. Sorry, Yasmin. I mean, it's you, but next time it could be her, or Zoe, or Georgia, or whoever, right? If what we're all guessing is right, that they would have taken 2 men had they not planned to... whatever. Rape her, I guess. Then every woman here is at risk.
Kurt said, and maybe CJ. Maybe you, Troy. It might not stop with the women.
Sierra looked at her son. He wasn't particularly large, not that it mattered if it was 5 against 1. Even Troy, who was the biggest of the younger generation, couldn't fight off 5 men with guns. CJ, do you understand what we're talking about? I guess, he said, but he didn't sound entirely sure. He had seen chickens mating, of course, and he knew about reproduction. He knew where he came from, but violence that took a sexual course was not something she had touched on in her explanations, except to say that you always ask the person you were interested in sexually if they were interested too. No means no, and you always respect that, she'd told him. But, of course, as nice a thought as that slogan was, it didn't reflect reality. No's were ignored all the time. The person with a gun didn't need to listen to a no. Guns rendered protests silent, whether that was a refusal of sex, or a plea to not steal, or begging for your own life. The victim didn't get to decide. The shooter did. Maybe your father can explain more later, she said, looking at Kurt, who nodded his agreement. Knowledge was better than ignorance, and CJ was more than old enough. You might protect a 4-year-old from this knowledge, not a kid CJ's age. Though if she had a 4-year-old right now, she'd explain it to them as well as she could. Though she'd likely explain it to them as they were backpacking away from the neighborhood to hide him. A thought struck her. What about the old place? What old place? Dev said. Down the hill, where the grain farm used to be, and Nina's family was, and Rudy and his cousin back when. It burned. There are still foundations, a crawl space or basement as I recall. We could store food there, and at least it'd be safe from burrowing animals if the concrete is still intact.
Arch said, awfully close to the highway. You don't mean we could move there?
No, she said, but she felt a twinge of regret as she said it. The land was cleared of big trees, and with the wildfire ash added to the soil, and the soil left fallow, it probably would make a good homestead. I meant to store things away from where they can get to it. It might serve as a rendezvous point, her father said, should we get separated. I don't know where it is, Yasmin said. It's a long walk down, Sierra said, so we can't show you now, but we could another day. Yasmin said, quietly and with no trace of whining in her voice, I might not have another day. Everyone went still. The bird song in the trees seemed suddenly too loud. Every face in the group was troubled. The simple truth of those words hit them all, and Sierra could read grief on some faces, shame on others, and anger on yet others. Dev's face grew only more stern. He looked more like his mother than like Arch, but that expression was pure Arch. We won't let that happen, he said. Agreed? Everyone. Agreed? Sierra said, yes. We fight. She admired Dev's timing. He'd taken Yasmin's innocent, stark statement and used the moment to steamroll over any fear or hesitation. Who could say no at this moment?
As everyone either spoke or nodded, the answer to that became clear. No one could protest Dev's plan. Kurt waited until everyone else had committed, and then he restated his previous point.
We need a good plan. What is it?
Arch said.
The grenades might work. They were stable enough when we unburied them.
And they might not, Dev said. So we'll put them in our plan, but if they fail to detonate, the rest of the plan will still need to work.
What plan is that?
Kurt persisted. Okay, Dev said. Here's what I've come up with so far. It's partial, and I'm not married to it. Anyone, everyone, if you have a better idea, chime in. They began their planning in earnest. Chapter 15. We need more rope, Georgia said, if we want to stay well back of the dummies. Sierra yelled to CJ, who was running errands for her group. It was the following morning, early, and they had no idea when they'd be seeing Vargas and his men, but they wanted to be ready well before noon. Dev's group had the most dangerous job. If the grenades were as unstable as the bullets had been, they could be blown up at any minute. Sierra was starting at every crack of a stick she heard, thinking it was the start of that horrible noise. She and most of the girls were behind the Quinn house, setting up dummies, fake humans that they hoped would fool Vargas's men for a second or two. They'd taken gourds from the barn to use as heads. Every other part of the dummies came from the top and dry parts of the compost pile. Corn stalks and tomato stalks and amaranth stalks giving the dummy bodies stability, and wads of inedible leaves stuffed into their oldest clothing to give them the shape of a human being. Looks just like me, Yasmin said. If I had a gourd head. She seemed high on optimism for the moment. She had more to win or lose today than most of them. Not sure how long this will work, Sierra said. Surely they'll notice it's not human beings they are shooting at. Dev says he can confuse them by moving around. Sierra was worried about Dev's job in this. To make the straw figures appear dangerous, someone had to be among them, shooting arrows down on Vargas's men. On this side of their road, it was Dev. On the grain field side, it would be Zoe, shooting from ground level, back in the grain where she could not be seen. She too would be moving after every shot or two. CJ came running up with an armload of twine. Dad is on his way. He has them ready. He said to tell you. It had been up to Kurt to devise a spring-loaded device that would pop up the fake combatants in a way that allowed them to fall right away. That quick appearance and disappearance might extend the seconds that Vargas's men would fire at the dummies, rather than at the living people. Firing at them would waste their ammunition. The more bullets they spent on dummies, the fewer would go into the bodies of the people of the neighborhood. Joan, Emily, and Nina were ferrying supplies into the woods. If it all went to hell quickly, they were, on a signal from Dev, going to retreat at a dead run. They'd rendezvous with any survivors where the food was being stored and grab it, and everyone left would keep running uphill together until dusk. They had debated splitting up instead at that point, but decided not to. Better to make a last stand together if it came to that. And if the worst did not come to pass, and they won the day, they would have time to figure out what to do to prepare for a second wave of men, who came after Vargas's men had not returned. A worry for another day. Today, it was dummies, traps, and if they had time, some rehearsal of their own troop movements for various scenarios. Aren't you scared? Wanda asked. Sierra said, Me? Yes. I meant Yasmin. I'm much less frightened today than I was yesterday, she answered.
When that man pointed at me, I thought I was going to faint. Or die, maybe. Have a heart attack and die right where I stood.
Sierra asked Wanda,
Why? Aren't you scared?
Yes. Brandy spoke up.
I feel sick. Sick about leaving you all behind. Look, if we need to run, and if we can never come back, we need to get the hens to safety. That's your job. So when you hear the first gunfire, you go. Don't play the hero, Sierra said. Or rather, to be the hero for you is to run with the hens and protect them. I hope your father has found that thing he was looking for. Dog kennel, Sierra said. He just had it a couple weeks back, so it couldn't have gone far.
It was Brandy's job to take the hen and the current clutch of eggs away from the neighborhood. If it all went to hell, fleeing survivors would follow in her steps and scatter the trail markers Joan and them were placing right now, so they couldn't be as easily followed. They had tried to think of every possible outcome. What if? What if they won? They lost. They were captured. One of them died. Half of them died. They got a rifle. They didn't get a rifle. The grenades worked. They didn't work. Some of Vargas's men rode ahead while some lagged behind. Every possible contingency they'd tried to anticipate. Arch hadn't been so sure they'd thought of enough.
Stuff always goes wrong,
he'd warned, more than once. Sierra had been impressed with how much Arch had let Dev take the lead. She should tell Arch that before the shooting started. She should say a lot of things before the shooting started today. It might be her last chance to say them. Kurt walked up with his new invention.
I'm not sure yet it'll work with the dummies you made until I can feel the weight of them. Who has one finished?
Yasmin and Brandy pointed to the pile of them.
Wow, you've done a lot. I'm behind, Kurt said. Hang on a minute.
Sierra sat back on her heels and watched him load the dummy into the contraption he'd built. She needed to learn to do this herself.
We're going to need some sort of way to keep it anchored. Anchor pins for fencing should do it. Do you have any at your place, Sierra?
Everything we have is holding down fencing, I think. But there's some galvanized wire in the barn, a decent length of it. We can bend it into whatever shape you want.
What gauge?
I don't know. It's fence wire.
Probably too light.
So I guess paper clips won't work either. She tried to think of what else they had around the house that would work. If need be, she'd pull up the clips holding the fence down and replace them later.
Let me show you all how this works. CJ? Kurt said. I need you to stand on this part here. Lean back so the dummy doesn't clobber you on the way up.
CJ did as he was told. Kurt attached the cord and played it out.
I designed it so you get the best action if you're low to the ground, because you should be anyway, to avoid being hit by bullets. Give it a sharp yank, like this.
He yanked the cord, and the thing popped up, but CJ lost his balance, and he and the dummy fell.
Try again, Kurt said to his son. Now that you know what direction the force is coming from, you can stay upright and apply more force.
CJ stood and helped his father set up the spring device again. He grabbed a big rock and held on to it, giving himself more mass.
Good idea, Kurt said. Set?
CJ nodded.
Now,
Kurt said, and he yanked the cord again. The dummy popped up. Kurt let go of the rope, and it popped back down. The gourd head fell off and rolled away.
Guess we need to attach those better,
Wanda said.
Your fence wire might do for that, Kurt said.
Okay, I'll go get it, Sierra said. And look for heavier gauge wire. What about the electric cabling?
Too heavy and too flexible if we try to take it apart, Kurt said. I'm going back to finish making these. Now that I'm sure it'll work, the manufacturing will go quickly.
Good, Sierra said. I feel like time is slipping away from us.
The three of them walked back through the Quinn property together. No one was there but Arch.
What's up, Arch?
She called.
Fixing this trap, he said.
They were setting up some of their spring animal traps to trap humans and horses coming up the center of their dirt road. A few broken legs, whether man's or beast's, would work to their advantage.
See you later,
Sierra called, as they kept on walking.
You're doing a great job, Kurt. You too, CJ.
I wish I could shoot a gun, her son said.
Afraid that's going to be up to me.
She and Dev were selected as the first two to get a rifle, should anyone capture one. Whoever was nearer, whoever saw the man fall, had to run in and get it. But if she or Dev were nearby, the rifle would be handed to them.
Kurt said, How are you feeling about that?
Resolved,
she said.
Still nervous about the big gun?
A little. Arch convinced me it's pretty easy to hit things with it. I'm terrified it'll be too easy, and I'll hit something I don't want to. I want everybody to stay the hell away from me if that's what I end up with.
You may get a different rifle. Odds are you will, he said.
Good. Those I can handle.
Do you think you still can shoot well?
I believe so. Pilar and Zoe are backups, if Dev and I can't get to the first fallen rifles for whatever reason. Joan said no, she didn't think she could manage one, after sleeping on the idea.
When we capture 4 rifles, the 4 of you will get it done.
I hope we do,
she said. CJ said, I wish I could shoot a bow, so when Dev doesn't need his, I could kill the bad guys.
Kurt and she exchanged a look. Kurt said, You don't know that until you experience it.
I do know, CJ said. They're like animals. I kill animals all the time.
Sierra didn't disagree. It wasn't like the old times, when a parent would have corrected their son, told him that all people had more worth than all animals. That probably had never been true, for there had always been evil people, but it certainly wasn't true any longer. In her heart, she agreed with him, so she didn't argue with him, for she hated being hypocritical with her kids. Kurt was staring at her, waiting for her to speak on the matter. She shrugged. She wouldn't say a word, but Kurt could if he wanted. They were in her yard now. She said, Kurt, you're a great father. And CJ, I'm really proud of you. Do what your dad says today, and don't get hurt. I love you both.
She turned away.
Sierra,
Kurt said. She turned back.
I'm sorry.
For what?
For everything I should be sorry for, and grateful for everything I should be grateful for. You be careful too.
She smiled at him, raised a hand, and turned again for home. She saw the dog kennel sitting by the back steps up to the deck. She'd known Pilar would find it. It'd work, though Brandy would have to pat it really well to keep the eggs intact while she walked up into the mountains with it.
Dad,
she called.
In here,
he said, emerging from the henhouse.
Collecting eggs. Life goes on, I guess. I'm here for supplies.
She changed direction to meet him.
CJ was just here for rope. Cleaned us out. We'll get it back.
She hoped they were still around at the end of the day to care about matters like rope. He picked up the egg basket and opened the gate to the hen yard. The aggressive hen took a run at him.
You know, she said, that hen is getting old. This year is her last year anyway.
Yeah? He said, walking along. They fell into step together.
We can use her in the battle. More confusion.
How do you mean?
Someone who's good with a sling can launch her at Vargas.
Her father laughed. I'm not sure that'd do much good.
Don't horses spook easily?
He quit laughing. Some do, I think.
They might rear back from a squawking hen. Bring it up with Dev next time you see him, if you see him first. Truth be told, I'll be glad to see the end of that hen. I think of stewing her nearly every day.
How's the dummy project going?
Great, thanks to Kurt and his mechanical skills.
She stopped when they came to the deck. He climbed the stairs, holding to the rail. She watched his stiff movements for a moment.
Pilar?
Yes?
When it's time to run, don't hesitate. I'm afraid you won't be able to run very fast. Not for long. So you go first, okay? You, Emily, and the 2 kids.
I'll slow them down, he said.
Then send them ahead, or go first. If you know we've lost and we're going to retreat, retreat first, okay? I'll catch up with you when I can.
I can't do that.
If he wouldn't do it for himself, he'd do it for his family. Take CJ with you. I know how important Zoe is to the battle, but I'd like to think that if I die, at least one of my children will survive. If you survive, I'll know CJ will be looked after. Please.
Sweetheart, don't talk like that.
You know I'm only being realistic. It's going to be dangerous. None of us can predict the outcome, and none of us knows we'll be alive at sundown.
Pilar looked very sad. If someone dies, it should be me. Us old people have had our lives.
You have wisdom and experience we can't lose. Whoever survives will need you, and my son needs at least one person who is personally invested in his long-term survival. That has to be you. So please, if the time comes, take him. Follow the path Joan is laying up into the woods, and get your grandson to safety.
He stared at her for long seconds, a worried expression on his face. I want you to be there to take care of him.
So do I. I'm not going on any suicide missions, believe me. But my mind will be in the fight, my focus better, if I'm not worried about both of my children.
All right, then. You'll survive the day. I know you will. You have to. But if things get rough, I'll get going ahead of the group with CJ.
Thank you, she said, and she turned for the barn.
Sierra,
he called to her when she was halfway across the yard. She turned. Yeah?
I'm proud of you.
She nodded and turned before he could see her eyes brimming. She knew this morning would be full of saying goodbyes, in whatever ways they could all bear to. By the time Vargas's men arrived, she wanted everyone she cared about to know she did care. There was no reason to save it all up for another day that might never come. Gustavo was in the barn, changing his shirt. Sorry, she said. I didn't expect anyone to be here. It's okay, he said. I thought it'd be better for me to match the tree trunks more. This is tan. Good thinking, she said. How's the mining of the highway going? Dev and Art seem to know what they're doing, but it all depends on those grenades working. Yeah. We're running tripwires too, though Art says the horses wouldn't be likely to trip on them. Just men. With what? Some fishing line? he said. There was another word they used, but I'd never heard it before. Monofilament? She guessed. That was it. Do you all have your assignments then? Yeah. I'm going to be on a tripwire with Luke, and I have to be ready to grab a gun if one falls and get it to you or Dev. Did Dev and Arch explain how to shoot one if you need to? Yeah, but I don't know if I can. You can, she said. Point, aim, squeeze the trigger. That's it. She started hunting for the wire. Why wasn't it next to the fence pliers? She grabbed those for cutting the wire. But I'll get any gun to you as soon as I can, because you really know how to do it. Don't risk your life doing that. I mean, if you need to shoot, shoot. Arch says not to go crazy with it. He says there won't be many bullets in each, and to save them for you and Dev, or whoever has experience. He has a point, but I don't want you to die just to get me the gun. Sometimes, a single shot in their direction will make them run for cover, and that's your chance to find cover for yourself. I can't believe you all did this. I mean, really did this for months and months. Fought wars. Neither can I, honestly, Sierra said. It seems like 3 lifetimes ago to me. The last lifetime is counted since you and the guys moved into the barn and became part of our family. You were good to take us in. No, she said, finally finding the coiled wire. Nothing good about it. We benefited too. It's wonderful having you all in our lives. I think we did more. Benefited. She faced him. I'm so sorry you lost your parents. Yeah, I miss them now, more than ever. Maybe Joan and them are right, that there's an afterlife, and that they're looking at you right now, she said. I know they'd all be proud of you if they could see you. When we took you in, Pilar and I expected at least one of you to have major problems, emotional and behavioral both, but not a one of you was any trouble. We were all terrified we were going to starve to death. You saved us, and you treated us with kindness. You even made sure we got more book learning. We were grateful, and we're still grateful. No reason to feel that now. You're just part of the extended family. Gratitude is beside the point with family. There is just love and loyalty. I don't think so. I think gratitude is even more important with family. So thank you and Pilar both. You're more than welcome, she said. Now, I have to get back to those dummies. And I need to get out and help set more traps. The animal traps, I mean. Don't forget to warn everybody else where those are. I don't want to trip over one myself. Mostly, stay off the main highway and the first 10 feet of our road, right in the center. If you have to walk at the end of our road, stay right at the edges. Arch said to focus the traps there. The horses won't make it through the scrub easily, and he says the mounted men are more of a danger. I'll pass that along, she said, and she left the barn and headed back to finish her first task. There were more, in decreasing order of importance, and the morning was wearing on. Vargas and his men might be on their way up the hill right now. Chapter 16. CJ's voice came to her from the road. Sierra? Here, she said, standing up. She was in the grain field, along with Zoe, waiting for Vargas and his men to arrive. Brought you lunch, and Zoe too. Zoe, you hear that? Sierra said. Her daughter popped up. Good, I'm hungry. And bored, though I hardly believe that. They're arriving later than we thought, Sierra said. Maybe they had problems elsewhere, though it's a lot to hope for.
Her children were far enough apart in age that Zoe and CJ hadn't ever been that close, but they never fought either. Zoe was more like an aunt to him than a sister, living in another house as she had. "You want to sit down and eat with us?" she asked CJ. "I have other food to deliver." He was carrying a half-full sack. Inside were wrappers woven of green corn husks. He handed over their share. "Thank you. If you hear the signal from your father, get off the road," she said. "I know," he said, irritated at her. He walked away. "I love you," she said. "You keep doing that," Zoe said, taking a boiled egg and peeling it. "What?" Sierra said. "Telling everybody you love them." "I do love them." "It's like saying you're planning on one of us dying today." "Zoe," Sierra started. She didn't finish. "Sorry if it gets you down." "The thought of my mother or father dying? You think what? That I'm 100% perfectly fine with that?" "Of course not. No more than I am with my daughter being in the middle of the fight." "Try not to think about it. Do your job and let the day play out." Sierra bit into a boiled egg. "I've never been able to get used to these without salt. I barely remember salt. And don't start in on the last cupcakes again." "Do I tell that story a lot?" "Yes," she said. "So does Dad. I can't tell if I remember eating them or not anymore. You and Dad have mentioned it so often. Like, is that a real memory? Or is that me painting a picture in my head after hearing the story so often?" "You do remember your grandmother cooking for you, though?" "Yeah, she was good at it. Had more to work with, though. Apples, some spices that ran out years ago, the rabbits." "I'm glad you were old enough when she died to remember her. She was always so good to me." "To everyone. And she was the only one who could handle Gramps all the time." She took a tomato and leaned over slightly, biting into it. Sierra took a tomato as well. "He's been pretty good today. Of course I haven't had to work with him." "No, he has been. He's letting Dad take the lead. Surprised me." "Maybe he feels his age," Sierra said, picking up a cucumber and breaking it in half. She gave half to Zoe. "I feel mine, so I can only imagine what Arch and Joan and your other grandfather feel like." "What do you mean, you feel it?" "I get stiff. I wake up slightly stiff every morning. And if I hurt myself, if I strain a muscle, it takes longer to heal. And I think my close-in vision is starting to go, though it's hard to say for sure." "Does that happen to everyone?" "I think so. At least it's happened." The signal came from Kurt, the sharp, high song of the California quail. But it wasn't a quail. It was definitely Kurt, telling everyone the men were coming. "Okay," Zoe said, getting to her feet. "We both know what to do." "Right," Zoe said, biting back the urge to tell her again she loved her. "Don't say it," Zoe said. "I didn't. You thought it hard enough for me to hear. I think it every day." "Okay. I love you too. Now get in position." Going. There were only 3 of the dummies in the amaranth field. Sierra had beaten down a path between them, so it was going to be fast to get from one to another. By that point, they might know the figures up on the hill were dummies too, so it was only her assigned to triggering the dummies down here, and one person, Zoe, with the bow shooting at men with guns. Zoe knew to stay as low as possible when she shot. She knew to hit the ground after shooting. She knew to crawl away immediately from each firing position before loosing another arrow. Sierra hoped, prayed, that it was enough to keep her alive. The seconds dragged by. The men were coming. Kurt was stalking them. The boys were waiting with tripwires, and Dev and 3 of the girls were up on the rise overlooking the spot where their road split off from the highway. Her father and CJ were outside the Quinn house, ready to move wherever they were needed. All of them, like her, must be tensed and waiting for all hell to break loose. Chapter 17. Dev crawled on his belly toward a spot where he could see the main highway. The horse's hooves clacked along the broken and split surface, and he sent up a final prayer that they would win the day. "Take me, if you must, but keep my child safe." God helps those who help themselves, and Dev could help protect Zoe by doing his job here the best he could. He crawled forward as far as he could safely go without exposing himself to rifle fire, and watched. 2 horses led, the rifles held in the riders' hands. He recognized the faces, but did not know their names. Then Vargas rode, tall and straight on his sand-colored horse. 4 more horsemen, and then the wagon, holding 2 soldiers, and piled with sacks that might hold food. It was riding low. The boys had told him it had a built-in water tank, and he imagined that was full as well. It was good for them that the wagon was laden. No chance of the mine failing to detonate. That is, unless the grenades did not work at all. Behind the wagon were another 2 riders, and behind that, a line of tired-looking civilians marching up the highway. His heart nearly stopped when he saw 2 of the civilians were Rod and Misha. Of course, one of the groups, Payson or Wes's, might have offered them up as the draftees. Or perhaps they had volunteered themselves. They both looked tense, and both were looking up his way. The wagon wheels squeaked as the vehicle approached the mine. A horseman just ahead of the wagon shifted in his saddle as his horse somehow detected the mine and stepped around it. Behind Rod and Misha was one last horseman. No one was in chains. The draftees were all walking free. Another pair of horsemen were between the wagon and them. The wagon was almost upon the mine. The draftees might be out of the range of the shrapnel, or they might not be. He had a split second to decide what to do. As the wagon wheels rolled another inch, he cupped his hands and yelled, "Rod, down!" 2 of the horsemen pulled to a stop immediately, wheeling their horses to look his way. But the wagon was heavy and would not stop on a dime. Dev saw Rob grab Misha and fling her to the ground, following her down. Then the mine went off. Dev couldn't stop his reaction. He ducked his head and buried his face in the dry forest duff. He hadn't heard a sound that loud since the ammunition had detonated on its own, and for a moment he was deaf. Then he heard, as if from miles distant, the sound of horses screaming. On the heels of that, the shrapnel started hitting the highway. He looked up to see a rain of wood pieces and asphalt. The wagon had been blown into hundreds of pieces. The horses that had been pulling it were dead or dying, their hindquarters nothing more than bloody chunks of meat. The prisoners were cowering, as were at least the first rank of horsemen who'd been riding ahead of the wagon, and their horses. One fell, dead or close to it. The other horse stumbled, dropped to its knees, and collapsed. Vargas and the riders farther in front were still alive, but all the horses were running or rearing in their fear. Vargas fought his for control. Dev saw his chance. He stood, knowing he was visible to the rifleman, and knocked an arrow. Adjusting for his height from up here, the wind, the distance, All that was automatic for him. He let fly. The arrow aimed straight at Vargas, cut off the head of this monster, and the rest of it would not function right. Vargas's horse reared again, Vargas fighting to stay seated. The arrow flew, but instead of hitting Vargas, it hit the horse in the neck. Dev didn't stop to see what damage he'd done. He turned tail and ran. Behind him, the first rifle fired his way. It spurred him on, and then one of the automatic rifles started firing, and the rounds hit the trees just behind him, faster than he could count them. He didn't know he still had that kind of speed in him, but he flew through the trees, swerving to avoid hitting one, hurtling over a fallen oak, and then dropping to the ground as he heard more guns join the first two. He lay there for a moment, panting, trying to sort out the sounds. There was only one rifle on full auto, but under that noise several other rifles fired single shots. So there were probably 4 dead or out of the fight, and as many as 8 left alive. The tripwire crew were in the woods farther up, waiting. The monofilament was stretched across the highway in 2 places, tied on one end to a tree. The other ends were in fishing reels, ready to be spun to raise the line. Vargas might also send his men into the woods, and both the tripwires and spring traps would be useless. He might also order them to shoot all the draftees. Dev cursed himself. None of them had thought that last thing through. For all the talking and planning they'd done, for all the possible outcomes they'd anticipated, and the good course corrections that resulted in their plans from that talking, none of them had once thought about there being 15 friendlies to worry about. And even had they thought of that, no one would have anticipated 2 of their own would be among them. Rod and Misha and their allies on the highway were going to have to take care of themselves. He believed their 2 could. He hoped they could keep the rest of them safe. The draftees might realize what was happening and flee into the woods, or, in the best scenario, grab a fallen rifle and fire it at their captors. There was shouting and more rifle fire, but it was no longer coming this way. Dev crawled another several yards away from the highway, and then risked standing and jogged the rest of the way to his assigned position. The girls assigned to the dummies were waiting, all in a cluster. "Get back to your positions," he said. "What's happening?" asked Georgia, backing away a step. She looked terrified, and Dev felt a wave of sympathy. She'd never seen battle. Even the sound of it was upsetting to her. "The mine worked. At least 5 of their horses are down, and 4 men, I think. That leaves 8 with rifles, and most are mounted. That's what the second noise was, rifles firing." "It's so loud, and there are so many of them," Yasmin said. She didn't look quite as panicked as the others, but all 3 were afraid. "Yes, and they are dangerous. So you all stay down on the ground where you're supposed to be. We'll be fine if we stick to the plan. I'll cover the road entrance, and when I give the signal, you start working the dummies. When they figure out there is only 1 shooter up here, or when they move past us, then we retreat to the house, or to wherever you were assigned next. Right?" "Right," Yasmin said. She turned and ran back to her position. The others still looked worried, but walked to their positions and got down. He called to them. "You know what to do, just like we rehearsed. It might happen in a minute or 2, or it might happen in 20 minutes. We need to hold position until it does, or until our runner comes and tells us to move." CJ was with Dev's father near the entrance to their neighborhood. Arch had his own bow and another grenade near there. At least now he would know the grenade would probably work. Both of them would have seen what happened. CJ might even now be spreading the word up the road, though everyone would have heard the explosion except Brandy, who should be blazing a trail up the hillside. Kurt was stationed across the main highway. He may have even taken a couple of shots at them already. Zoe and Sierra were in the grain field on their road, waiting for the battle to come to them. Pilar was on his property on the other side, hiding behind the old electric car that the boys had carried out to provide some cover, holding one of the remaining grenades. With him were the two boys who weren't on the tripwire, with slings and rocks and a scythe, the best weapons they could muster. That was the last point of defense. Dev carried his bow to the first firing position he'd picked out. Nothing moved on their dirt road. Not yet. Soon enough, there would be someone. If the enemy dismounted, they could come through the woods, but he'd hear them coming. They taxed people for their food. They weren't real hunters. Their woodcraft would not be better than his. Chapter 18. Misha felt Rod's weight ease off her. The world had exploded. Rod had thrown her to the ground at the same time, and now gunfire was erupting, taking her back in a flash to her childhood when she'd heard that sound. Some animal part of her wanted to dig her way underground to get safe, but instead she raised her head and saw Rod sprinting for a big rock or something. His shirt was ripped in the back, and a big piece of wood was buried in his shoulder. It took her brain a second to recognize the thing he was aiming for was a dead horse. Beyond the place in the highway where the wagon had once been, the other horses were wheeling, spinning, fighting their riders. One's front hooves came down on another of the fallen men, who screamed. Misha realized it was time to move, but though she ordered her body to do that, she couldn't make herself rise. Bullets were beginning to fly, and it seemed that every direction was dangerous. Rod made it to the dead horse, and he launched himself over its carcass. She saw him reach down, and then he flipped himself around, sitting upright, facing the horse, and she could see his face, strain obvious on it. He was trying to move the horse? It seemed so. She began to crawl his way to help. Then he fell backward. Her heart skipped a beat. Had he been shot? No. He leaped up, holding a rifle he must have been pulling out from under the horse. Rod fumbled with it for a second before getting it aimed. He fired. She couldn't see what he was firing at, but she crawled his way, not knowing if it was the right thing to do. She wanted to be with her brother was all. She glanced around as she crawled, looking for another rifle, or a handgun, or anything she could use as a weapon. Behind her, she heard another of the prisoners yell something. She glanced back, and she glanced forward again just in time to see Rod get hit. It wasn't one bullet. It was a dozen of them, sprayed from an automatic rifle, cutting right across his belly. The world slowed. Misha watched as chunks of flesh were torn from him and flew off him. He folded and fell without a sound. She couldn't stop the cry that was torn from her throat. A bullet hit the highway right in front of her face, and she rolled over, curling into a ball. Stupid, she realized. But her instincts were stupid, and didn't understand that a bullet could find her no matter if her head was up or not. It took her only a second to find her courage again. She leaped to her feet and ran for Rod, throwing herself behind the horse, in a space between it and where her brother lay. The horse partly protected her from rifle fire. Rod was on his side, his eyes open. The smell of shit was strong, and she couldn't tell if it was his or the horse's. She crawled from the safety of the horse, reached out and touched his face. But his eyes didn't change. A single bullet hit his shoulder, and there was no reaction. Her brother was dead. The grief was like a bullet to her own heart, so sharp and painful, she didn't think she could bear it. Then, in a flash, it turned to anger. Someone would pay. They all would pay. She lunged for the rifle, got it in her hands, and took a deep breath. Then she sat up and fired in the direction she believed the bullets that had cut down Rod had come from. She wasn't very good at it. The first 2 shots went way high, but she lowered the rifle and remembered to sight down the top of it, and she let loose 2 more rounds. Her first true shot hit one of the horses, just being brought under control, and the second bullet hit the leg of its rider. Then she was out of bullets. She dropped the rifle and rolled in toward the downed horse, realizing she was lying in a puddle of its blood and worse, but pushing into it anyway, as close as she could get, burying herself along the dead animal's body, feeling a hard bit of the saddle poke her in the side. She covered her head with her arms and closed her eyes. She knew she could be shot at any time, following Rod into death. She waited for it, and when she was still alive a minute later, she was surprised. At that point, she heard yelling. It was Vargas, and he was telling his men to cease fire.
"Collect any rounds you see. All the rifles."
Another voice replied.
"We lost the ammo stores when the wagon went." "I know, but there might be loose rounds rolling around. Grab any you see. I'll cover you all while you do."
Misha could not see Vargas or his men from her spot against the horse, but she could see the rest of the prisoners, who were looking around now. She waved frantically at her fellow draftees, motioning them to get into the woods. They weren't armed, and if the soldiers were trying to conserve ammunition, they'd likely not waste it on unarmed prisoners. But why take the chance? The urge to yell the explanation at them was strong, but stupid. Finally, one of them looked at her, and her message seemed to register.
"Get into the woods, everybody," he said. "Over there."
They began to move, some crawling at first, some jumping up and sprinting for the woods on the far side of the highway. No one shot at them. In 2 minutes, they were all out of sight. Misha stayed where she was, trying to think. What could she do? The rifle was still right there. Was there any possibility they stored extra ammunition somewhere else on the horse? She felt around the saddle. They'd had rolls of blankets and a sling thing for the rifles, and side bags. Saddle bags, hadn't Kurt called them? On most of the horses. She felt around until she found a metal snap. She unsnapped it, and beneath her hand was a handle of a knife. She pulled it out and looked at it, slightly curved, with a blade longer than her hand. It was better than no weapon. She couldn't find any bullets. She held on to the knife, decided to play dead for now, and waited for her chance. For Rod. She'd kill one of them. For Rod. Kurt was biding his time. He'd heard the mine go off and had been surprised and relieved that it had worked. Only then had he edged his way forward quickly, not worried about making noise. His movement would not be heard over the screams of man and beast. He made it to a good thick tree to use as cover at the edge of the highway, and watched as one horse bolted, riderless, up the hill. Good. The more of them who didn't have the advantage of shooting from the height of horseback, the better. He was, frankly, surprised at the horses' reaction to the explosion. He'd have thought they'd trained their horses better around gunfire. Maybe the mine detonating was something the animals had never heard. That gave him hope. It meant their enemy wasn't an elite military unit, trained for every possibility, equipped with every possible weapon. They were just men, maybe 8 of them remaining, from the looks of it, but one of those was on the ground, his arm flopping about, as if he was trying to move and failing. Against 7 men, they would have a chance. Not a great chance, not with the disparity in weapons, but a chance. It was time for him to bring those numbers down. He had a quarrel loaded in the crossbow already. He raised it and aimed for a horse that was calmer than the rest. The target was good. He let the quarrel fly. He didn't look to study the effect, just loaded a second quarrel in. He had lathed these himself, back when there was still electricity. He had pulled each precious quarrel from many a game animal, cleaned it, and resharpened it with a hone. He knew his weapon like he knew his own body. A man was standing on the ground with a fully automatic rifle, military issue, spraying bullets across the highway at the rise on the Quinn property. He turned, changed where he was shooting, and shot toward the back of the line. Kurt saw a prisoner fall, and while he wondered who it had been, not one of the man's own, surely, he didn't worry about it, just aimed at the shooter. The quarrel buried itself in his chest. He went down. Kurt loaded another quarrel and tried to count the remaining enemy as he picked his next shot and cocked his weapon. The horses were calming down now that the automatic rifle had been silenced. Men on horseback were taking shots, and Vargas was yelling something, telling them to cease fire. Kurt heard, "There might be loose rounds rolling around. Grab any you see." He stepped out and fired at Vargas, still mounted. The horse shifted as Kurt fired, and the quarrel zipped past Vargas's shoulder. Kurt ducked back as rifle fire tried to find him. The trunk of the tree took 3 rounds. He heard it and felt the force transmitted through the wood. He dropped to his knees, just in case, and reloaded his crossbow. He heard the clatter of hooves on the highway. Vargas knew where he was, so it was time to be somewhere else. Keeping the tree between him and Vargas for as long as he could, he ran bent over, then swerved, making for another fat tree. No more shots came. He made it another several yards, looked back, and realized no one was following him. He kept moving. He'd go uphill past the rise, cross over, and come back around through that grain field, joining Sierra and Zoe and shooting from there. He pushed his aching joints as fast as they would carry him. Pilar could hear the battle had begun. Part of him wanted to run toward it, to protect his child and grandchildren. Part of him wanted to run for the hills. He was getting too old for this crap. CJ ran up, excited. "The grenades exploded. Did you hear?" "I heard." "Arch says that means yours and his will probably work." "I hope so." He had a single grenade, and if he got the chance, he'd throw it. He'd rather not have to kill up close, but he had a machete with him if it came to that. Good luck with a machete against a rifle, though. "Any change in the plan?" "Not yet. Arch says they'll come in on our road, but I don't know how he knows that." "He might be right, but you watch your back, okay, kiddo?" "I'm fast," CJ said, and he proved it by running back up toward the action. Pilar had the urge to grab him and tackle him, then tie him to a tree, well out of the way of harm. But he didn't, of course. Pilar hated this day, hated this necessity. He was old enough that he had hoped to live his life out, collecting eggs, hoeing weeds, canning green beans, maybe living long enough to see Zoe have a child of her own. He wanted peace, love and peace and freedom. It was all he had ever wanted. Now all of that was at risk. Misha could hear a booted man walking closer to her position. He was checking bodies, checking for bullets, she supposed. The men had gotten themselves organized. No one from the neighborhood appeared, but why would they? Maybe they had set the explosives some time ago and fled up into the mountains. It might be just her against all these men. Maybe she should have run when the other prisoners did. Maybe she should play dead. She glanced down at herself and thought the amount of blood on her would convince anyone she wasn't a threat. But then she thought about Rod, whose body she could not bear to look long at. He'd been her brother in every possible way. It didn't matter that her mom hadn't given birth to him. He moved in with their family, and Mom had loved him and treated him the same. Emily's silence and solitude had made Misha miss the fighting and playing they'd done before the bad things had happened, and Rod had filled a hole in her life. They'd worked together and played together and gotten in trouble together. As they'd grown up, the bond had only deepened. And these men had killed him without a thought. He was nothing to them. He was family to her. So, no, she shouldn't have run. She should wait here and take her chance and avenge Rod. It'd break her mom's heart to lose them both, but Misha had to do what was right. The man's steps came closer. Misha tried to relax her face muscles. She breathed shallowly, ready to hold her breath should he come closer. If he leaned over, that'd be best. She could drive the knife up into him, maybe pull him down to increase the force of the stab. Behind the protection of the horse carcass, she could finish him off without anyone else seeing, take his rifle, if he had one, and fire at the other men. They'd probably still get her in the end. But if she could kill one, maybe two, then she'd have done all she could. If she killed two, she couldn't call it a fair trade. No, 100 would not be nearly enough of a trade for Rod. It wouldn't make him alive again. She swallowed back the urge to cry. Dead people don't cry. She should play dead until it was time. The man was coming closer. Closer.
"Hey, Otis!"
A voice called.
"Get the first aid supplies and get over here!"
The footsteps retreated. Damn. She lay in the warm blood, waiting for her chance. Chapter 19. It seemed a lifetime before Dev saw movement again. He knocked on a tree, hoping it would alert the others if they had grown hypnotized by the boredom of waiting. The men were not on horseback, but they were leading their horses. In fact, the horses formed a wall around them. The horses were cooperating, but animals didn't march as neatly as people, and here and there a shift in their gait opened a brief window for Dev. It would be hard to hit the men through that. But killing 2 or 3 horses would work nearly as well. That would expose them. Dev knocked an arrow. "Ready," he said, in a normal tone of voice, which he knew the girls could hear. "Now." He stepped out, shot an arrow at the mass of horses, and stepped back, not bothering to see if he'd done any damage. He dashed to another spot. The dummies popped up, one, then another. The movement drew fire. Only a single round. They were being more careful with their ammunition. Dev knocked another arrow. The girls were on the move. One pulled a third dummy's rope. It sprung up, and Dev stepped out again, shot, and ducked back. The 4th dummy went up. Another round was fired. "They got the dummy in the head," Yasmin said. "Better him than me." He moved again, circling around, then coming up from a different angle. He lost sight of the enemy for a moment, but then there they were again. He had hit one of the horses but not killed it. It was away from the rest, standing there, the feathers of the arrow sticking out from its shoulder. Vargas and his men had shifted the horses to keep the wall intact and left the injured horse behind. It was still hard to get a shot at the men. There were 4 of them in there, he thought. He stepped out and shot another arrow. He had another dozen, most of them homemade. The distance and accuracy was better with the old commercial arrows made of fiberglass. He had one more of those. He knocked it, moved to his left, a few steps more into the neighborhood, and the girls went through the routine with the dummies. No one fired this time. Not at him, not at the dummies. "They might have figured it out," he said to the girls. "Georgia, Wanda, you get on down to the house or wherever you're assigned. Yasmin, stay up here and operate 3 of the dummies, just in case it's still fooling them." "Going," Georgia said. "Stay low at first," he said. "I need to get closer, Yasmin. Give me 2 minutes to find a good spot, and then trigger them again, one by one, as fast as you can move, okay? Keep going around, triggering them in a random order until I tell you to stop." "Got it," Yasmin said. "And keep your head down." Dev slid down the hill, feet first, keeping to a spot behind some dense bushes. It wasn't well protected, but the men weren't firing back at the moment. Also, he didn't seem to be doing them much damage. He heard one yell. Had someone else shot at them? Who? Maybe Kurt. He'd do better this time. Wait for his chance. He'd end up closer to them, but from a worse angle. He stopped, crawled around the bush he was behind until he could see them, and watched them march forward. They were moving slowly, trying to keep the horses bunched tight around them. But there was an opening now at the rear, and there was a man sitting on the ground. He'd sprung a trap and was struggling to open it. Dev could wait until they passed him and take his shot then. He might be able to get one of them. He heard one of them say, "Whoa!" The horses came to a stop. There'd been a little window as they hadn't all stopped at once, but it was gone now. He saw a rifle come up over a saddle, not aimed at him, but up at the dummies. He could see the man's arm, but he was keeping his head low. That his shot was angled up was helping him protect himself. He fired over Dev's head. Dev heard a sound above him, a human sound of pain or surprise. Had the man managed to hit Yasmin? Damn them all. Dev aimed at the shooter. The men made noises to get the horses moving, and the instant he saw 2 of the horses shifting, he anticipated the opening and fired an arrow into it. "Scooter!" someone yelled. "He's down!" "Leave him," Vargas said. They kept moving, but the injured man on the ground disturbed the horses. Without changing position, Dev knocked another arrow and let fly, then another, quickly on its heels. A burst of 3 shots was aimed his way. He hit the ground, wishing he had better cover. "Got him, I think," a man said. The firing stopped. "It's not the one with the crossbow," a new voice said. "That's a regular arrow." So Kurt had gotten some shots off. Good. But from what he'd glimpsed, there were at least 4 men in this bunch alive, one of them injured, plus the one with the trap, who was out of it for now. "Shut up," Vargas said. "He might be alive and moving again." Dev stayed where he was, hardly breathing, not risking making any noise at all. They'd missed with all 3 shots, but if they sprayed this area again on full auto, he was dead. Nothing happened for long minutes. When he dared to look again, they were out of sight. The one he'd shot had gone with them. The man in the trap had managed to get out of it and was crawling back along the road toward the highway, out of range. Dev scurried back up the hill. Yasmin had been hit. God damn it. She was lying on the ground on her back, her breath coming rapidly. Her face was glazed with sweat. She reached one hand for him as he knelt by her. "You'll be okay," he said, taking her hand. She grimaced.
"Don't think so. My own fault. I stood up too far."
"Not your fault at all," he said. "Where are you hit? Are you bleeding?" He saw no sign of the wound.
"Chest,"
she said. "Sorry about this," he said, and he ripped her shirt open. She had been shot, high in the chest. But as she breathed, he could see a bloody froth oozing out of the wound. It had come in at an angle, and her lung was punctured. There was little chance they'd be able to treat this. The horror of it was, they didn't even have any drug stronger than willow bark to offer to ease her pain. "It's not too bad," he said, tearing off his own shirt and wadding it into a makeshift bandage. "Hold this on it if you can."
"Feels bad,"
she said, and then she coughed weakly, and he could tell by her anguished face that it hurt her to cough. "Open your mouth," he said, and she did. "Stick out your tongue," he said, and she did. It wasn't bloody. He had expected it to be, so it could have been worse, but it was bad enough. "I wish Misha were here," he said.
"Not sure,"
she said, and she didn't finish the thought. "I'm so sorry," he said, gripping her hand tighter. She managed a brief smile.
"Better this than what?"
A shallow breath.
"They had in mind for me."
He shook his head. It was better to stay alive, always. But that wasn't for him to judge, was it? "We'll take care of you. I have to go. I'll send someone back to help you the first moment I can."
"I know,"
she said.
"Go."
He dropped her hand and ran down the hill toward his house, trying to push worry for the girl from his mind. He'd make his last stand down there. Chapter 20. Sierra saw the lead horse coming. "They're nearly here," she said to her daughter.
"I'm ready,"
Zoe said. "Remember, Pilar is up the road a few 100 yards. Don't shoot that direction."
"I remember."
The enemy approached. At ground level, there was a confusion of horse and human legs. Over the backs of the horses, she could see nothing. She waited for a signal from her daughter. There were only 3 dummies to operate, set up not that far from each other. They were closer to the dirt road than Zoe was, but still hidden behind the tall grain plants, visible from the road, but not, they hoped, in enough detail to be obviously dummies and not human. The whole point of them was to keep the men from keying in on Zoe and shooting at her. "Sst," Zoe hissed. The signal. Sierra yanked the rope, heard the dummy come up, and immediately crawled along the beaten-down path she had made to the next. She heard, hardly louder than a sparrow's wings, the arrow fly overhead. A horse screamed, and she felt a stab of pride. Her daughter was a good shot. Sierra made it to the next dummy, yanked its rope, and scurried back to the first. She didn't hear the second arrow's flight, but she did hear the consternation of the men. And then the bullets started to fly. Sierra flattened herself to the ground, hoping Zoe was doing the same thing. "Get the damned horses," said one man. Were the horses hurt, or trying to flee? The urge to see what was happening was almost irresistible, but not until those rifles quit firing. Vargas's voice boomed out. "Cease fire! Don't shoot until you have a clear shot." The gunshot stopped. A second voice said, "Watch for movement in the grass." It might have been that Freddy, the one who'd shot the Quinn chicken. Sierra wished there were a breeze. If one would appear out of nowhere, a ripple in the grass might get them to expend more of their bullets. If the wagon had been destroyed, it was possible they didn't have many rounds left after that.
"We need better cover,"
a man said.
"No," said Vargas. "We need to attack. Let's move into that grain field, side by side. We'll find them eventually."
Sierra was awfully close to the road. How she longed for a weapon, a real weapon like their rifles. She heard them enter the field. It was noisy, walking through the tall grain plants. If she moved, they'd hear her or see her. But if she moved, they'd fire at her and not her daughter. She could give Zoe a chance to get away. Zoe was her daughter, and she believed she'd die for her. But forcing herself to rise, knowing what would happen, was the hardest thing she'd done. She had her hands flat on the ground and was bending her legs, getting them under her, ready to sprint to the side, when she heard one of the men yell, "Look out!" She heard Arch's voice, a wordless yell. She popped her head up just in time to see it. He was running right at Vargas, weaponless. Vargas turned. He stepped back and raised his rifle. But no, Arch was not weaponless. In his hand was a grenade, and just before the first shots were fired at him, he thrust his hand out, almost as if offering it for a handshake. The grenade detonated. The sound was deafening. Her eyes closed on their own. When she opened them, Arch had disappeared. Or no, his body had become part of the shrapnel flying. Sierra stared, horrified, as two men fell, caught in the grenade blast. "Zoe, run!" she screamed, and she ran herself, sprinting through the grain field, aimed up the road toward her house, but keeping to cover, trying not to focus on the image of what she had witnessed. Arch did it for Zoe, she realized. He had sacrificed himself to save his granddaughter. She could do no less. She stood even taller, letting out a banshee scream, running hard and fast, drawing their fire. But no one fired at her. She was torn. She wanted to see, but she wanted to get away. She hoped Zoe had heeded her order and run back from the road, to the back of the field, and into the woods. She hoped even more Zoe had not seen her grandfather's fate. She wished she hadn't herself. Her mind tried to recreate what she had seen, and she forced it to stop. No more nightmares. She needed no more nightmares haunting her to the grave. The grain was thinning. She was almost at the end of the field. "Pilar?" she called softly, dropping again to hands and knees. "Over here," came the quiet voice. "Are they looking this way?" "It's clear," he said. She sprinted across the road, saw his hand wave from behind the old, rusty car, and ran right into his arms, holding on to him tightly. "What? Is it Zoe?" "I'm sure she's okay. It's Arch. He's gone." "Oh, no," her father said. "What happened?" She didn't go into detail. "The grenade. I think there are only a couple of the men left alive," she said. "Maybe only one. If Zoe and Dev and Kurt are all still alive, we can get them now. Or if I can get to a rifle, I can." "No, wait. I can't. Not after what Arch did." She wiped her eyes. "Ah, shit. Arch." She pulled herself together. "I'm going across the backyards and back down to our road if it's clear. There might be a rifle sitting on the ground out there." "No, hide. We'll retreat up to the house. We can barricade it." Pilar, she said, and she kissed his nearly bald head. We can't do that. It's now or never. This is our chance. Those who survive that blast will be confused or injured. I have to go now. Give me your grenade. I'll put it to good use. And you get into hiding. Take CJ if you see him. Be careful, he said, handing over the grenade. She ran past him, up into the property, and angled over to the Quinn place, her heart still aching about Arch. He had been a pain in the ass sometimes, but he had been her friend and her teacher, and Zoe loved him with all her heart. Please don't let her have seen his last moment. Please. She ran into the yard, calling, It's Sierra! Dev was behind the woodpile, and he stood to gesture her over. He was shirtless. She'd have to tell him. Dev, where have you been? Waiting here with the other guys for them to come. She made it to his side. Dev, she swallowed, and then shook her head. Not Zoe. His grip, swift and desperate, was like steel on her forearm. Your father. He died protecting her. I'm sorry. He let go, shaking his head, as if she had spoken a foreign language. I'm so sorry. I think Zoe got away. Pretty sure she did. I heard the grenade. Did he get caught in the blast or something? Yes, she said, because it was easier for now. Oh, Dad, he said. He brought his hand to his forehead and gripped it, probably fighting off tears. I'm sorry. I wish I could stay here and comfort you, but I want to go look and see if I can get a rifle. She held up the grenade. Our last one. If I can use it to kill them, I will. If I see a rifle unattended, maybe I can distract them with it and get to the rifle. Dev pulled himself together. Do you want me to come? I can probably throw it farther. Or one of the guys. Troy has a great arm. I think I can manage. Pretty close quarters on the road. I won't be throwing it very far. Do you know how many of them are still standing? I don't know, but I'm guessing only a few. But they had that full auto rifle, right? So 2 is plenty dangerous, and there could be more. Maybe they left a few men out on the main highway. I think they must have. Maybe I should head back that way, check on Yasmin on my way. She hurt? Shot. I wish Misha were here, or Zoe even. She needs attention. He shook his head. Not that I think it will help her. Sierra didn't let herself think about that. This will be over soon. We can tend to the wounded then. And grieve those who had died, she said. I have to go. You don't need to go alone. I know, but I will. If her life ended as Arch's had, she didn't want one witness to it. She ran down the driveway and slid into the woods only at the last minute. There was a horse on the road still dying, making noises she knew would haunt her, gasping for breath, groaning. The lower half of 2 torsos were lying there, one wearing fatigue pants and one in worn jeans. No, forget the horse's pained sounds. That sight would be far worse. There were 4 bodies altogether, as far as she could tell. 1 dead horse and 1 badly injured horse. No rifles. Or there was one, but it was hardly recognizable as that. A barrel and some splintered wood suggested at least one had been destroyed. There was no sign of the full auto rifle, and no sign of a living man. She wished she were a better hunter, She might be able to pick out a track from the mess of destruction and figure out how many were left alive. She listened, but the world was silent. The typical background noises of birds calling and rodents rustling was silenced. They'd fled the noise. While she longed to call for Zoe, she knew not to. If she were the military men, what would she do? Retreat. At least out to their road and discuss what to do next. They were leaderless, but there had to be a chain of command. Vargas was gone, thanks to Arch's sacrifice. If but 3 of her enemy remained, there were 3 weapons arrayed against them. Good odds. But Dev, Zoe, and she were scattered, out of communication with one another. She needed a rifle to even those odds. But what to do? For a moment, she considered sending Dev out to collect their daughter and to find Kurt. Then the 3 of them, armed with bows, working together, might finish the job. But that would take him past his father's body, and if she could spare him that, she would. No, her advantage right now lay in the enemy being on the run, possibly disorganized and without a commander. She headed back up toward the main highway, keeping close to the trees, in case she was wrong about their numbers or readiness to fight, and should need to dive for cover. She made it nearly to the highway, where she stopped and listened. No voices, no sounds of horse hooves. The ground rose on this side, and either she needed to climb or to cross over to the scrub trees on the left. She decided on the latter, and soon was hunched over, weaving her way through bushes that pulled at her clothes and hair. Too noisy. She backed out and circled around several feet until there was a clearer path ahead. She peered around, looking uphill first. No one was there, and then downhill. And then she leaned forward so she could see the whole highway. Down by the Quinn property, 2 men searched through the debris, fast, seeming anxious. Looking for more ammunition, no doubt. They weren't keeping watch. Another man was alive, sitting up behind a fallen horse, and he had a rifle, but he seemed injured. She retraced her steps at a run, crossed back over the road and climbed the hill, using bushes to pull herself up. Clambering as fast as she could, she made it to a high spot that leveled out and saw one of the dummies. "Dev, it's me," she said, in case he was up here. She didn't have time to hunt for Yasmin, not right now. She veered to the left of the dummy, making for the main highway. She should be able to throw the grenade from there and get the nearer man. The other man couldn't be allowed to flee, though, to take back the news of what had happened. An army would come marching back up with him, little doubt about that. Let their superiors wonder instead. She was dithering about when to throw the grenade, when a figure rose from behind a dead horse and lunged at the very man she was planning to kill. Sierra thought for a crazy moment that she was hallucinating the figure. It was a bloody red thing, like some demon out of mythology, neither male nor female, more like death personified. It brought something up, fast and hard, and the soldier jerked. He was lifted with the force of the blow, and he grunted. Sierra came to her senses then. Of course it was a person, and the enemy of her enemy was her friend. She turned her back, and the other man had raised his rifle, aiming at the surprise attack. He started to walk forward, which brought him closer to the grappling figures, and closer to her. She pulled the pin on the grenade, just as Arch had showed them, wound up, and hurled it out in front of the walking gunman, hoping the thing would roll toward him. It didn't roll. It hit, and it jumped up. The gunman raised his rifle, well trained, automatically going for the moving object with his rifle. He must have recognized it only then as a danger, for he pivoted. The grenade reached the top of its arc and fell again. The man made it one step before it exploded. The sound made her close her eyes instinctively. She forced her eyes open, and the man was falling. She ran down the slope as hard as she could, going for him, for the rifle he was about to drop. She nearly lost her balance on the steep slope, but barely managed to stay upright, skidding the last 6 feet. The man and the rifle were both on the ground, and his hand was still on the rifle. She ran right up anyway, kicked at the rifle, and it skittered 2 feet. She bent down to look at the man and saw the back of his head was half torn away. No reason to fear this one any longer. She ran for the rifle, which was intact, made sure there was no safety engaged, and ran over to where the bloody person had encountered the other soldier. He was down too, and the bloody figure was hitting him, over and over. No, Sierra saw, as she drew closer, stabbing him. "He's dead," Sierra said. "He's dead. You got him." The figure stopped, and then looked up, and that's when Sierra recognized it as someone she knew. "Misha? Sierra?" she said. Then she dropped her arm, and her knife fell from senseless fingers. "They killed Rod. The bastards killed Rod." "Oh, Misha, I'm so sorry." So much grief today. Arch is gone too, and Yasmin is hit, somewhere up around there. She pointed back up the hill to where the dummies were. She hadn't seen Yasmin, she realized, but Dev had said she was up there. "Can you go to her? We need your medical skills." Misha said. "I have to, don't I? If you can manage." Misha pulled herself together, straightening. She looked at herself and all the blood. "I shouldn't touch anyone. Not an open wound, certainly." "Go up the road to the Quinn place. Yell for Dev and the boys to let them know it's you. You can wash quickly there, and if Dev is there, he can grab you a clean shirt and take you right to her." "I don't have my things. My medical bag." "Send one of the guys or CJ for them." She walked forward and touched Misha's shoulder, tacky with mostly dried blood. "Can I have the knife?" "What? Yes. There it is down there, where I dropped it. I should go." She took off at a jog. Sierra grabbed the bloody knife. A gunshot startled her. Right. There was that one guy alive. She fired back. It took 3 rounds to hit her target. She walked along the highway, making sure first he and each of the enemy was dead. She kept count of the bodies. She was looking for 12, right? She found one alive, bloodied by shrapnel, probably from the mine going off. He begged her not to hurt him. She grabbed him by the nose, tilted his head back, and plunged the knife into his throat. "That's for Arch," she said. The clattering of hooves from uphill made her swing her rifle around.
"Whoa, it's me."
Kurt's deep, unmistakable voice snapped her out of her reaction. Funny how fast she had done that, as if 25 years had not passed since the last time she'd had battle-honed reactions. Kurt was mounted on the horse, trying to get it to stop whirling around. "Have you seen Zoe up there?"
"I have. She's tending the prisoner."
"Prisoner?"
"Yeah, injured soldier. Shit," he said, as the horse shifted under him. "I'm no rider."
"I think all these are dead out here. Let's see. There's 7 bodies here, 3 on the highway.
One I shot is up there a ways. Dead. He pointed. And the prisoner. That's 12. All of them.
Hey, came a voice from down the hill. A young man's face poked out. Is it safe yet? Who are you? Sierra said, raising the rifle and taking aim. He stepped out, not wearing fatigues. I'm Mark. I come from... your people said you know it as Wes's neighborhood. But Wes died 4 years ago. We're conscripts. These guys wanted us to repair the highway. Right. Sorry to hear about Wes. She lowered the rifle. How many of you are there? 4 of us. 14 from Payson, and you're 2. But I think one of them is dead.
Who?
Kurt said. The male. Rod, Sierra said. She'd seen the body as she was finishing off the enemy and fought off the urge to grieve for him, while she still had work to do. She said to Kurt, Arch is dead too, and Yasmin was shot. I think that's all our casualties. Kurt grimaced.
One would be too many.
I know, she said. It doesn't feel much like winning, does it? She turned to Mark. Whose kid are you? Jackson, he managed to get out, before Sierra interrupted him. I know your father well. We fought together. He looked a little like Jackson. Then I bet I know who you are, too. I forget your name, but he invoked you a lot when he trained us as kids. Sierra felt an old stab of guilt, times best forgotten. I want to hear all about him, and about your community, but we have other things to do first. I want to get back home. Everyone does. I know. I'm sure you do, but we need to talk, to know what's going on, what you did against these men, what you negotiated with them. His expression darkened. We didn't negotiate. They just rolled over us. We need to know that too, and to talk about what might come next, after we did this. She gestured around. I hadn't thought that far ahead. Okay, he said. We can spare an hour. We can give you all water, too, and food. I'll get the others, he said, and went back into the woods. Kurt was still fighting the horse. Maybe it didn't like the sight or smell of the other dead horses, or maybe it knew it had an amateur on its back. He said, I'll go get Zoe and the prisoner. Maybe we'll be able to convince him to tell us more. Don't lead them down our little road. Please, keep Zoe away from there. I don't want her to see what's left of Arch. Come up the highway and climb the hill through the woods, or go around the grain fields and beyond the very end. Up my driveway, and then back to the Quinn place through the backyard. But stay away from the area right by the Quinn's driveway entrance. Sierra hoped someone else was up for torturing the prisoner if it came to that. She wouldn't be. But she flashed back to Misha, covered with blood, stabbing the dead soldier over and over, and thought someone would be. Even Joan might not object to torture once she learned her son was dead. Meet you at the Quinn place. While Mark goes and gets the others, I'm going to hunt for weapons and ammo. Kurt nodded and turned the horse, who happily picked up speed to get away from the carnage. Mark was gone from sight, hunting for the other captives. Sierra hunted through the destruction. There were bits and pieces they might be able to use around the farms. But then she realized nothing she saw would be able to stay with them. All evidence needed to be destroyed, or at least hidden for the time another group of military men came looking for this group. But look at the destruction. The spot in the highway where the mine went off, clearly new, and clear evidence that violence had taken place here. All the dead horses, which would have to be burned. They couldn't butcher them, not with the damage they had, and not after they sat out here for a few more hours of this heat. Fragments of the wagon were everywhere, and it'd take days to pick up every bit. It'd take a full day to drag the horse bodies and set them burning. Even then, after a week of cleanup, there'd be signs of the battle. Bullets in trees, the highway. All the thoughts they had about getting away with this, all the plans they'd made for driving the horses up the hill, that was all wasted energy, she realized. They wouldn't get away with it, and either they'd have to take on a whole army when they figured out who had killed their men, or they'd have to leave. She shook off those thoughts. They had time to decide what to do. If they could get more information out of their prisoner, they'd know exactly how many the enemy would send their way next, and when. Chapter 21. Yasmin was not going to make it, Sierra feared. There was little Misha could do for her, and all anyone else could do for her was to sit and witness her struggles. The youngest men and women, who'd been as close as brothers and sisters to her, took turns sitting by her, wiping her brow and talking to her. Distracting her from pain with talk was the best they could do. They kept the prisoner tied up for now, bound at wrists and ankles, and then chained by a leg to a tree where they could see him, but he couldn't hear them. They'd get to questioning him after other matters had been dealt with. The freed prisoners from Payson and Wes's neighborhood had been convinced to stay with them overnight. Mark, Jackson's kid, was as natural a leader as his father had been. He organized that group to dig the graves for their loved ones. Sierra pulled him aside and thanked him. "Dig 2 here at the Quinns, 1 by Kelly's. The other is for the girl." If Yasmin by some miracle pulled through, Sierra would apologize for her pessimism, and the grave could be filled in. Mark looked somber and nodded. Joan's family was hit hard by Rod's death. Misha swung from despair to anger, and Sierra suspected she'd have a long time healing. Watching someone you loved die of violence was about the worst thing Sierra could imagine. They excused themselves for an hour and went home to grieve out of sight of everyone else. Zoe and Deb were nearly as devastated as Joan's family. Arch had been older and sick, and they'd both been mentally preparing themselves for his inevitable death, but it still hit them hard. No one was ever ready to lose someone they loved. Sierra had to fight with both of them to keep them from going to look at his body. "I don't want either of you to spend the rest of your lives having nightmares about it." "I need to see," Zoe said. "You don't need to see. I saw." "You're sure he's dead?" Dev asked. He was clinging to Zoe's hand. 100% sure, she said. In fact, they'd have a hard time deciding which bits to bury to represent the top half of him. She didn't say anything about that to them, but she'd sent her father down as soon as she'd walked the freed prisoners up to the Quinnses, asking him to cover Arch's remains with a tarp and warning him about what he was going to see. She wished she could protect everyone from the sight, but she had other things to think about, and until Dev recovered himself, she was going to be in charge of organizing the work, all of which had to be done now. "I don't know," said Dev. "It seems I should look." "Guys," she said to her family. She looked around. Everyone else was giving them space. The younger people were talking quietly among themselves, near Yasmin. Kurt had ridden the horse up to fetch Brandy, Emily, and Nina out of the woods. CJ she'd asked to go out scavenging among the scattered bits on the highway to find bullets. She knew she was making him look at dead bodies, but maybe that wasn't all bad. He needed to lose that romantic notion of what a battle was. Cruel of her? Maybe. It was a cruel, damned world. To Dev and her daughter, she said, "You know I hate talking about this, but I will now because I love you both, and I don't want you to be hurt any more than you already are." Zoe's eyes were leaking tears steadily. She had gotten her sobs under control just a few minutes before. "I saw some bad stuff down in Payson. That was before you were born, Zoe, and it tore at me. I had nightmares. I hated myself. I thought about killing myself even." Dev said, his voice rough with grief and sympathy, "Sierra." She held her hand up. "That's all the detail I want to go into. To ever go into. But I don't want you both to experience that. It's bad enough what you have seen, what you will see more than likely in the future." "It seems wrong to not pay my respects," Dev said. It was clear he didn't want to see what had become of his father, but he felt an obligation. His face showed her how torn he felt. Sierra understood where that sense of duty came from. "Arch wouldn't want you to. Kelly wouldn't, were she here. Both of them would tell you what I'm telling you." "If she was here, she'd go." "I doubt I could have stopped her without tying her to a tree like our prisoner," Sierra said. "But please let me stop you. I know Arch would want you to remember him as he was, standing up to Vargas, offering his knowledge when we made the plans, hoeing, doing dishes, laughing, with Kelly, the way they used to be. Remember how they flirted with each other, even when you were a teenager? That's how you should remember him. A man who loved his wife without stopping for the 30 years they had together, and who took good care of his family." Zoe nodded. Dev said, "I wonder." "What?" Sierra braced herself for another round of argument. "If he knew he was going to do that all along." He realized by now, and from what she'd said, that Arch had chosen his final act. "Why would you say that?" Sierra asked. "I thought it was strange that he backed down and let me sort of lead the past day. That didn't seem like him. I hoped he'd finally come to respect me." Dev shook his head. "But he was abdicating. Knew he'd do something like this, I bet. I should have seen it as the sign he was planning something crazy. Damn it." "No," Sierra said sharply. "He did respect you. Don't doubt that." She thought about Dev's theory. "He might have known he could die, but not that he would. He was old and slow and shaky. I believe he'd come to terms with that and knew it put him at more risk. He couldn't possibly have anticipated every move of theirs or known he'd get close enough to do what he did." She remembered Arch walking forward, so calmly, extending the grenade like offering a handshake, and she thought maybe she had been witnessing an act somewhere between heroic sacrifice and suicide. Or maybe he had been shaking badly enough he couldn't throw the damned thing. Whichever, it didn't matter now. What mattered was protecting those she loved from further harm, including the harm their own imaginations could do to them. "And I know he believed he'd be with your mom again. Hold on to that thought, that they'll be together now." Dev swiped at his eyes. "I know you don't believe that." "Hell, Dev, I don't know. How can any of us know what comes after death? If there's any justice in the universe, they are together, and you'll be with them again. But not any time soon." She looked sternly at her daughter. "No time soon." Zoe said, "I didn't really know the damage that guns could do. I mean, I knew sort of.
she sniffled. "But when Kurt and I came up the highway, and I saw the dead men, and Rod—" She started sobbing again. I know, Sierra said. "It's awful." She would have spared her daughter that sight too if she could have. Between sobs, she managed to get out a few words. "So I guess I don't want to see Gramps like that." "No," Sierra said. "Neither of you do." "Was it quick?" Dev said. "Instantaneous," Sierra said, her voice firm and certain. "He felt no pain, and he chose the way he died. Not a lot of us get to. He sacrificed himself for you too, for all of us, but because he loved you both an awful lot. Hold on to that thought." She stood. "I'll leave you alone to grieve. My father and I are the only ones who didn't lose someone in our family, so we'll be the ones to make sure everything gets done. First, we have to think about feeding our guests." "What about the prisoner?" Dev asked. "We need to question him." "When Joan and them get back here, we'll get to that," Sierra said. And she'd get Mark, and someone to represent Payson as well, to witness the interrogation. They might have questions of their own, and they'd be able to convey everything they learned from the prisoner back to their own people. Dev said, "You know, we can't let those bodies just sit there. It's broiling out already. They'll smell." Zoe let out a sob at that. "We'll have Arch buried before sundown," Sierra said. "I promise." Dev said, "What about the others? Vargas and his men?" "We'll burn them tonight or tomorrow," she said. "With the horse we have, we can carry the bones that are left from the fire and dump them far out in the woods." "We'll have to get rid of that horse," Dev said. She was glad he was dragging his mind off thinking about his father. Distraction from grief was useful to maintaining your sanity, as she well knew. But she was thinking more about that horse and its potential uses. She wasn't going to let it go anytime soon. "I gotta go deal with food. You too. Promise me you won't go down there to our road." Dev nodded and pulled Zoe closer. They'd be okay eventually. So would Joan and her family. So would the young people, except Yasmin. And so would Sierra. What other choice did they have? The farm and hens couldn't stop for a grief timeout, and they had to decide what to do about the inevitable retaliation. As it turned out, they waited until after they'd eaten to question the soldier. He wasn't fed, though she had taken him water once and held a cup while he drank. Why waste food on someone they knew wouldn't survive the day? They ate in shifts, and Sierra played hostess, eating a bite here and there on the go. The grieving families didn't have much of an appetite, but Sierra insisted everyone eat at least a few bites. The freed prisoners from Payson were hungry, and more than one asked for seeds of some vegetable that they didn't have the variety of. Sierra promised to make up a packet of seeds for both groups before they left. She nudged Joan to try another bite. "I'm channeling Kelly," she thought, more than once. Her father was somber as he sat with Joan, whose swollen face and red eyes told the story of how much she had cried. He also encouraged her to eat. Of the family, only Nina had any appetite. Made sense. She was still growing, and her body was demanding sustenance. When everyone had eaten, Sierra carried a big bowl of boiled eggs to the Quinn root cellar to keep them cool for later or for tomorrow. Dev and Zoe worked in their garden for a time after they rose from the table, pulling out spent plants and harvesting the last of their winter squash and carrots. She was glad they had each other. The gardens were nearly done for this growing season.
The hot weather was on its way, and only grain would come in then. For a month, there would be no new food except a few Jerusalem artichokes, and bits and pieces for the hens, and the neighborhood's people would eat from their stores. No one wanted to work outside when it was 125 in the shade, and worse in the sun where they did their work. So that hottest month or two was a time of rest each year, of slow and careful work in the shade, like honing blades and patching worn clothes. Sierra was aware of how her own mind worked. She was hanging on to thoughts about anything but the people they had lost. She'd do that alone tonight, or almost alone, in bed. She'd have to apologize to Georgia in advance for the crying she would no doubt be doing. Or maybe she'd sit alone on the deck and cry as much as she wanted. Thinking of crying was making her tear up. She made herself stop. Too much to do yet today. The younger people did all the dishes, though one of them was with Yasmin at all times. When she felt like everything was under control with the meal, Sierra went to sit with her and Luke for a few minutes. "How's it going?" Sierra asked the girl. "Dying?" Yasmin said. She coughed weakly. A bit of bloody froth came out of her mouth. "I'm sorry," Sierra said. She didn't deny it and try to tell her she'd be fine. "I'm sorry we don't have anything to ease your pain," Luke said. "You don't know that, Yasmin. Hang on. It might get better." Sierra doubted that very much. She'd seen death a few times now. No one had surprised her by coming back from a terrible injury. Well, Mark's father, Jackson, was a bit of a surprise. He'd been shot close to the spine, and at first they thought he might end up partly paralyzed because of it. But he hadn't been. Sierra had still driven down to that neighborhood occasionally back then, when the electric cars still worked and they had abundant energy from the turbines. She'd even lived there a few weeks, in an exchange of skills and knowledge. But this was different. She was no doctor, but Yasmin was struggling for each breath. Sierra's heart went out to the girl. Sierra said to Luke, "If you want a break, I can sit here for a few minutes more." "I'm just going to grab water," Luke said. "I'll be right back." "Yasmin," Sierra said when he was gone, "if you want me to end this for you, I will. I don't want to, but I can tell it hurts you terribly." She regretted the offer the moment she had made it. She'd never killed someone she cared for, but if Yasmin begged her to, she would. She'd been the one to kill the dog Jasper, back when the dog had lost the ability to walk. Yasmin would be much, much harder. But she had a rifle now, and a bullet. And just look at the girl. The agony was so obvious. Sierra thought she herself might want to end it all in the same situation. "No," Yasmin said. "I want..." And that was all she had the wind for. Sierra felt cold relief that her spontaneous offer had been rejected. She had enough new nightmare fuel from today. It was a relief not to add that too. "Okay, whatever you want. Have someone get me if you change your mind." Yasmin shook her head. Luke returned then, holding a mug of water. "Okay," Sierra said. "I'll talk to you later." She got up, relieved to walk away from the sight of death and pain, shocked at herself for what she'd offered, and guilty at how relieved she was Yasmin had said no. The prisoner. It was time. They had to get all the information out of him that they could. Chapter 22. "How many?" Dev said. They had been questioning the prisoner for almost 2 hours. At first he had refused to say anything. They were torturing him, but in a passive way. He wanted water, and they refused to give it to him. Sierra had been the toughest as usual. "For more water, you have to earn it," she had said, and she looked fierce when she said it. The man had begun to talk 10 minutes after that. It was a blistering hot day. One of those days Dev was relieved they didn't have a working thermometer, for surely knowing the numbers would make it feel worse. And while the afternoon was wearing on, the heat was not letting up.
"I don't know."
"This has to have happened before," Dev said. "Has to have. Not everybody rolled over for you for however many years you've been doing that."
"Almost no one owns ammunition anymore. We're good with a 10-to-1 ratio, with our weapons and others having none. One of us, 10 of you. No problem."
He thrust his chin out, senseless posturing. "So what do you do when you 12 come on a gathering of more than 100 people?" Pilar said. Then he turned to the Payson representative, a woman about Zoe's age named Vivian. "How did they control you?" "We don't have 12 great weapons of any sort," Vivian said. "You guys have nearly as many armed as we do, and you have the crossbow, which we don't." She shrugged. "I mean, I maybe shouldn't even say that much, but we have a crew of hunters, and only they have weapons. Not that we find much game anymore. We ran ourselves low on gun ammo years ago, getting food, and we had to drive off one gang of a dozen marauders about 8 years back, which spent the rest." "Not these guys?" "No. A really terrible bunch. Hardly better than savages, but bloodthirsty," Vivian said. "But these 12 guys with guns? We talked about jumping them, wondering how many we'd lose if we tried wrestling a gun away from one. But no one had the heart. I mean, we all suffered a lot of loss the past 12 years. Plus the older ones lost so many of the men back at the beginning. 2 epidemics. Who was going to jump forward and be the first one to attack an armed man?" She shrugged. "Maybe we should have, despite the guaranteed losses." "I don't blame you," Pilar said to her. "We didn't fight them until today, after all." "How many?" Dev said again to the man. "How many will come when they realize you aren't coming back?" "I don't know," he said. "I suspect you do. Okay. Then how long before they come?" "I don't know." "When were you expected back?" "We were supposed to build the highway. Finally, some progress." "So, in 3 weeks, if you're not back, what happens? Do they send a scout? Do they send an army? Do they give up on you and write you off?" "Never," he said, as if his pride had been stung. "How many will come?" He shook his head. Sierra said, "Look, I know you're thirsty. All it takes to get water is to tell us." She had a glass with water waiting in her hand. When he didn't answer this time, she poured it out onto the ground, something none of them would do normally, but Dev couldn't count it as wasted. The prisoner looked at the wet ground and then back up at Sierra. 12. Just like we were. 12. Dev and Sierra shared a glance. She didn't believe him. Neither did Dev. But the man was saying something, so they'd come back around to this. "What's the best weapon you have?" He didn't hesitate. "After the rifles, the wagon. I mean, it protected us against arrows, even against 22s shot from any distance." "How many had 22s? That was interesting. "Only one. A single family. They didn't hold out long." "That's the best weapon you had," Sierra said, "though it was defensive. What we're interested in is,
What is the best weapon the army has that is mobile and offensive? Do you have rocket launchers? Missiles? Grenades? He shook his head again, not an answer to that question, but a refusal to answer.
I'm thirsty, he said again. I told you something. I deserve water.
Sierra looked fierce. You lied to us. When you tell us the truth, you'll get water.
When I tell you the truth, I'll be dead.
Dev didn't know what to say to that. They couldn't keep him and feed him and guard him, and they couldn't let him go to make his way back. Though without a weapon to intimidate and force people to give him food, he'd probably die of starvation before he arrived at wherever he was headed. He made that the next question. Where are you headquartered? No answer. After a full minute of silence, Pilar said, There were military bases all over Arizona. I wish we had a paper map still. We could look at them. Let me think. They all waited a minute for him to go on. Everything I can think of was down south. Too hot to survive there by now. Yuma, a base north of Ajo, Tucson, Phoenix. Dev missed his father with a sharp pang. He'd probably be able to rattle them off by name and year they were established. I remember going to a museum in Tucson as a kid. Aircraft museum. Pilar snapped his fingers. Fort Huachuca. That was another. Army intelligence, maybe? He shrugged. That might be it. It had more elevation than Tucson, though it was flatter. A high plateau between mountain ranges. And there was a river down there years ago. Not sure about any more. Dev had been looking at their prisoner, who hadn't reacted to any of those names. I don't think so. Was there anything over by Prescott? Up near Flag? He was asking Pilar, but looking at their prisoner, hoping for a sign they had guessed right. There were military telescopes up there. Navy, I think. But I can't imagine they were guarded by a lot of armed troops. The man's eyebrow twitched. Dev filed that reaction away, but changed the topic again. There's no way if they thought 12 men were defeated, they'd send only 12 the next time. Is it 24? 50? Do you have 50 to spare? Or if they lose 12, do they write the area off as too dangerous?
We don't give up territory, the man said.
Pilar said, sounding as if he'd finally reached the end of his patience. We are not your territory. These are our homes, our farms.
Not your highway.
More than it is yours, Pilar said, matter of fact. His control hadn't slipped far, or for long. Look, son, we don't need your government, and we don't want you.
We've heard that before, he said. And it never mattered before. It won't now.
So they will send people after you, Dev said.
You owe me water, the man said. I've told you stuff. I want water.
Dev looked at Sierra over the man's head and raised his eyebrows. She shrugged. Fine by me. Half a glass, Dev said. No more. And we all need to talk alone. I'm thirsty too, so down by the well is as good a place as any. Zoe, will you guard the prisoner? She had her bow at hand, and he wanted someone with a weapon to do it. Kurt said, I will. We won't make any major decisions without your approval, Dev said.
I know that, Kurt said. But remember, we should retrieve what food Joan cached before nightfall. Animals might get it.
Right, Dev said. No reason to risk having animals steal their food. They had little enough to waste, especially right now,
after feeding the freed prisoners from Payson and the military men once. As they walked down to the well, Vivian said, "I'd like all my people to be in on this discussion, if you don't mind." "I don't mind at all," Dev said, looking around at his own people, all accounted for except Kurt and Wanda, who was the young person sitting with Yasmin currently. When Vivian came back with the gravediggers, she said, "They're nearly done with the graves." Dev said, "On behalf of all of us, thank you for doing that. I know it's hot work." His grief for his father was still there, threatening to overtake his mind and will, but he had to do this first. Question the prisoner, bury his father, burn the enemy's bodies. Tonight, he'd let himself collapse. A man spoke up. "It's the least we can do. You removed a threat to us." "Part of a threat," Dev said. "Sierra, would you summarize what we heard from the prisoner?" "Not much," Sierra said. She explained what they had asked and how he had answered. Dev said, "I think they are up near Flagstaff. Just a hunch from watching his face when Pilar was naming bases. Do any of you know of an old military base up there?" It was a long shot. They were mostly around Zoe's age. A young man spoke up. "I can ask my grandfather. He was in the military and might know. He's not so good on remembering recent stuff, but the old things he knows really well." "That's good, and thanks," Sierra said. "I wish we still had a working car, or even a bike. Some way to communicate that didn't take more than a day's walking between our three groups." No one spoke up saying they had any way to communicate more quickly. That didn't surprise Dev. Mechanical objects had fallen apart faster than they'd anticipated, and machinery without oil to help it run seized up, and chronic heat warped parts and flattened tires. If anyone in the state had a functioning bicycle, they were lucky, and they'd probably carved wooden tires for it. "If they have 100 spare men to come up here and retaliate, then we might have to leave," Pilar said. "We can't fight off 100 armed men." "They won't just retaliate against you," Vivian said. "It'll be all of us." Dev felt the mood shift. The released prisoners were looking with new expressions at his people. Before they could get to a place of real resentment, he said, "We were not going to let our women be raped, or our young men. That was the bottom line. Them stealing our food, we might have been able to survive that. But when they wanted to take Yasmin, that was it. Vivian, I think you'd understand that." Slowly, she nodded. "I just wish," she sighed. "I wish they'd have never shown up, is what I wish. Life was hard, but we were living. We had water, we had food. We even have better clothes than you guys, no offense." She had on a loose cotton shirt that looked as if it had once been a sheet, 2 square pieces sewn together at the shoulders and sides. "Makes sense," Misha said. "You had the stores, and when you had the epidemics, you had empty houses with other goods to use." Her face was swollen from all the crying she'd been doing. Dev made a mental note to make himself available for her to talk to. She'd seen violence that day. Someone she loved cut down in front of her eyes. It'd take a long time to get past that, and he wanted to offer to help in any way he could. Then he felt a wash of gratitude that Sierra had kept him from going down to see his father's body. She was right. There was no reason to put that image into his mind, and every reason not to. "I remember you," Troy said to Vivian. "We were in school together. I had lighter hair back then. I was way younger, in the kids section, and really short, and always in trouble because I couldn't sit down." "I remember," Vivian said.
I actually remember a few of you by sight. Mark said, "Back to the topic of retaliation. You feel sure they're going to do that?" "He seemed to think so," Dev said, pointing in the direction of the prisoner. "They won't get their men back, and they won't just let that go." Sierra said, "I have another topic to bring up." Dev gestured that she should go on. "We'll get whatever we can from this guy, but then he has to die." She looked around at the crowd of 30 faces. "If any one of you wants to do it, I'll be happy if you volunteer. Otherwise, I guess that'll be up to me." Dev said, "We should draw lots." Zoe said, "I have the bow. I can do it from a distance. We can't waste a bullet. Sierra, you'd have to do it with a knife, and I'd rather you didn't need to do that. Anyone else want to volunteer? No? Okay, then I promised him water. I'll go get him some," Sierra said. Just then Brandy walked up. Dev hadn't noticed she wasn't here. "Yasmin is gone. I think, Misha, you might want to." And then she broke and started crying, putting her hands over her face and turning away. Troy went to her, gathered her into his arms, and rocked her gently. Slowly, the other young people gathered around those two, some holding hands or linking arms. Dev cared for Yasmin too, but he held back. They were close, those 8. They needed to have a moment together. "You dug 2 graves here?" he said to the Payson group, keeping his voice low. The young man who'd mentioned his grandfather spoke up. "One next to the marker, and one a bit away from that. Is that right?" "Perfect." A young woman said, "And we were told to dig one over by those crabapple trees. I hope you don't mind, but I picked up a fallen crabapple to take with me. It's rotting, but maybe something will grow from it." "That's fine," Joan said. "I'll get you some more to take with you tomorrow morning. And thank you for digging my son's grave." "We're not quite finished," said the young man. "Should we get back to it?" Dev said, "Yes, and thank you. If one of you wants another go at this man, feel free to come and try. Maybe someone else can get him to talk where we can't." Vivian said, "I doubt it, but I'll take my turn with the shovel again." "Pickaxe now," the young man said. "It's pretty hard work with all the rocks." A woman said, "We piled up the rocks so you can put them over the graves. Oh, that's what we do, so animals don't dig." Dev nodded at her. They did that as well. And the reason was the same as Sierra's for not wanting him and Zoe to see Arch's body. That's not how you wanted to remember someone you loved, by seeing bones pulled out of a grave by scavengers. "Okay," Dev said. "We all have something to do. Too many somethings was more like it. Let us know when the graves are done, please, and we'll have our funerals." Chapter 23. Pilar spoke last at Arch's funeral, the last of the 3 that afternoon. "We were neighbors, but didn't often see eye to eye, back when all this started. We didn't see eye to eye on a lot of things. Sometimes I was right, but as it turned out, he was right more often. Over the years, we grew to be friends. We were, after all, the only 2 old guys around. We'd both been on airplanes. We'd both experienced things that your grandchildren won't believe ever happened. There's something to that, to the power of shared experiences." He looked around. The Payson people and the others were standing well back but listening, respectful. But more than that, he was family. All of the people are. The people who live here,
And even those like Rudy, who lived here for a short time. And Mark, your father, he's like our cousin, an extended family we don't see often enough. All of us here are family for having lived through many of the same challenges. And when you are shoulder to shoulder with someone, fighting a battle, or digging a grave, or trying to squeeze the last bit of energy from a bank of batteries, that forges something between you. Arch wasn't my brother, but you know, he grew to be. He really did. And I'll miss him.
Joan, who wore around her neck a stained and fraying stole from her time as an Episcopalian priest, said, "Dev?" He shook his head. He would come out tomorrow evening, when he had done the chores of the day, and talk directly to his father. He didn't need everyone else to hear those words. It didn't escape him that it was the sort of thing his father might think. Okay, then. She looked around, but everyone else had said what they cared to. She stepped forward and took a handful of dirt. Holding it over the grave, she recited, "Therefore we do not lose heart. Though outwardly we are wasting away, yet inwardly we are being renewed day by day. For our light and momentary troubles are achieving for us an eternal glory that far outweighs them all. So we fix our eyes not on what is seen, but on what is unseen, since what is seen is temporary, but what is unseen is eternal." She sprinkled the dirt into the grave. "Rest in peace, Arch. We love you." Zoe and Dev went forward to toss a handful of dirt in the grave. When Dev had seen the shape of the wrapped body, he was glad Sierra had kept him from seeing the scene of the death. Even that vague shape in the grave was going to trouble his sleep tonight. He dropped the gritty handful and held on to Zoe as she dropped her handful of dirt, sobbing, and then he walked her away. Pilar and Sierra took up shovels and began to fill in the grave. Everyone in the neighborhood would take a turn. It was seen as the last loving act in a long lifetime of them. "Dad?" Zoe said, once her sobs had stilled. "What, hon?" "Are you okay?" "As okay as I can be. How about you, Punkin?" She smiled. "You haven't called me that in years." "You made me stop." "I like it. Today, at least. I like it. It's so hard." She began to sob again. He stopped and pulled her into his arms. There was nothing he could say to her. He couldn't even say, "It's going to be all right," because he didn't think it was going to be. They'd gotten a few more details out of their prisoner, and Dev was certain that they would end up paying for what they'd done today. The only silver lining was that it would take time for the retaliation to come, as much as a month. Time enough to talk once more with the other communities and make a plan. Time enough to pick through every bit of debris out on the highway and find all the weapons and ammunition that had survived the day's battle. They might come up with a better plan as a neighborhood, but he didn't think he'd be the one to come up with it. Not tonight, at least. Kurt shot the prisoner before supper with his crossbow, while 6 of them prepared a light meal, which they would be eating in moonlight at this rate. The rest of them dragged bodies out to the main highway for burning. The Payson people were worn down from all the physical labor of the grave digging on top of the march up here. When he worked with Vivian, who insisted on helping drag the bodies, she said, "Tell you the truth, we haven't been sleeping all that well, worried about this day." "Did you know you were going beforehand, like we did? Or did they just march into town and point at you this morning?" "They asked for volunteers, half women, half men, between 18 and 25. Wasn't as if there were a lot of us who fit those limits, so I stepped forward. Brave of you. Better me than some others. We have one gal who has a mental disability. She's just not all that smart, I mean. A sweet girl, but she'd not be the one to go. And there's Jorge. He fell off a roof and limps. Not him either. Well, I'm glad they didn't get you up there. I'm relieved, but I don't see any way around it if another group of them comes and demands the same thing. She stopped and laid down the legs of the body they'd been hauling. Sorry, I have to rest a half a second. Reaching around her back, she rubbed it. I look like my grandmother, rubbing my back. Dev had the soldier's shoulders and didn't put them down. He waited for her to be ready to lift the legs again. It's nice you have one still alive. Grandmother, I mean. She looked troubled. I'm sorry you lost your dad. Me too, he said, though he could be a pain in the ass sometimes. I did love him. His throat closed on the end of the sentence. I was so lucky, compared to many. During the epidemics, I mean. Mom said we have good genes for fighting off disease. I guess we do. Your kids will survive because of that. That kind of thing matters again. People with good vision and good hearing. People with the ability to fight off disease. People with good balance so they don't fall off roofs or out of trees. It all matters. Strong people, she said, agreeing. Okay, I'm ready. She lifted the corpse's legs again, and they carried the body, which had begun to smell bad already, to the growing pile. Dev hoped not too much of his father was on the pile. There were pieces of bodies as well from the grenade explosions, and he knew some of what they'd burned tonight could be from his dad. Sierra hadn't let him look, but he knew it was bad from the shape of his father's covered body in the grave. Another thing it was best not to dwell on. I think we're almost there, she said, looking around. There was another pair of people carrying a body up the highway, but otherwise, the only bodies left were horses. A job for tomorrow, Vivian said. I'd love a shower, or I guess you guys don't have a lot of water. We have enough for that, considering everything you all have done today. We tend to go with sponge baths many days, but anyone who digs or gets dirty takes a shower. Easier to wash people than sheets. You can have a warm one if you want warm, or a cold one if you want cold. How do you have warm water? Does it come out of the ground like that? Pilar had some solar shower bags. I guess they were good ones, because they've held up for 25 years. Or 2 of them have. I'm sure he put both out. Cool is probably better. Damn, it was hot today. I think it's getting worse every year. Mom says it is better up here in the mountains, cooler the higher you go. But I don't know about that. I mean, we walked up a long, hard hill, and it's still hot. Yeah, but Payson was likely 5 degrees warmer today. Maybe 10. Glad I missed it, in a way. But it'll be good to be home tomorrow. Let me show you the bathhouse. Since you are taking a cold shower, you can use ours. The bodies were all piled up now, and everyone was drifting back toward his house. Okay, thanks. He walked her back. Zoe was setting up the picnic table with food, covered with worn dishcloths to keep any flies off them. Not that they had many flies, too hot for them even. He showed Vivian how the shower worked, and then walked back toward the house a dozen steps before he stopped, and simply took everything in. He surveyed the land that was his now, he realized, not his folks', his. Everything made of wood was sun-bleached and rotting. The pine trees were largely dead of bark beetle damage, tall pines that could, if it ever stormed again,
come down through the shop or house roof, or onto the sleeping hens and kill them all. The house roof was patched with shake he'd cut himself with a hatchet he sharpened every 2 weeks. The only reason the house and shop hadn't fallen down on their heads was how dry the climate was. Mold and mildew couldn't survive here, no more than their rabbits had been able to. It wouldn't last forever. There was the truth of it. It wouldn't even last long. If Zoe got together with one of the young men and had a child, by the time that child was Zoe's age, it would be living in a shack made up of boards salvaged from the wreck the house would become. But by then, the climate would be worse, the drought worse, the heat unthinkable. He wasn't enough of an optimist to imagine this would reverse itself in one lifetime. And, sad as he was over his father's death, he saw something for the first time. It really was his land to do with as he would. He was the leader of his small family, and therefore, these were his decisions to make. He could think short-term and keep on as they had been, trying to cling to the vestiges of civilization as it had been. Or he could take a brand new approach and think not of the fall season or next year, but of 5 years from now, 10 years from now, a generation from now. What would his grandchildren become? Farmers? Nomads? Would they sleep outside, or in dugouts, or log cabins, or teepees they rolled and carried with them every season? And how could he make decisions right now that would make those grandchildren more likely to survive? Sleep eluded him that night. He took an extra turn watching the pyre of the dead soldiers, there with water and a blanket to prevent a wildfire from spreading, and at other times he sat at the picnic table, having ceded his father's room and the extra furniture to the guests, and he thought and thought. Chapter 24. Here's how I see it, Dev said. Sierra thought he looked older today. The death of Arch had hit him hard, but he seemed to be holding it together, better than she would when Pilar died. Yesterday had been taken up with pulling the horses around to the pyre, after first saying goodbye to their guests. It was morning now, and the fire of horse bodies was barely smoking, and now they were all here again, just the neighborhood, gathered around the Quinn picnic table. I would give anything to have my dad back, and Rod, and Yasmin. Anything. This isn't about that, is what I want to say to start. He looked around. The neighborhood was all gathered. Dev took a deep breath. In a way, this week is going to end up a good thing for us. There was a shocked silence, and then several voices were raised in protest. Dev held up a hand, and people quieted down. He had their respect, and her own. I'm not talking about the people we lost. That's not a good thing. Could never be good. That's pure pain. He looked around. I'm talking about something bigger. You know why we're in this trouble? I don't mean the trouble with the military, though that's bad enough. I mean the big trouble, the original trouble, when America had its gasoline shut off and had no other way to get things done. We shouldn't have been in that position. Our leaders should have been thinking about the day it happened decades before. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but Pilar, Joan, wasn't gas going to run out soon anyway? Pilar said, It wasn't an infinite resource, that's for sure. But no one figured out another way to transport stuff like food and screws and lumber, or thought to create several centers for growing and manufacturing, so goods didn't have to be transported so far. I mean, what you did, Pilar, and my folks, with your power plants and gardens, that could have been scaled up. Every household in America could have done it.
If things would have been in place when oil ended, lumber mills could have switched to hand-felling trees and owned horses to deliver the lumber to stores. It didn't have to be like it was.
Joan, who looked ragged, emotionally wrung out from losing a son and conducting 3 funerals, said, "Not people in Phoenix. That city was never sustainable. It was crazy to build a big city there in the first place."
"Part of the sickness back then," Dev said. "It was a sickness of attitude. Everything was done via short-term thinking. We want what we want right now. Businessmen wanted to get filthy rich right that moment, no matter what it cost. No one wanted to switch to another way of living and work a little harder at that, so gas kept on being burned. People thought nothing of driving a 250-mile round trip to see some stupid sport being played. And look at the result." He waved around himself. "Look at the trees, dead from the heat and disease. Look at what we're wearing and our houses. Look at our garden, how dry it is already. And the hens. I remember when the hens had grass to eat in the yard. They live in dirt now. We have to throw scraps over to them or they'd have no green stuff at all."
All this was true, but Sierra wasn't sure what point he was coming to.
"We're better off in one way than regular people in the cities were back then. We do think longer term. We save seeds. We make sure we are careful with water. We compost so our soil stays fertile. But we still don't think long-term enough. In our own way, we're no better than the greedy bastards who got us to this point."
Pilar said, "I'm not sure that's fair, Dev."
"Fair? Unfair? What does it matter if there's truth in it? Here's how I see it. We need to start looking further ahead than next year. Brandy is going to have a baby in 6 months. What is the life that baby will have when she's 20? Will it be hotter? Yes. Drier? Probably. What if the hens all died of a disease next time, or the amaranth does? That baby won't be here. She'd die too. So will all of us. We're just one disaster away from starvation."
Sierra said,
"We've been lucky that way. And so our disaster wasn't a plague of locusts or a plant disease. It was this bunch of military guys, and we know they'll be back. A bigger disaster still. They'll kill us. Hell, they could burn us out and it'd kill us as completely as bullets would. And they could save their ammo." "They won't burn us out," said Troy. "They'd want the food, the hens." "Probably so," Dev said. "But my point is, we're thinking too short-term still. I believe in God. I know some of you don't, but I do. The way I see it is, God gave us a brain. He gave us the ability to think ahead longer than a year. And it is our obligation to God to use that brain. Same thing if you don't believe and think it's all evolution. We evolved to use our brains to make plans, and the ones who will survive are the ones who can plan best. Survival of the fittest, right? That doesn't mean who has more bullets or bigger biceps, not usually. It means the one who thinks best." "Where are you going with this, Dev?" Pilar said. "I don't disagree with you, but your point." "We need to leave this place," Dev said. "Right now. Forever." Sierra had been thinking the same thing. "We need to pull up stakes while we have this month to do it, and find more fertile land, cooler weather, and a year-round water source." Dev looked intently around the circle of people. Sierra did too. There was shock, but it was turning on some faces to a more thoughtful expression.
A few people looked a bit angry, but not everyone. She wasn't sure how she felt. A pang of grief hit her at the idea of giving up her home, of all that Pilar had worked to build. She thought of every shovelful of dirt she turned over, all the time she had sat on the deck and had a good conversation, of the old times, when refrigerators and fans worked, and the comfort of that. But these weren't those times. She thought then of Rod and Arch and Yasmin's bodies, torn from the weapons the military had carried. She glanced at Pilar and imagined seeing him cut down like that the next time. Unacceptable. Dev said, "We have a resource now we didn't before. We have a horse. We can build a wagon with the wood in my porch and the shop walls. And I know Kurt with his know-how can reinvent axles and wheels. We can carry a lot with a wagon. It limits us to roads and cleared spaces, but that's okay." "What about who we'll encounter?" Misha said. "We've always said, whenever this came up in the past, all the good land will be defended. We don't have the weapons to defend ourselves, so we also don't have enough to take over anyone else's land."
Dev shook his head. "We won't do that, or I won't. I know how hard it was to keep us alive here, and I wouldn't drive anyone else off their homestead. I'd respect their work and pass them by, even if we had 1,000 rounds of ammo, and not just these few."
"What do you imagine us doing?" Jones said. "I mean, how far would we go?"
"It might have to be in stages," Dev said. "We might need to travel for a month, find a place, settle down for another growing season to get enough food to provide us for another month or two of travel, and so on. But as for me, I'd like to end up at a place that could sustain my grandchildren and great-grandchildren for another 200 years. Even if it takes us 5 years to travel to get there, or even 10 years. That's my ultimate goal." Everyone started talking, and Dev stood and held up his hands. "Here's what I'd like you all to do. Talk among yourselves, in your own family unit, as you work today. Sleep on it one night, and we'll meet back here tomorrow and discuss it. I have a lot of ideas, and I'll have more by tomorrow. But it'll take all of us using our God-given brains the best we can to make this work. And everybody gets to decide for themselves. I know what I'm going to do, but—" And he looked at Zoe with a pained expression on his face. "Everybody gets to decide for themselves."
"CJ and Nina are too young to make such a decision," Jones said.
"That's for you and yours to decide," Dev said. "Now I'm behind 2 days on work, so I need to finish pulling up the plants. And I'm sure there's grain that's ripe, so I'll get to harvesting after that." And he brushed his hands on his worn pants and walked away. Zoe threw a sad smile in Sierra's direction, and then hurried after him.
"He's right about short-term thinking, at least,"
Pilar said, to no one in particular.
"There's been far too much of that for far too long, and I'm not excluding myself from that indictment."
He stood.
"I have work to do too."
Sierra looked around. The young people, the orphans, were old enough to make their own decisions. The guys could stay with her and Pilar, or they could each decide something different. She wouldn't hold any grudges, no matter what happened there. "I agree with Dev," she said to the young men who had been living in her barn and to Georgia, the woman who had shared her room all these years. "It's up to each and every one of you. I respect whatever you are going to decide." To Kurt and CJ, who were standing together, she said, "I'll be over tonight after dinner, and the 3 of us will talk." She went to CJ and pushed his hair back from his forehead. Love you, kid.
Then she followed her father, her mind spinning with ideas. How would they accomplish this? How many of the hens could they take, and how would they carry them? Would a rooster be too dangerous, noisy, and announcing their approach to potential enemies? If 20 or 17, she remembered with a sick recall of all those who had been lost. If 17 people and a horse and a wagon were traveling along, what would be the dangers? How often would they have to stop and try to hunt or trap? Weapons, traps, hoes, and shovels. So much to take. How much could a horse pull in a wagon? They'd counted the horses when they'd burned them. The meat had not been safe to eat. There were 2 still missing that might yet be recovered. Even one would double what they could carry, right? So much to think about and to talk about. But for the first time in a long while, a long, long while, she was feeling an emotion she had buried. Excitement, almost optimism. Yes, the road would be full of dangers, but there was a chance of a better future ahead, a different future. She closed her eyes and dreamed of it. They could find a river, a wide river that ran past a meadow that would be easy to plant. Everything would be green, as it had been when she was a little girl. There was a lot of high desert up north. They'd want to be out of the new government's range. So that would mean they'd have to get beyond the painted desert, probably. All the way up to Colorado, maybe. That was a long way to walk. A long way through the land of people who would not look kindly on strangers. Some of them might be no better than what they were fleeing. They would have to avoid those sorts of people. Chapter 25.
I think the success will lie in good scouting,
Kurt said. It was the next morning. The 3 of them had had a difficult conversation the night before. CJ wanted to do whatever his father did, and Sierra had to remind them both that she had 2 families, and she didn't want to have to choose one child over another. At that point, Kurt had been unconvinced. This morning, he seemed to have swung around to Dev's way of thinking, or at least swung around to a point where he was willing to consider it seriously. Sierra had been there from the moment Dev had suggested it. Her father was still undecided.
What I believe I should do for the next 2 days is try and find those other horses, Kurt said. I know I'm not the best rider in the world, but I think I can manage this horse now. If we can find even one more, we could always have a scout out ahead and the other horse pulling. The scout can ride back to warn us of danger ahead, or of opportunity.
There were several nods. Troy cleared his throat. I don't want us to get too far in talking until you all know this, he said. Some of us from Payson, well, if you are all going that way, some of us want to go back to Payson, if they'll take us. Joan said, I'm sure they will. It isn't that we don't love you like family, but we think there is strength in numbers, that we might be able to survive better in a bigger place. Even against an avenging army? Dev asked. Troy looked uncomfortable. The army won't be coming for Payson. It'll be coming for you, Pilar said. And it'll be faster than us. If we're going to do this thing, leave, carry all our stuff with us. We need to be doing it in 2 weeks, maximum. We'll be weighted down with our supplies. They'd be moving at twice the speed, or better. And I don't want them to overtake us. Misha said, That's not long to decide. Sierra said, But it's worse than that. If we want to leave in 14 days, we need to start preparing to leave no later than a few days from now. Building a wagon, deciding what to take and what we can afford to leave behind,
figuring out what a horse can pull, slaughtering the oldest hens and smoking the meat. It's a lot of work. She looked around. So whatever we decide, we don't have long to decide it. 2 or 3 days, max.
That's assuming they come up and attack us, Joan said. Or that they know it's us they should attack. If you young people all go to Payson, you may be in as much danger as if we all stayed here.
Wanda cleared her throat. Well, we were thinking. She was flushed. Dev said gently, Go on. Say what's on your mind. No one will be angry with you for being honest. We were thinking, if you abandon your homes, and we go back down there, and the military arrives? She looked around at the others in her group. We'll tell them it was you, and that you left. We can say you went around Payson and up toward Strawberry to throw them off your trail. That'll gain you more time.
What about when they find you lied?
Pilar said. We'll swear that's what you did. If you changed your mind later, we weren't around to hear about it. Brandy said, I want you all to know, I'd rather go with you. I think my baby will have a better future with you. But I don't know that I can travel. I mean, if you are stopped when I give birth, and stay wherever you are for 3 or 4 months, that'd work out. But what if the timing is different? I decided on Payson because of that. Otherwise, I'd be going along with you.
Pilar said, I don't know if I can keep up either. If I work too much, I limp. That's all there is to it. I'd slow you down, and I wouldn't want to. So I should probably stay here.
Dev said, I was thinking you could drive the wagon. Pilar looked surprised.
I don't know how.
You can learn, and someone has to. We should all of us learn how, and whoever is hurt, which right now is you more than anyone else, well, that person can drive instead of walk. Sierra felt a wave of gratitude that nearly brought her to tears. She hadn't thought of that herself, but Dev had. She said, I want to go. I'm sure of it. And Pilar, I want you to go too. If you stay, I'll have to stay. That was a lie. She'd go with her children, but leaving her father behind would rip her in half. He looked troubled. Dev said, Everybody needs to decide. In 2 days from now, at dawn, let's meet again. I want to hear from everyone, what ideas you've had, no matter how silly they might seem. Kurt's is great. If we could have 2 horses or 3, that would help a lot. I think he should go out as soon as possible.
3 would be a dream, Kurt said. 2 to pull, 1 to scout with.
It had better be 2 to pull, Misha said. I made a list of what we'd need to take to set ourselves up again. It doesn't even include food to eat while we travel. It's a lot. She reached into her shirt pocket and pulled out folded sheets of paper, pages of a book she'd torn out. There had been a paragraph or 2 printed on them, but the rest of one side and the other side had been blank, and Misha had filled it with tiny printing. And one line says, seeds and seed potatoes, and that's going to weigh a lot all by itself. Read it aloud. Slowly, would you? Dev said. And good job being so organized about it and making a list. Misha began to read her list. It began with, feed for the hens, fencing for the hens. And it had a few items Sierra hadn't thought of. Dev had her read it straight through once, and then again, line by line, while they discussed every item in detail. He encouraged the young people to give their opinions, even if they didn't plan on coming along. They didn't get far down the list the second time before he called a halt. Look, stay or go. We have things to do today. So let's take a few minutes to add to Misha's list to end this meeting. Would you jot down the new items, please, Misha?
Kurt said, I have to, and then I'm going to take off and try and find those horses.
Can I go along? CJ said.
I need you to check the traps and work the farm, son. I won't be long. At latest, I'll be back tomorrow evening. And for the list, I have mostly tools I want to take, and I'll have to look at them before I can tell you which ones I can't live without. The other thing is, I want to dismantle one of the bikes at the wellhead, probably the laundry one, and take it and a hand pump.
Sierra watched him go. CJ, she said, if you need anything while he's gone, you can come and ask me or Pilar, or you can stay with us at night if you want to. I'm not afraid of the dark, he said, and there was nothing snide in his tone, or of being alone. I know, but if you want us, we're there. I'm going to go check the traps, he said. He walked off. He was nearly a grown-up now in some ways. He seemed to be picking up a few of Kurt's mannerisms. CJ wasn't her baby any longer, but she'd be damned if she'd let him be separated from her. Everybody from the core group went or no one went. She'd miss the younger people if they split off, but she understood why they felt as they did. This had been their home for 6 years, but Payson had been their home for twice that long before they were orphaned. Probably seeing familiar faces had made them long to go back. They finished their list, which was long indeed, and Misha said she'd make 2 other copies that day and deliver them by supper time to Dev and Pilar, so that everyone had a chance to look it over and consider what might be missing. Or what we might be able to leave behind, or consolidate. It's too much weight already. I mean, I don't know for sure what 2 horses can pull, but probably not this much. And we don't know yet we have 2 horses. Dev said, Good point. Maybe prioritize those things, marking them 1, 2, and 3. The 2s we'll be able to take if we have 2 horses, and the 3s are things you think we can do without. Sierra and Pilar walked back together. I can't believe you are thinking of letting me go without coming along, she said. It's because of you and my grandchildren that I didn't want to come. That's crazy. Of course they want you there. They both love you. I love you. And I love you, he laughed. I almost said more than you'll ever know. But, of course, you know. You're a mom twice over. It still confuses me sometimes how my mother could have left me. I've had some hard times connecting with both of my kids, but I'd kill to stay with them. Kill to protect them. I guess she had other things to do, Pilar said. And she trusted me. She was right in that, at least. You're a wonderful father, and a wonderful grandfather. And I have to tell you something else. A confession of sorts. What, sweetheart? If you'd have said you wouldn't go, I'd have tied you up and put you in a sack and dragged you along. Behind the wagon, maybe, bumping along on the highway. He laughed. I'm glad it won't come to that. Me too. I'm not getting any younger myself, and you'd be heavy. They had come into the yard. Sierra stopped her father. Every hour that passes, I'm more sure that this is the right thing to do. I mean, look at all of it. Pretend you've never seen it before and really look. She gestured at the house, the still wind turbines rusting away, the dead forest, a landscape of sand-colored plants barely clinging to life, and the house bleached to a light gray. It was a dying land, and she did not want to die along with it. We do have some problems, he said.
But we have so much. A roof. Falling apart. And if it rained again, we'd have water dripping on our head, and the house would fall down sooner. If it rained again, other problems would disappear. But I know what you're saying, he said. I'm attached to the place is all. I raised my beautiful daughter here, and her grandchildren, and I was happy here more often than not. You'll take your own happiness with you, she said. She'd never said it before, but in saying it, she recognized the truth of it. You'll be fine anywhere you go. Arch? Maybe he knew exactly what he was doing the other day. Maybe he foresaw this, the end of the neighborhood and the necessity of moving. He couldn't have managed that, probably not physically, definitely not emotionally. I'm not so sure about me physically, Pilar said, moving forward again. I'm fine right now, no aches and pains, but some days I hurt. I'll carry you if need be. I appreciate the sentiment, and I love you too, but you'll have plenty of other things to carry. 3 days later, the neighborhood as it had been these past 6 years began to break apart. Chapter 26. Kurt had found one of the 2 horses and led it back. The third one he had looked and looked for, but it was nowhere to be seen. He came riding back, leading the second horse, and found Dev in the lower grain field. Dev thought someone might have found the missing horse and killed it for food, which concerned him. We don't know anything about human life uphill. Who lives there? Do they have hunting ranges we might be tripping over?
I never have seen a sign of that, Kurt said. You haven't either.
I stuck to the areas across the highway, but no. I never did run across another hunter, nor any sign one had been there.
I've been quite a way uphill, Kurt said. Maybe the last horse was taken down by a bear, or fell down a gully and broke a leg. Or maybe it's still wandering out there, and it was beyond my ability to track it.
So the 2 horses are ready to go?
I need to devise a harness and... not sure of the terminology, but a way for them to pull the wagon. I have plenty of scrap leather. Might have to fashion some wood pieces. They'll do us for a while, Kurt said. But when the first horse throws a shoe, we may have trouble.
If shoes are so important, why weren't they traveling with extra horseshoes? No one found any on the cleanup.
I don't know that it is so important, but these 2 are definitely shod, and I wonder if pulling the wagon isn't a stress that requires shoes. But I don't know. Maybe they can go without, or they'll be fine with some hoof trimming. Not that I know how to trim or what to trim.
Don't ask me, Dev said. I was in 4-H, but I never hung out with the horse people. I suppose I should have, and we'd know these things now.
Hard to anticipate a lifetime of needs when you're 15 or 16 and the world is churning along pretty much the same every year.
True, he said. How's CJ taking to the idea of leaving?
He's excited, I think. Nervous, but excited. How about your kid?
Determined is what I'd call her mood. I think she is starting to cry a little as she thinks about it, but she's doing a pretty good job of hiding that from me.
Makes sense. It's all she's ever known. It might be easiest for me. After all, my first cabin burned down, so I already let go once.
You don't seem sentimental about things.
I don't know about that. I'm pretty attached to my tools, Kurt said.
You'll be taking those along?
Whatever we can make room for. And now that there are 2 horses, we can take more.
We organized our list that way. Misha's keeping the records still. You should drop by there and ask her to show them to you.
if you and the others don't mind. I'd like to do one more hunt for the third horse in about a week.
Why?
I still think we need to send a scout ahead. I'll volunteer for that job, and I can do it on foot if I can't find the third horse. But it'd be faster and safer on horseback. On a horse, I can scout 5 miles ahead on the highway and be back in 2 hours. Even with the horses pulling a wagon, the rest of us will be on foot. So the bulk of us will be going at a walking pace, maybe 2 miles an hour, maybe less than a mile per hour, loaded down and walking uphill into thinning air.
I hadn't thought about that. Been so long since I've changed elevations. But I remember going up to Flag and getting short of breath more easily.
Compounded by hauling a 50-pound pack, or worse, Kurt said. Have you started building the wagon yet?
No, that's all up to you. I mean, use anyone you want for the labor, but it'll be your design.
I collected some of the metal on the highway, and some of it had to have come from the front of their wagon. I'm going to bang it back into shape if I can. Otherwise, I'm going to need to make pieces from wood, which will be more likely to break and need replacing.
Will it matter if it's 1 or 2 horses pulling the wagon? I mean, your designs?
Thought of that too. We can build it to change out one piece to switch over. That way, if one of the horses dies or starts limping, we can shift over to a single horse pulling. We might need to slow down even more in that case. If we load for 2 horses, and we're going to have to experiment with them on it to see what they'll carry, I'm sure a single horse would need a lot more rest, and to stop sooner.
A lot to be discovered still,
Dev agreed. And I really want to spend another day hunting for that third horse. Are the kids still here? I mean, Troy and all of them?
They wouldn't leave without your coming back, Dev said. They'll probably take off tomorrow.
Hard on you,
Kurt said. It is. Those girls have been living in my house for 6 years, right alongside Zoe. They feel almost as much family to me as Zoe is.
Longest slumber party in history.
Dev managed a smile, though he missed Yasmin, and it was going to hurt to say goodbye to the rest of them.
I better get going. Make sure CJ hasn't gotten himself in trouble.
He's growing up fast, I think. Sierra said he's been doing all the work at your place without a word of complaint.
I put up with less complaining from him than she does.
Funny, Dev thought, as Kurt rode away. Between himself and Sierra, she had been more the disciplinarian, though he had his parents to take a lot of that role. The loss of his dad hit him again, hard, and he had to work to get himself under control. Arch could be a pain in the rear sometimes, but he had taught him the skills he needed to survive, and he had led him to this point, where he could take over as leader for the group. And he had. It had surprised him a little that no one had said a word of complaint. He listened to everybody. He let everybody have their say, but at least in this, the exodus from their home, they were deferring to him to make the final decisions. The next morning, they all had breakfast together. Zoe reminded him of his mother, the way she scurried around to make sure everyone was fed and happy. He helped her the best he could, but she kept making him sit down, so finally he gave in and sat and watched.
"I can't talk you out of even the empty rifle?"
Troy asked him. It wasn't the first time he'd brought up the topic. They had 4 rifles that still functioned from Vargas's men. One was a caliber there was no ammunition to match. Dev planned to take it anyway, hoping that it might barter their way out of trouble at some point in the future. "I know you think you need some kind of offering to them beyond the food and seeds in order to get them to accept you," Dev said. "But they're going to accept you, and you are the true offering.
all your knowledge and experience up here. We haven't done any work with them on exchanging farming advice since my mom was alive, and I'm sure there are things you can teach them." "We have seed potatoes," Brandy said, "and more seeds you didn't give them samples of before. That's a lot." "It is," Joan said. "I'm going to miss all of you." "We're going to miss you," Brandy said, and then she began to cry. "I'm sorry. I cry so easily now." "You have plenty to cry about," Pilar said. "Yasmin dying, Arch, Rod, and your whole life turned upside down." Sierra said, "It's the baby, too. Pregnant women can be more emotional." Brandy said, sniffling, "And I won't have you to help me through the pregnancy." Joan said, "There must be dozens of women down there who have done it. In fact, I'd be surprised if they hadn't selected someone as midwife. Could be someone my age was a real nurse back in her youth. You and the baby will be fine in Payson." Unless the military came back with a vengeance. Dev did not say it aloud. The youngsters were well aware of that risk. But they had the plan. Tell the truth about who did it, and send the military in the wrong direction after them. In fact, they decided to pretend even to Paysonites that in fact Dev's group had snuck around their north side and up toward Strawberry. The fewer people who knew the truth, the less likely one would blurt it out to the military force once they came looking for their missing soldiers. It would be their secret, they said, for as long as it needed to be. "Hey, CJ," Luke said. "You looked pretty good up on that horse yesterday." CJ smiled shyly. "The horse seems to know what he's doing." "You hang on tight," Sierra said. "The saddle has a horn," CJ said. "And don't ride when you're tired," she said. "I'll be fine." "Okay, I'll quit nagging. But it is a long way up. Makes me dizzy to look up at you on that horse." Pilar said, "Now you know how I felt when you used to climb the turbines." "Touché," she said. Zoe finally sat, and they ate their last meal together, keeping the tone light, trying to make a good memory for everyone. Dev said little, just listened and observed the people he was going to be leaving with. Quiet Emily, and her daughter, nearly as quiet as her mother. Misha, still broken-hearted from the loss of her brother, but a strong woman under that. Optimistic, too. A good quality to have in a new undertaking. Joan, the matriarch. The matriarch of the whole group, in fact. And their spiritual leader. Kind, but underneath tough as nails. Pilar, the remaining patriarch. If Dev was Moses in this tale, Pilar was akin to Jethro. Dev had been reading the Bible, Exodus especially, trying to glean any advice he could, or finding words that might strengthen their spirit as they wandered across the land in exile. Also, he knew they could not afford the weight of the Bible, that it would be left behind. All he was going to take of it were the few pages of genealogy from the back. He wondered if 200 or 300 years in the future, when Bibles had crumbled, if new religions would spring up, religions that made oil a myth, and the end of it God's wrath, or goddess, as Pilar and Sierra would prefer for a new religion. Sierra was taking part of her library, all the gardening notes, and Misha her notes on herbs and medicine. He'd asked Joan if she was taking her Bible, and she said she'd take her book of prayer for weddings and funerals, and what she carried in her head. "Where are you all headed, do you think?" Georgia asked. "We don't know exactly," Dev said.
I was thinking we might make for Taos, Pilar said. It's high, it's cool. How far is that? Oh, several 100 miles, Pilar said. I was thinking Colorado eventually, Dev said. But it may take us years.
And if it's a good place to live, it might be densely settled, Kurt said. We might have to move on. We will definitely need to stay flexible.
Or the weather could be awful, Sierra said. We don't know what has happened other places. Water is really what will decide us. I wish we had a paper map, Pilar said, not for the first time in Dev's life. Dev said, we might find one on the road, trade for it, or maybe we'll stumble across an old atlas. It doesn't matter how old it is, 50 years old, and it'll still serve. Part of me envies you, Wanda said. It sounds like an adventure. I'm worried for you, Brandy said. You'll all be careful, won't you? As careful as we can be, Sierra said. And the same goes for you guys. And if it doesn't work out down there in Payson, Dev reminded them, though he'd said it before. We'll be here another week. You walk right back up here, and you come with us, okay? Thank you, Troy said. It had set Brandy to crying again. You've been so nice to us, she managed to get out, and then she dissolved into sobs. She rose from the table and ran inside. Zoe followed her. Luke cleared his throat. That's the truth. You didn't need to take us in, and you treated us like family. We'll never forget you. We'll always speak well of you. And make sure you let the Paysonites know that if they want, they can come up here once the military has come through, and take whatever is left. That's all yours, Pilar said. What if you need to turn around and come back? Georgia said. I mean, that could happen. Maybe it'll snow wherever you are, and you'll want to return. A little snow won't kill us, said Pilar. 30 or 40 guys with guns will.
We'll build shelters, Kurt said. If we have an axe and a hatchet, we can always build.
I'd like to see snow one day, said Wanda with a sigh. As would I, said Sierra, for a practical reason. Snow means water, means running creeks, means easier farming, as long as the soil is good. Zoe came out alone and took her seat again. She's fine, she said to Troy. Just sad about leaving. We all are, Dev said. This is the end of an era, but it's not the end of our friendship. That will last as long as we do. Right?
Hear, hear, Pilar said. He stood.
To friendships that last a lifetime. He clinked his cup with the air. One by one, everyone else stood, with their chipped glasses and mugs, with their leather water pouches and gourds, all the varied vessels they used. Joan repeated the toast. To friendship, she said. They all drank. A half-hour later, Dev stood with most of the core neighborhood on the highway, waving as the young people walked off. The end of an era indeed. Zoe was sniffling, and he pulled her in for a hug. They'll be okay. Better off than us, at least in the short term. I know, but I'll miss them anyway, Sierra said. We all will. Those boys could be so funny. I can't tell you how many times they changed my mood for the better in 6 years. Finally, they hit the curve in the highway that took them out of sight. Brandy turned and gave one last big wave. Then they were gone. Chapter 27. Kurt found the last horse. He brought it over to show to Sierra and Pilar. It was limping slightly, but he said he thought it would heal up if they didn't put any stress on it for the first month of travel. "What are they going to eat, the horses?" Pilar said.
"Whatever they can," Kurt said. "It could be a problem if we get above the tree line."
"I guess we need to let the hens forage as well," Sierra laughed. "I know we need to set a guard on them so no varmint steals one, but it keeps striking me as funny, like shepherds from the fairy tales, moving from field to field, but with hens." Then she frowned. "How do you keep horses from wandering away?"
"Long term, fencing," said Kurt. "But short term, you have to keep them on a long lead, I guess. Tie them to a tree or a boulder. The other two seem to like to hang out together, so I guess if you keep two with you, the third won't wander far."
"This one is a male, I see," Pilar said. "Intact. So we might be able to make more horses. I mean, not we, they." He shook his head. "I'll have no part in it."
"Damn good to know, Pilar," Kurt said, smiling,
a rare foray into humor for him. Sierra had made him chuckle in bed a few times, when his defenses were down, but not often.
"Once he heals up, I'll be able to use him to scout ahead. This way, we use the 2-horse wagon all the time, until one of them pulls up lame, and take a lot more with us."
"We'll eat some of that weight down," Sierra said. They'd calculated for that as well. "We're going to eat what's heavy first, and then the horses will go faster every day." "And what spoils," Pilar said. "A lot of things aren't going to last a week on the road. Summer squash, that sort of thing." "We're drying plenty," Sierra said, pointing to the screens they had out, with row upon row of red tomatoes drying in the hot sun. Some had been canned whole a month ago, and they had opened the cans and were dehydrating those after drinking the juice with all its nutrients. "As long as we find water to rehydrate them," Pilar said. "I'm worried about that more than anything."
"Lack of water is the biggest danger," Kurt said. "I know of one spring up there a few days away, but it's not what you'd call great-tasting water."
"I doubt we'll care. 3 days' travel away, you said?"
"About that, right."
The horse danced away from him, coming to the end of the lead, and stood there, looking confused to Sierra. But what did she know of horses? Maybe that was his constipated look, not confused. Sierra had already sat with Misha and Joan, and calculated and debated and recalculated how much water they'd need. She'd consulted CJ about what the horses drank, for they would need water as well. It was a lot of weight, but the people would all carry their own, 15 pounds per person. It might last 3 days, if they were careful with it.
"I gotta get back to the wagon, now that I know what I'm doing,"
Pilar said. "Need any help?"
"I will, but not until tomorrow. I'll come get you two when I do."
He rode away. "I'm going to take more hens over to Dev's," Sierra said. They were slaughtering all their oldest hens and smoking the meat. Only the youngest laying hens and the new chicks were staying alive for the trip. Of the cockerel chicks, 1 or 2 would live to be the rooster that fertilized the next generation of eggs, and the others would be eaten. "Okay, better you than me. It feels like suicide, killing so many hens at once." "It won't be," she reassured him, hoping she was telling the truth. "They'll make more chicks in the future, and we'll eat really well this week and for the first weeks of travel. Won't have to stop to hunt
That'll get us out of the military's sphere of control faster."
"I know all that," Pilar said.
"You're not regretting this?"
"I've been regretting this. But I'm not regretting it any more today than any other day. I get it. We have to go, so we're going. But don't expect me to love that."
"I don't,"
she said, knowing it was harder for him than for her.
"See you later."
She walked to the hen house and caught 4 hens, broke their necks one by one, and then took them out to a plank she'd set up to pluck and gut them. Messy, smelly work, and as she worked, a few flies gathered. She swatted at them, not wanting them to lay eggs in the meat. Finally, the messy work was done, and she carried the chickens, hearts, and livers in a tub over to Dev's place.
"Hot one,"
she said, as she walked up to Zoe. She was with her own hens, feeding them and gathering eggs, not slaughtering any of her hens today. They took turns because the Quinn smokehouse was the only one they had.
"Dad has more wood piled up by the smokehouse," she said. "How are you today? And Pilar?" "We're both good. Pilar is feeling the move more than I am. But that makes sense. He has been here nearly all his adult life." "I've been here every second of my life,"
Zoe said. It was true. She hadn't ever gone to school in Payson or shopping.
"I know. Are you holding up okay?"
"Yeah."
But she looked sad when she said it. "It's Gramps I miss. And the girls. I haven't slept alone for years and years."
Sierra was enjoying her solitude in her bed.
"You want to come over and share my bed? I'll be happy to have you." "Thanks. That's nice."
Zoe managed a smile.
"But I want to be around Dad. I think he's taking it harder than he shows. You know?" "Why do you say that?" "He doesn't sleep well. I hear him wandering around at night." "He has a lot on his mind, that's for sure. I'll talk with him in a minute, if you think it'll help." "Thanks. It might. I don't know. He won't tell me what's bothering him, or what he says. I don't entirely believe." "I'll hunt him down once I set up this meat to smoke." "Where is he?" "The field across the highway."
She meant the second one, the one the military had never laid eyes on, as far as they knew.
"I'll talk with him, I promise. And if he won't talk to me, he might talk with Pilar, or with Joan." "I appreciate it. Take him some water when you go, would you? He never takes breaks for it like he should."
A half-hour later, Sierra was done with her task and found Dev in the field, harvesting grain with a scythe. His shirt was wet with sweat.
"Hey,"
she called to him. "Sierra, how's your preparation for leaving going?"
"Just slaughtered 4 more hens," she said. "They're in your smokehouse."
She handed him the jug of water.
"Thanks."
He tilted his head back and drank deeply from it.
"Nice when it's cool," he said. "I sure hope we can find water when we go. I'm more worried about that than people attacking us."
"I'm worried about both, and weather, and the horses, and how little we know about horses." He swept his arm around.
"I'm going to try one on eating the grain today. If it eats it, we're going to feed all this excess to the horses in advance of the trip. Get them fed in advance the best they can be. I was wondering. There isn't enough time left to dry it and flail it," she said. "The day of departure is coming up fast," he said. "But the horses won't need it winnowed and cooked like we do. I'll pile it up for them, for one of them to start with, and let them have at it. Then we'll see if the one gets sick from it or not."
They stood together, Dev catching his breath and sipping more water, and Sierra looking out over the pink grain heads.
"It looks good. A good year. I remember clearing and breaking this ground. All those rocks. It was a bear, wasn't it? Still hurts a bit to think of leaving the work behind. It's not the house so much, but the hours of work, and all the laughter and tears and yelling and love here. He grunted. You know, you're becoming more like your father all the time. Arch had a lot of good qualities, but he had some bad ones too. And don't have to tell me that. I know that better than anyone. No matter that he had a hard time saying it, Dev. He loved you, and he was proud of you. I suppose he did. No suppose about it. He did. He trusted you to keep the house and family going. She didn't say more than that. You getting nostalgic? With leaving just around the corner? I guess I am, she said. And I guess I've been thinking of things left unsaid. Because, you know, I think this is the right thing to do. But we might not make it. We definitely won't make it if we stay. That's so. She took a deep breath. Your daughter is worried about you. And if she's worried, so am I. She is? She knows something is bothering you, but you won't tell her. Don't be like Arch in that way, Dev. Talk to us about what's on your mind. He looked past her, his eyes unfocused. She waited. He finally gave a single nod, as if deciding it was all right to talk. I'm worried about a lot of things. I just now mentioned some of it. Food, safety, troubles along the way, the young folks in Payson, if they'll end up paying for us defending ourselves. I'm worried about Zoe. I thought she might end up marrying one of those young men. Now I wonder if she'll ever have a chance to find anyone. I don't know that it's all that important to her, Sierra said. It will be. Sierra wasn't so sure about that, based on what Zoe had said to her. But the future would take care of itself on that score. And I feel guilty. Guilty? Why? We lost 3 people. That's my fault. Dev, of course it isn't. It's the responsibility of the men that shot them. We didn't ask for them to show up, or extort us, or enslave us, because that's where it was headed. They decided to, not you. We responded the best we could. But 3 died. My own father. It could have been twice that, she said. In fact, I'm surprised it wasn't more. That damned automatic rifle could have killed 3 in a second. We were lucky, and we were smart. We did the best we could with inferior weapons. And now we have some of those better weapons, and we'll be able to defend ourselves. Are you asking me how I'm feeling? Or telling me my feelings are wrong? Sierra winced. Sorry. Go ahead. I'll shut up and listen. He studied her. I feel bad that the young people left us. But I feel relieved, too. And guilty for being relieved. I think that's the worst thing that I feel. We will eat better for it, and we'll be able to save enough potatoes and grain to plant. That's true. But I care for them, and so I feel like I'm a total shit for being relieved it's just us, the core group, the original group, minus our losses. Terrible losses. She nodded, not because she agreed he should feel bad, but because she'd promised to listen. And I feel shitty in advance if we end up having to hurt someone else to survive. After a long silence, she said, Is that all of it?
pretty much. Feel any better for talking about it? He thought for a moment. A little. I hope you'll be able to sleep better. Oh, so that's what worried Zoe. Yes. I've been up calculating things more than worrying. How much grain, how much distance, the likely temperature 2,000 feet up, and the change to the growing season. Stuff like that. Okay. I guess that's all another worry. I don't see any way around our having to stop and plant the next growing season. If it cools off a lot, that'll shift what a season is. Going up the mountains is taking us into a climate we aren't all that familiar with. I might be timing it wrong. In a way, we are familiar with it, she said. We're likely to move into the climate we had as kids. Maybe a little drier, but something like that. So we might not have a long enough season for certain crops until it freezes. Or they might grow slowly. To keep up the seed potato source, which is going to be a lot of our calories, we need a good 4 months in one place. 4 months out of every... what? That's one of the questions I haven't answered yet. 6 months? 12? Amaranth takes 4 months as well. No way we can haul enough food for 8 months survival in 4 months. We're taking plenty of seed. I guess what I'm saying is, it might take us years to find a place to settle permanently. Perhaps all we'll be able to manage is 5 months traveling each year. Then it takes years. As long as we're together, as long as we have food for the road and seeds to get us started again, we'll be okay. I hope. That's all we have. Hope. Well, not all. We have smarts and experience, and tools and hens and cockerel chicks. We have love and loyalty and all kinds of things like that. So never mind. We have plenty more than hope. He laughed. You talked yourself out of that pretty quick. She grinned. I meant hope is good, and you should hope, and you should believe in us. You really should. And don't bear all this worry yourself. Talk to us. Talk to someone else if you don't want to talk with me or Zoe. Could be someone else will have a good idea to allay your worries. Why would I not want to talk to you? Well, we have a history together. Could be you're uncomfortable with me. Not at all. That was all a long time ago. While we're being honest here, she said, there's something I'd like to say to you. His eyebrows went up. Go on. I'm sorry that I wasn't able to be what you wanted me to be back then. I know you'd have liked for you and me and Zoe to be a family like your own. And it wasn't for any lack in you, Dev. I wish I could have loved you like you wanted. You're such a good man, a great father, a great organizer and natural leader. I would have if I could have. That's okay. It turned out fine, didn't it? You gave me Zoe, and that's been the biggest joy of my life. I'm grateful, not resentful. That's because you're a good guy, she said. More proof. And if we'd have stayed together, you never would have had CJ. So things turned out as they were supposed to, I think. Don't you? Not really. She didn't believe in destiny. She thought her life had been muddling along, from the day that food shelves emptied in Payson, through the war in Payson, and right up until today. But muddling was okay. I'm happy, she said. Good. For a long time there, you weren't. She thought about that. You know, this is going to sound a bit crazy, but I'm excited about the future. Trying something new, seeing new sights. I could have stayed here forever if they had let us. I'm sorry then. Sorry it turned out this way for you. We do the best we can with what is given us, he said. Now that sounds more like your mother. I still miss her. Is that crazy? Nope. She was one hell of a woman. Of course you would. She smiled. You have the best of both of them in you. And you're the best father a woman could ever want for her daughter. Thank you, he said. They both just sat with that thought for a moment. Then he said, I need to get back to harvesting grain. Unless there's something else on your mind. Nope. I have work to do too. My hens are on the left side of the smokehouse as you open the door to the smoke chamber. I'll bring 4 more later today, but there's room for more than mine, she said. See you, he said. Probably before the day's out, she said. Chapter 28. CJ and Kurt went out before they all left, riding the healthy horses out to scout ahead for 2 days in advance. While they were gone, everyone else in the neighborhood made the final preparations. There were dried vegetables to gather and bag, hens to put in their newly made traveling cages that opened into temporary fencing for them. There were clothes to wash and set out to dry. They would make do with 2 changes of clothes each, their best clothes. And they were bringing blankets and animal skins because it might get cold where they were going. All the food and all the seeds, garden tools, and some pots, plates, and so on. All the goods of a household, but just enough to get by. Items that had 2 uses were chosen over items that had only 1. So a pot with a handle and tight lid was better than one with no lid, because that could be used to haul water as well as to cook stew. Plates that were lightweight and had a curve could hold soup. They chose each item with care. They packed as much as they could for the wagon, and then they packed their own gear. Sierra thought for a moment about an old, faded photo she had of her mother, and then decided against taking it. She'd asked Zoe if she might want it, but she couldn't imagine she would. Zoe had never met the woman, and Sierra had no stories to tell her of her grandmother. Still, who knew? Sierra put it with a pile of other items she was going to ask others if they wanted. She sifted through her books one last time, the ones she'd handwritten that were full of information she believed one day would be useful in the future. Most of what was useful was firmly established in their heads. She'd done a good job the first time through in selecting, and there was nothing left that was worth the weight of her carrying it. They went quickly through their library of printed books. Pilar had briefly considered taking a cookbook, but had decided there were few enough ingredients from it available to make it worthwhile, even as a trade item. If something calls for olives or cinnamon, no one is going to have that, he said to her. I have half a mind to take this, she said, holding up one of Zoe's favorite childhood books. But you know, we'll make up our own stories for any babies that come along. Could be Brandy and them will come up and find it. True. I'll leave it on my bedside table so it's easy to see, with a note for her. That's smart, leaving a note for them. I'll write one too before I go to bed. Nothing in it that will tip the military if they find it. No names, but something. You feeling all right now? About leaving? As good as I can. I'm happy I'll be with you, and Joan, and Zoe, and CJ. With everybody. You're all 1,000 times more important to me than any of this stuff. You know, I was thinking something odd. What's that? We're doing a sort of reverse version of the westward expansion of the country. The old country. The country that is no more. People came out in covered wagons to the western states for better land and a chance to thrive. Stole a lot of Indian land, but found some that was fair for them to take. Now we've got a wagon, and we're headed back the other way, doing much the same thing. Funny. It is. I hope we don't have to go all the way to Ohio or someplace like that to find decent weather. All we can do is move along and see. I'm glad you're okay with it, she said. Yeah, I am. Nervous, of course. Worried. Everybody is, she said, though strangely enough, she wasn't. What would happen, and they'd cope with it the best they could. If they died, well, everyone dies one day, and it was better than staying here and being killed by the military. It was better than never having fought them in the first place. What was the use of life if you were in thrall to men who had no respect for you? Sierra believed that it was far better to die on your feet than to live on your knees. She didn't regret this. She mourned their losses. She hoped as hard as it was possible to hope that her children would survive. But she still believed fighting had been the only thing to do. And this was the natural consequence of that. It could be argued, she supposed, that they should have done this from the beginning, from the moment that one guy, not Vargas, the other one, had shot the hen. They could have packed up then and saved 3 lives. But they wouldn't have. They'd hoped for the best from those men, and when it was clear the worst was coming, they'd made their stand. If she lived to know her grandchildren, that's the story she'd tell them. One of bravery and intelligence, and a final choice that had let those very grandchildren come to exist. The final morning dawned bright and hot. The scalding season was hard upon them, when nothing could grow, and they usually all spent as much time working in the shade as they could. Sierra hoped that wherever they landed, they never felt this kind of heat again. Enervating, terrible heat that sucked all the moisture right out of plants and soil. Kurt and CJ had come back just after supper the night before from scouting, reporting that the highway was clear well beyond the break. They'd gone 10 miles and ranged out to either side. "Not a soul to be found," Kurt had said. Dev had asked, "Anything like abandoned houses? Bodies?" "No. No sign anyone has been living around there in decades. Some burned areas from 10 years back, dry scrub growing there, but no sign of people." The horses had all night to rest, and this morning, Kurt had connected the wagon to the pair of the horses pulling, showing everyone how it was done. They'd all need to know how to do it, and eventually, everyone would learn how to ride. But not just yet. First, get away, and get to a safer place. They probably had at least 2 weeks head start, or more, with the ruse the young people were planning down in Payson. They could be 200 or 300 miles along if all went well. By the time the military came to each crossroad, they wouldn't know for sure where their quarry had gone. They all loaded the wagon, which they had practiced before, so they already knew how everything fit. 3 loaded rifles went in easily accessed sights. The one without ammunition that they might use for trade eventually was at the bottom of the wagon. For the road, Kurt carried his crossbow, and Dev and Zoe their bows. The wagon went off, Kurt on the stallion ahead of it. The horse had healed up in time for the trip. Pilar drove the wagon, and CJ walked alongside. Joan and her family followed. Dev, Sierra, and Zoe were the last to leave. They stood alone at the last place on the highway that their neighborhood was visible. Sierra said, "I can still see it as it was. The houses bright with paint, the wind turbines turning, Kelly in the yard, her hair still dark." Zoe said, "All I need to do is shut my eyes, and she's there." Dev said, "She's there inside you, all the time, always will be." "You all are, and you will always be." Sierra said, "Before Vargas and his men came, it had to be a couple months ago, Zoe, maybe 3 or 4. We were talking, just down there, and you said something about letting go. I don't even remember what we were discussing, and probably CJ, but you said I needed to learn to let go. And you were right about that, and about this, too. I'm ready." Dev said, "It's a lot to let go of. The memories, the fields, the graves. They'd want us to live. Rod, Yasmin, the Morrows, Arch and Kelly most of all. They'd want us to survive." Dev nodded. "You're right." Zoe said, "Dad, you've always been too sentimental for your own good." "Am I?" He smiled at her. "Maybe so." "I like you that way," Zoe said to Sierra. "And I like you the way you are. Tough, practical, stubborn." Sierra laughed. "Thanks, I think. So think of it as a new welcoming home we're going off to find, Dad. And Sierra, you think of it as a challenge and a puzzle to work out. Between the two of you, you'll keep us going." "I'm ready," Sierra said, and she turned her back on the only home she'd ever known. 2 people she loved stood alone together while she walked off. She heard her daughter speak. "Come on, Dad," she heard Zoe say, kindly. "It's time." And they walked up the hill and on into a new life.